Up early, way early. Figured I'd get on here. We'll go over some stuff. We'll go over a couple things. I'll try to keep my voice to a minimum. We'll talk about a couple subjects this morning. What's up, people coming in? Get us an early little lesson in this morning since I'm up early as hell. And y'all up early as hell, or y'all never went to sleep. One of the two. Up early or never went to sleep. I'm gonna give it a moment. Allow it a little time to marinate in the algorithm. What's up, Jeremiah? What up, Sentient Survivor? Grand Risings, y'all. Up early with it. And I got up early. I was up around like 3. I was like, damn, well, I guess I'm not going back to sleep. So let me get on up. I figured I'd give us a little lesson this morning. Being indigenous, my brother. Just being indigenous in the AM this morning, you know. One of the best things to be is indigenous, you know. It's one of the best things to be. And we're gonna talk about the graping of women during slavery and slave breeding. We're going to tackle those topics. And one topic we can get quite a bit of information on. So slave breeding, we can prove it, we can disprove that decently easily. Appreciate that, Afia, I say. Grand Rising. How you doing this morning? It blew up in Dr. First and spread it to the Spanish Empire. It blew up in the DR first and spread it to the Spanish Empire. Yeah, so like, there's always these talks of RAPE whenever we discuss slavery. Now, what people want you to believe is because slaves supposedly by law had no bodily autonomy that I've been looking at clothes, that since they had no bodily autonomy, that they were just getting raped left and right. Like, it's like, well, since you really can't have control of your body, since you're a slave, at least that's what they believe, then surely you must have been raped multiple times, right? It must have been a given, and then people conflate that to say that most of the black Americans or the American Indians, which is us, that most of us would be having some type of mix in our body because of it. And that's the reason why we look like we look, and that's not the case. Looking at jokes from the home oldest brother's part of Louisiana. I was supposed to be looking into more into the Louisiana Purchase eventually here. I've been kind of skirting past it, but I know eventually that's something I got to tackle. But yeah, so they'll first want you to believe that. So let's just look and see. First of all, we'll type in slave laws, and then we'll type in slave codes. We're going to see what kind of books we can find from the actual times itself, because if you look at anything in today's time about slaves, it's going to be conflated. It's going to be it's not going to be primary source. Everything's going to be conflated to a degree. I just don't like looking at that. I'd rather go look at the slave laws during the time. And then you got fugitive slave laws, but you got to think, why did they put the word fugitive in front of that? Okay. But then you also got the American Slave Code, but came out 1853. Really, you're trying to find these things state by state. Trying to find these things state by state. Let me see here. Let's see, a narrative. Yeah, I'm going to try to take a look at that at some point once I dive down that rabbit hole. The Fugitive Slave Bill, again, we're talking about fugitives, okay? Validity of slave marriages, the extension of the slave trade, fugitive slave laws, an extract of laws, fugitive slave laws, regulative slave trade, supremacy. And what I want to show you with this, and I haven't done a lot of research on this yet, but when I did start looking into this, I was kind of, for slavery to be so prevalent, I was really surprised at the lack of documentation about it. Like the slave laws. Like, as you can see, I put in slave laws. Next thing I'm about to put in is slave codes. But then if I don't find them that way, then that means I'm just going to have to look up the laws per state, which I've done that before. I remember having to do that, to try to figure out what was the laws about slavery in each state. Boston slave riot, a bait on slavery. So not really much to really go off of from the time. Now, in contrast, if I were to increase the date past the time of slavery, 1867 is what I got it at right now. You know, it's kind of hard to see. 1867 is what I got it at right now. Pull it up right here. Apply the date range. Say Code de Noir. I've heard about that too. I might try that one too. Let me plug this in real quick. Before my battery died. Okay. All right, so my battery don't die. So now notice when I change it, you get a few other things. The early slave laws of Mississippi. Now, they came out in 1899. I'm going to open it up, but just notice that book came out after slavery. Okay. Slave laws before the Civil War, 2018. Okay. The West Indian slave laws from 1970. Okay. Like, that's cool, but how do I know? Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that these people's books cannot have primary sources in them, cannot be very factual, but it ain't as it's primary depending on what's in there. But coming out in 1970, you know, it's a second-hand source versus a first-hand source, I should say, regardless of whether it's primary or not. The primary's in there or not. The Constitution, early slave fugitive laws. But you'll see these slave laws as if people started wanting to study them. Prison labor, still not a lot. So now we're going to type in slave codes, and we'll also try what Old Boy said, which is the Code Noir stuff. So we'll say slave code, right? Now this is over here. We're going to try, this is in the archive. We're going to try this also on the government sites. Peace Star Checker. Up early with it. And so we got here, let me see, coming down. You got the American Slave Code, which I already clicked on that, which that came out in 1853, kind of late within slavery. And that's another thing we're going to realize is extracts from the American Slave Code, 1845. Like, remember, keep in mind that slavery ended in 1865. Okay, 1865. It said Code Noir came out in 1685 to protect us. So we'll have to look into Code Noir. Alabama Slave Code, but at the same time, this came out in 2022. So what would this be? It says it's of 1852. Still, it's kind of a odd thing, odd time. What is this? I guess I would have to download each one of these. That's not typically how I do it. I guess that's the same way. Yeah, Alabama Slave Codes of 1852. I don't want to have to download those, but let's keep going down. The American Slave Code in theory. You got the American Slave Code. So these are more recent books. This is 1860, Territorial Slave Code, Speech, Henry, the American Slave Code in Theory, Practice, American Slave Code. So, a lot more recent books somewhat talking about it, but not too much from the time. So now we're going to take this and we're going to go into the Library of Congress real quick. I don't like this thing. Why won't it just let me see Library of Congress? I hate it. It's like it won't just pull up the link for the damn Library of Congress. And I didn't want to go to the open tab. And see, when I do that, it's going to pull that up. And I don't like that. And it makes me have to type the whole thing in. And it should already find it without me having to type the whole thing in. It used to. I don't know what they did to this programming, this OS. But if we go to the Library of Congress, that's going to be another way I would just type in. Because we want to look at .gov sources really first, even though I didn't. But we'll type in slave law, right? We'll try these first. Peace, Daddy-O. Peace, what's up, Jim Dropper, Grand Rising. Up in the early. Up super early with it. So when you type in slave law, you would think the first thing that would come up is legislation about the laws of slavery on the Library of Congress. But as you can see, it's a bunch of first things that pop up, a bunch of random. Your fugitive slave laws, stuff like that, right? Which we'll take a look at that. But why? If it's a fugitive, that means you broke a law. So fugitive slaves, in my opinion, means you broke a law. The early slaves laws of Mississippi, 1899. We actually pulled it up already, so I haven't looked at it yet. But notice it's after slavery, like we were saying. The Fugitive Slave Bill. Again, we're talking about fugitives and slaves, right? Yeah, I got you, boss man. We're gonna look up the code noir. Give us some time, okay? Good guy. Okay, we read you. We got you. Okay. We're going to go through the process first. People want to see, the .gov sources and how we look it up through slave first. What's the process? Okay, we want to see if we're studying these things, what do they have under the word slave first? So then what do they have at the time? So it says fugitive slave laws, the religious duty. You got fugitives, slave catcher caught up. Now, it ain't really giving us legislation, which is what I'm looking for, okay? Even as the Fugitive Slave Act, the consequences of a Fugitive Slave Act of 1850. It's like, okay, well, fine. Let's go up here. We're going to click over here, and you can actually switch it up to legislation. Whoops. Legislation. So let's see if we can drill it down to get an actual .gov law that from the time that says, oh, if you're a slave, you're this. If you're that, then you're this. If you have a body, you can't do this. Or if you want to get free, it costs you this. Like, that's what I'm looking for. What's the laws around this whole slavery thing? And it has to go by state. Let me go ahead here. And as we can see, these aren't from those years. Let me go down here, and as you can see, Still not really finding anything from those times. You would think there would be bills, legislation, some key words just based off of the word slave law. So okay, let's type in slave code. And I just want y'all to see this for yourself. This is why I'm doing this. Because if you don't know, then when you type these things, even in the Library of Congress, that you don't get much results, then you would think that it's so documented, this slavery. This slavery was so documented. All the laws was so documented. Well, it would be here. If the laws and everything and all that shit was going on, all of that would be here in the Library of Congress. The legislation should be here. Now, this is from every year. Let me just, and look, I don't even need to waste my time, because as you can see, I only have these 2 years in increments to choose from. So that means I'm not going to find legislation about slave laws or slave codes during the time of slavery. Okay. So now we look there. And I'm going to try one other website, which is your National Archive Records. National Archives Catalog, another government site, right? And we'll just do slave law. Probably likely not going to find it here, to be honest with you. Inward Coastwise Slave Manifest. Okay. Not really what I was looking for. I'm curious if this would take me to the, well, this is 1848 to 1849, so technically those wouldn't be Africans, because you couldn't bring Africans here until after after 1808 you couldn't bring Africans here. So JRG slave labor, what year is that? 1981 to 1989. Not going to be a primary. U.S. versus the Negro slave, 1808. Now, it's just a letter. We'll take a look at it, but that's not law. Some more manifest, stuff like that. You're not really going to find law and stuff like that here. You're going to find manifest, which all these so-called slave manifests that you have here are not Africans because of the dates. I don't even have to open them, but I can show you for those who don't know. If I go to any of these, they're going to tell you they're not coming from Africa because of the time frame. So you come here, bound from South Carolina, Charleston, South Carolina, for Savannah, Georgia. So these are South Carolina pre-printed ship manifests, and many of them are probably going to Savannah, okay? But they call it a manifest of slaves, passengers on board the. That's another thing to think about. I just realized that, how they do that. Because I was about to say, my question is this. My question is this. Why do they have a manifest for slaves, which is a piece of paper, but when you look up for normal passengers, they typically call it a manifest, but I guess they're going to put them on a different list? So it's like you're going to use 2 pieces of paper every time you row your boat, unless your boat only picks up black slaves or so-called slaves, right? But it's like, so you're going to pick up multiple pieces of paper in order to gather what people you have on board. But even this says manifest of slaves, passengers on board thee. So I honestly don't know what that means. Like, are you saying that some of these people are just passengers and some might be slaves? Are you calling the slaves passengers? And you just out of formality? I don't really know. These people be kind of weird with their paperwork. Yeah, so this is my bad, let me spark with, So you're not gonna find, it's kind of hard to figure that out because they play games with the wording and then they don't explain what they mean by it, and it's just kind of annoying. So you just are kind of left to your own understanding or a suggestion, because they can flip it either kind of way. Just like any one of these slaves, even though this says black, notice it says class and not color. Notice it says class and not complexion. Notice it don't say race. So again, I don't really, any of this can be purposely explained in a different way on purpose. Like, what if all of these people are YT and they're of the black class? They're white complexion people of the black class who are slaves. Or are they black folks who are of a black class, who are black, who are just passengers but labeled slaves? I don't know. You know? Almost like they got double speak on the goddamn paper here. You know? I will say that Dina, Dinah, which is also one of my people in my tree, not her specifically, but this name was popular amongst us. But you got like Peggy, Eliza, Barbary, I don't know what that is, Mayhem something, Louisa. I think that's it. Looks like that says infant boy. Yeah, infant boy, 4 months. Infant boy, 4 months. Rita, infant boy. Something man. I don't know what that says. Henry, something. But either way, I just want to show y'all that. That's not even on what we talk about. So we're looking for slave codes, slave laws. Now, we didn't really find much in the actual Library of Congress itself, which is pretty disappointing. Now, let's just say if we were to Google it, what are the slave laws that were during slavery? So it gives you some stuff, right? But notice it had to pull information not from the government. It pulled it from Encyclopedia Britannica, YouTube, Wikipedia. Now you got the slave codes for the District of Columbia. So we'll look at that since that's a .gov source. Wikipedia, Missouri, laws concerning slavery in Missouri. Let's take a look at that. And laws of Georgia, 1755 to 1860. That might be Georgia Archives. That might be what we're looking for. So we're still going through the process. Like, what can we find from the time, not later? And why do I not want anything from later? Is because anybody can say what the hell happened later. You know what happened back then? They used to do this, that, and the third. And here's, I want to see who was there at the time that was writing it down like, nigga, this is happening right now. And it's crazy, That's what you call a primary source. So when you come to this Library of Congress, it says Slave Code for the District of Columbia, Slave Code for the District of Columbia. Let me click on this. Let's see if we can actually read it. All right, now this is what you're looking for. A primary source document that came out a bit late as slavery was ending in 1865. So it ain't my most preferred document because I'm going to tell you for a couple reasons why. One reason is that slavery ended 5 years after this. So writing up hella slave laws 5 years before slavery ends is kind of weird. Not to say that it's like, why didn't you have a bunch of laws before? Y'all should have been had laws, right? Also, it could be manipulation. Like, personally, I do believe that white folks have changed what actually happened as far as the main story. And so what you got here is what could happen is that the people could be trying to write these things like they just took power. They trying to hurry up and write all these laws as if they've always been around and just push stuff out. And then now the narrative is going to be you was always slaves, but you don't know there were slave laws back then. But that's why I can't trust it as much. But at least it's closer enough to look at than to deal with the ones that wasn't. It's also kind of funny that it's written like this on motherfucking children fucking paper. Even though I like handwriting, I'm gonna tell you why I don't really think this is that cool. Is because now if this was handwriting that was done by some random person, like writing a letter or a teacher at a school or a business or something, I'd be fine with it. Or if this was a letter between officials or something, and I'm still okay with it because this is 1860. Nah, 1860 they had the ability to print. They've been having the ability to print. So to be honest with you, I don't know. For this to be legislation at the District of Columbia, I would expect to see this in a bill format, not in a written format. Like a written format is always typically preferred, but situations like this makes me wonder: was this ever official? Did this ever get ratified into law? If that's the way to put it, or was this some shit that they just wrote down? Now this is. A slave is a human who is by law deprived of his or her liberty for life and is the property of another. A slave has no political rights and generally has no civil rights. When the fact of slavery is clear, the nature of the relation of master and slave admits of no modification, nor will courts, either of law or equity, lend aid to the attempts of individuals to engraft upon it new and incongruous features. A slave cannot become partially free. The law recognizes only freedom on the one side and slavery on the other, and there is no intermediate status. See Maria, and there's a case right there, okay? We're going to read through this a little bit just to see if we get anything good out of it. Let's see. It says, where a Negro girl was given what does it say? A bequest of conditional slavery. Okay. So this is like the little section. It tells you what the section is about. It says, where a Negro girl was given by will on the terms that she was able to be held not as a bound slave, but under the care and tuition of the legally with an allowance of wages, and that her children, if she had any, were to come under the same regulation after they paid for their raising, their labor to be equally divided amongst all the something's children, if they choose to employ them. The bequest, I would like this is pretty explosive. We're gonna finish reading and then we're gonna explain this section right here because I haven't read this. Because it says, okay, well, let me just finish it first. All the time, some children, if they choose to employ them, the bequest was adjudged void. Let me see what this next page says. Was adjudged void, and for another fruitless attempt of the kind, see record. So it's naming a couple cases. So let's look at that. Let me go back. It's kind of a live stream study moment here. So you got it here. It says where a Negro girl was given by with on the terms that she was to be held not as a bound slave, but under the care of the tuition. So it says a bequest of conditional slavery void. I guess it's like a conditional slave. I don't know what that means by that. We'll keep going. I'll look more into it. I don't want to dwell too much because I was about to say it looks like you just working and under the care of somebody, but not a slave. But it almost says that you're not a slave too. So let's keep going. So on the other hand, where a deed emancipating a female slave contained a reservation to the master and his heirs of an absolute right to all her after-born children, it was held that such reservation was void and that both the woman and her children were unconditionally free. Hold on. It says, the mother being freed gives freedom to her afterborn child. Okay, so that's what that's basically saying. If you're a free mother through emancipation, and your children are free. The effect of partial payment on emancipation. Okay, what if you were trying to pay for your emancipation and you only had to pay partial payment? Let's take a look at that. If partial payment have been made to the owner of a slave for the purpose of buying his freedom, the owner continues in what is it saying? The owner continues entitled to all the services of the slave with full power of alienation, and one who purchases from him on condition to emancipate on receipt of the residue of the slave's value is entitled to all the slave services until payment of such residue. Francis, and there's a case for it. Now think about this. I want y'all to think about this while I light my little green back up. So, basically, you have the ability to pay for your freedom. Now, it hasn't told us yet how that works. We're going to see if it tells us how does that work. Who said that you can pay a slave? How much do you pay a slave? And how much? Who determines how much the slave cost? To the slave freedom cost? Things of that nature. Now we're going to pull up also. Let me type in. I think this will get me there. Showing photos. This right here. Law and practice in the Spanish colonies for the manumissions of slaves. The view of the laws and practices. Now this is going to be talking about the Spanish colonies. Okay. And we're going to see what they might say. Sorry, y'all. Early morning choker. So we're going to see what they say was going on with their slavery. But they actually do show in there, and I'll just give you a quick overview, that they had a price affixed by law. They had a price affixed by law for you to be able to buy yourself and your folks. $250 for adults, $50 for a newborn, and $100 depending on how old he gets after that. And you had a lot of different things that you can do to get out of slavery, or to change your slave master. You can change your slave master whenever you wanted to. You just had to find another slave master. So, which is like finding another job, basically. But we'll compare that later once we look at the ones here in America that we got. Okay? So we just looked at how the mother can get freedom or the child, and also the effect of payment for emancipation, and that if you pay for yourself partially, then you're technically still a slave until you finish paying for yourself, and that makes sense, right? Parties sequin something. So the status of the mother is the status of the child. Now we've heard that, right? The status of the mother is the status of the child. Let's go forward. It says Negroes not citizen in the U.S. Okay. A free Negro of the African race. Now notice this comes out in 1860. So I don't want you to get the whole idea that they were always calling us Africans. Out of most of the time, most of that African wording didn't come until around the time of Reconstruction and Civil War. And that goes along with when I looked at a lot of newspapers about slaves being Negroes. They don't just say African all the time. Some of them do. To say the person came from Africa, but most of them don't. When you look at a lot of the treaties with the Indians, none of them talk about having slaves. None of them talk about Africans or nothing like that until 1866, coincidentally. And this is 1860 when this comes out, which is, like I said, late in the game of slavery. But like everything happens around a certain time. Everybody starts calling us African on purpose and within certain documents after the mid 1800s is what you should keep into your mind. So they weren't talking about that. Yeah, like this. That says a free Negro of the African race whose ancestors were brought to this country and sold as slaves is not a citizen within the meaning of the Constitution of the United States. So I want y'all to understand that. They're talking about Dred Scott decision. So I want y'all to understand that technically they trying to say but Africans aren't a citizen. Now we go back and we've been citizens. We've been indigenous. We've been sovereign, to be honest. So that don't really matter to us, but they want us to think that matters to us. Now it says when the Constitution was adopted, they were not regarded in any of the states as members of the community which constituted the state, and were not numbered among its people or citizens. Consequently, the special rights and immunities guaranteed to citizens do not apply to them. And not being citizens within the meaning of the Constitution, they are not entitled to sue in that character in a court of the United States. Why is this not moving? Why is this fucking up, dude? God damn it. Oh my goodness, man. Oh goodness. I don't know why shit is fucking up these days. They are not entitled to sue in that character in the count of the United States, and the circuit court has not jurisdiction in such a suit. So what they're saying is, hey, which is a lie. They're basically saying, hey, unless they're just talking about the Africans only, they're trying to say that at the time which the Constitution came out, when the Constitution was adopted, what year was the Constitution adopted? Was it 1776? Let's see. What year was the Constitution adopted? 1787. Now, you know why you know that's a lie. Let's just see this. Were there free black Negroes in America before 1787? Yes. Yes, there was free black people in America before 1787. So tell me this, answer me this. The Constitution was adopted by 1787, and there was niggas free already here in 1787. So why wouldn't they be citizens? Why wouldn't they be citizens? Now let's read it. It says Negroes are not citizens for nor people. Negroes are not citizens nor people nor enlisted to sue in the United States courts of such. So it's really lying to you. Which is why I said they make these things to try to say things, but they're lying, or they switch things up or whatever the case may be. But this is a whole lie, because in order for the Negro to be free, he would have to have his free paperwork. And unless you're going to call the Negro sovereign, and he was in his own sovereign nation within your colony, then that means the Negroes in those 13 colonies in 1787, because that was just the 13 colonies. I'm going to take a screenshot of this. That would mean, let me get the top part in there. That would mean that, I guess I can just get that part. That would mean that, that the Negroes are, they were just some floating around Negroes. But I'm going to tell you like this. We know that they were citizens because a free Negro would have been counted on a census record, right? Under free Negroes within a state. And we can pull up census records from earlier states. Okay, I wonder if I got one. I feel like I got one that's like quickly accessible from an early period. 1776, so this will be in Maryland before 1778. So if we find, let's see what categories on this census. Now I want you to notice this. Head of household, right? Now we don't know if they're black or white. They always play games with that, right? They don't want to list who the hell that head of household is. But they always want to list who's under it and what race they are. So it's kind of idiotic that for almost 100 years, they damn near were doing census records without ever listing what the race of these folks are, but always listing the race right here for these folks. It's just the most idiotic thing. But I want you to know there are black categories. They don't say slave category. Notice that. How do we know if they're free? How do we know if they're under somebody? Just because they're under a man doesn't mean that they're free, or doesn't mean that they're slaves. And also, this same person has white people under them. What if that was a white person with two in their family and slaves? Or what if that was a black person with white slaves and his family? We don't really know. Okay? Now, I would say Bazille, maybe that's a white person. But Rawlings could be like Donnell Rawlings, right? That could be a black person. But maybe not. I don't know. But one thing we do know is they did count black people. Okay? And these black people don't have a slave status listed next to them. And you even have things where it's like, okay, let's see. Like this Edward Lee. There's way more black people under there than there are so-called white. So I could assume that this is really a black family that owns two white folks. Or you can assume that this is a small 3-person white family that owns this, but also is not taking into account the Indians, which may not. The Indians, now think about this, the Indians typically would be counted on a separate list on their own census because they were not citizens unless something had happened at the time and they already absorbed them into a particular state or in the colony. You said, where did I grab that source? I can't remember this one in particular. I'll let you go up and get the screenshot here in a second, and you can screenshot the name. I'm sure if you Google it, it'll come right up. But so, as you can see now, this page has a bunch of black people listed, and it's one of those things. You can't say that black people weren't here. You can't say that some black people weren't free. We already, we already. Here it is. It's just 1776 census of Maryland. I don't know where the hell I got it, but I think if you Google it, it'll come right up. So, what we have here, I hate when that happens. Stop. Okay, there we go. What we have is a piece of legislation that came out late that, in my opinion, seems like they're trying to manipulate what the future would think about slave laws. Although, like if this law was written in 1750, right? 1760 or something, and it said Negroes were not citizens, and subsequently all of the census records after that show that Negroes were never counted as citizens, then I'd be like, well, shit, I guess, that's what it was. That was their intentions. But because this is coming out after the fact, niggas been counted and been free, and they gonna say niggas can't be citizens, and they wasn't around when the Constitution happened. They were obviously around during the Constitution. Okay, it's just insane to me. But okay, let's go down. Let's see what else we can find in this document. The only two it says Negroes are property and slaves. Okay. The only two clauses in the Constitution which point to this race treat them as persons whom it was morally lawful to deal in as articles of property and to hold as slaves. I mean, a state by its laws. A state by its laws passed. I was about to say, what is that? But this is old. It's cursive, but you see this past. That is an S as well as that's an S, but it must be like a long S where it looks like an F. I haven't seen it like in cursive and handwritten like that. A state by its laws passed since the adoption of the Constitution may put a foreigner or any other description of persons upon a fooling with its own citizens, as to all the rights and privileges enjoyed by them within its domain and by its laws, but that will not make him a citizen of the United States, nor entitle him to sue in its courts, nor to any of the privileges and immunities of a citizen in another state. And right here, good God, dude, quit fucking up. A state may adopt foreigners as citizens, but they are not hereby citizens of the United States. So that's pretty self-explanatory. I don't know why they had to throw that in there about on the slave law. It says, an African admitting his ancestors to have been slaves is not a citizen of the United States. Ooh, think about that. Think about that. Think about that. Everybody want to sit here and FBA want to sit here and say what do FBA say? What do FBA say? Let me get that screenshot. I know my ancestors probably came from Africa. I know I have African lineage. Well, okay. That's why I'm on my Indian shit. That ain't why, but I've been on my Indian shit, right? So, right, I'm not sure if the narrative is people were originally here, but in that time they would be. Not 1787. Some people still came after that. But our people who were Indian been here, yeah. Yeah, our people who were Indian, nobody reading this, right? Labeled as native just as white Americans, indigenous. Says no, FBA is saying that shit. No, FBA says that exactly. FBA says exactly that they have African DNA and they believe in the slave trade. If you believe in those two things, that's what ties you to this by admission. Admission. And if you admit that, what's up, Lola? Good morning. Shalom. If you admit that, then you're not a citizen of the United States. And you also aren't really sovereign either, because you're admitting a lot of FBAs talk way more about this African part than they don't talk a lot about it, but they admit it more so than they talk about the indigenous side. A lot of FBAs are completely against the indigenous side of them. They like, oh, that's whatever. They don't care. That's not a damn lie. You talking to a person who was FBA from the beginning. You talking to a person who followed Tariq damn near 10 years or so. You know what I'm saying? I don't really listen to that nigga no more. But if y'all don't know what FBA is, and you in FBA, most of y'all don't even know what FBA is. I'm FBA. I embrace my indigenous side. What the hell? Nah, most of y'all don't. Then you should know that most of them don't. You can say that all day. You can be an outlier all you want to, but you should also know that most of them don't. You should also know that if you've listened to Tariq over the last 10 years, he ain't talked a whole lot about no indigenous shit. He talks about how he put out videos. He was one of the first people to put out videos about there being indigenous black people here. But it's always ethnogenesis with them. And if you're claiming ethnogenesis, what does that mean? That means you're claiming ancestors that came from Africa. And that's simple. It's pretty simple. Mm-hmm. And you got to read it how the language put it. They put it like that for a reason. Now, I still don't believe this document, but if they put it out as legislation, then, although it is completely fucked up, and they're trying to place a lot of people within an African status, I got to believe that this is in the Library of Congress, and they put forth this legislation, although in 1860, it's still kind of some bullshit. But they're going to probably cite a case in order to make up for that. Let's read it, though. It says, hey, the plaintiff having admitted by his demeanor to the plea in abatement that his ancestors were imported from Africa and sold as slaves. Now, come on, that's what y'all say. As long as you can tie yourself back to the 1870s census right after slavery, that means your people were descendants of slaves. You're not immigrants, even though you're immigrant, because if you admit to this African part, you an immigrant. See how the trickery is? Get you to stick on that slavery part. Get you to stick to that slavery story. Because that's most of y'all are going to take that slavery story and you're not going to say, well, my Indians were slaves like me. I would say, yeah, some of my Indians were slaves. That's exactly what I would tell you. But y'all would say my Africans were possibly slaves. That's where you become not a citizen. You're admitting to being imported. Okay? Now, you can say that, hey, my people mixed within the natives here, but within that. But if you say natives, well, they gonna think that you talking about an African mixing with a Siberian. That's not a citizen. An African ain't a citizen, and a Siberian ain't a citizen. The only Siberians that got citizenships are those that really fought in the war. and then they got citizenships on Indian Citizenship Day after excuse me, y'all. After Indian Citizenship Day in 1924. So what you have is you need to be a black person that's been on this motherfucking landmass that didn't cross over from no Bering Strait and didn't come through from no damn from no slave trade in order to be a citizen. And it makes sense. It makes sense. Okay? He said that the only way that the white could steal land couldn't do it that to the indigenous. Exactly. And think about it like this. You make a good point. It's like they really had to create laws about us being Africans and how that strips us from being citizens. Now it makes sense. When you accept that paperwork of being freedmen, okay, now it's starting to make sense. So when people started to accept that freedman paperwork in the Dawes Rolls, like the Seminoles, they say that, hey, because you accepted this freedman status, admitting that you were an African and came over on a boat, you are no longer entitled to this $54 million. Let's watch a quick clip for that so y'all can understand the gravity of this. Instead of people just thinking, oh, well, I still kind of embrace myself. Well, you can embrace this all you want, but you're going to have to stop embracing that other shit. Otherwise, you ain't a citizen. In my head, I was thinking, what the hell am I trying to pull up? Oh, yeah. I know what they do. Look. Yeah, so I'm starting to understand the trickery now. I mean, I already knew, but it's even more so being put together with the law legislation saying that in front of my face. Because you can write a law about anything. They wrote laws about anything, right? You can say, oh, if you marry a white person or a black person, all of a sudden you can be unalived or something. You can write that in law, you know. And then what are the ramifications of how that plays out in public? That's what you study. You know, did they actually unalive somebody for actually doing it? They may not have. They may have just put the law in the books just to scare people. But either way, sometimes they'll put the law on the books in order to get you out of it. Here it is.
Now, nearly 200 years later, comes the $56 million payment from the federal. Now, nearly 200 years later, comes the $56 million payment from the federal government to compensate the tribe for those lost Florida lands. But the Black Seminoles can't share in it because the government and the tribe say they were slaves of the Red Seminoles back then, and as slaves could not have owned land.
No, they were not slaves, because like old boy would tell you here.
Come with the gun gun. Come after that, come with the gun gun. So you see, the freedmen came here with their gun gun. They said the freedmen were slaves to the Indian, but slaves don't wear no gun.
He said the freedmen came here with our guns on us because we were Seminoles. And this is a picture of a Seminole family. And yes, he had his gun on him, okay? And he said, we came here with our weapons on us. And he was like, they said we were slaves to some Indians. Slaves don't have these, okay? And they would have had to face these, okay? Or the the Seminole soldiers, which I'll show you that. Or they would have had to face all of your Seminole soldiers that would have whooped your ass if you came up on them, okay? Would have took you out, okay? You're not enslaving these folks, okay? And they didn't even lose their last war until 1856, and it wasn't really much of a loss. It was just a treaty made, a truce, after a bunch of losses on both sides. And they agreed some to go to Oklahoma, some stayed in Florida. But regardless, these were not slaves to no red people. But because they didn't admit it. No, let me show you this. They didn't admit to being slaves, though. That's the kicker. They didn't admit to it, but it was put down on paper. Okay, paper genocide, right? So let me show you.
If you had any black blood in you whatsoever, you were a freedman.
So it didn't matter how much Indian blood you had. Just
Right.
Any black blood.
Right.
You went on a separate roll.
Right.
And on the black Seminole roll, it doesn't list that you have any Indian blood.
That is correct.
So they put you on the rolls based upon when you walked up in there and said, "Oh, you here to sign up to be an Indian? All right, well, let me ask you these questions. I'm going to put you down. You are a freedman." Well, once they signed up and didn't know that they were being signed up as freedmen, they were then signing up in the 1800s after they wrote this law admitting that their ancestors came from Africa and were slaves. And that means that they were no longer and never was a citizen, which means you are no longer entitled to this $54 million because that goes to citizens or the Indians who became citizens within the Dawes Rolls Act. They are wordsmen and implement the paperwork as shit. Yep. They use paperwork ironically, yep. And they get us caught up with the shit. But they do it on behind the scenes where you don't even know. They needed our permission to be on. And this is why we need to take all this information and sue. That's why I say, look, reparations is still something I would fight for. You just got to know how to word it. Because, again, that's the thing. Now I get it. Why they say you ain't going to never get it under FBA. Okay. You can't get reparations under FBA because you're still claiming to be an African ancestor that in your line, which makes you not a citizen, which means the United States is not going to pay a non-citizen reparations. Okay? Get that through your head. I see why people have said it like that, like now. I used to back off of that talking point and be like, well, y'all being a little harsh. People are just trying to embrace a little bit of history that they know, whether it's real or not real, and the government isn't going to care too much about just because you worded it a certain way. No. They literally say, hey, if you admit this shit, we ain't give you nothing. We don't owe you shit. And that's pretty damn apparent. And it's fucked up, but it went into law. It went into this particular law. So let's keep going. That's pretty explosive right there. The plaintiff, and I would only worry if I really felt like I was an African, but I don't. I don't even know if I finished reading this. Did I ever read this? Let me finish reading this. I don't think I finished reading this. The plaintiff having admitted by his demeanor to the plea and in statement that his ancestors were imported from Africa and sold as slaves, he is not a citizen of the state of Missouri, according to the Constitution of the United States, and was not entitled to sue in that character. Now, so they said according to the Constitution. And so think about this, too. I got to go look at that amendment, but Trump was saying how the Constitution was to said an amendment or something was said to give slave babies citizenship or something like that. But right here it's saying you don't have, unless you were a slave of an Indian. But if you were an African slave, which Trump didn't say African, so. Words, right? He just said if you were babies of slaves, that was to give you citizenship. So I don't know. I'd have to look at that up. But okay, United States, and was not entitled to sue in that character in the circuit court. It therefore the fact he states do not give him or his family a right to freedom. The plaintiff is still a slave and not entitled to sue as a citizen, and the judgment of the circuit court was erroneous on that ground also without any reference to the plea in abatement. So basically, you can't sue So you trying to sue? Everybody's trying to say we need to go after the federal government and tell them that we need reparations for slavery. You better say it's for Indian slavery. That's what you better start saying. Indigenous slavery, whatever. So I love the early morning wake and bake studies. What's up, Melanin Empress? Mm-hmm. They put it down as all melanated people are African. No, they didn't put that down there. They didn't say all people were African. They said if you admit it. They said in African admitting it. So if you admitted it, you are an African. They didn't say all Negroes. Now notice this. Notice the change in language. They said Africans. But when we come here, they said Negroes are not citizens. Right? Now this thing is kind of written out Negroes in a sense. To a degree. But we can prove that Negroes were citizens because we can prove that Negroes were here prior to this particular constitution. So that's not really something that's hard to prove against the fact. But that has nothing to do with admission. This is blanketing all people, saying all melanated people, as you say, Negroes. The other one says Africans, not all melanated folks. An African, and you're admitting to being an African. That's the kicker on that one too. So it's wordplay, it's very much so wordplay. That's why we gotta read for sure. Damn sure for sure. Trump said birthright citizenship was meant for the children of slaves. See, I gotta look up what birthright citizenship is and look at the law on it. That's kind of what we're gonna have to start doing, actually pulling these damn laws up and reading these bitches. And just kind of slow walking this stuff to see what kind of wordplay in there. Okay, let's go down. It says the plaintiff himself acquired no title. Go to the next page. The plaintiff himself acquired no title to freedom by being taken by his owners to Rock Island in Illinois and brought back to Missouri. This court has heretofore decided that the status or condition of a person of African descent depended on the laws of the state in which he resided. See American law requested. The status of an African, not a Negro, depends on the state where he resides. Now, can an African get freedom? Hold on. If therefore the fact he states do not give him or his family a right to freedom, let me see, I bid it therefore the fact he states do not give him or his family a right to freedom, the plaintiff is still a slave and not entitled to sue as a citizen, and the judgment of the circuit court was erroneous. I'm just curious about this because they're saying an African can be. This is 1860, so slavery was abolished. I was about to say, so an African can't be free by 1860. At this time, an African can't be free. But they're also not a citizen. I was trying to see if it was going to say that you can be free but still not a citizen. So I'm wondering, does that mean like after this, when they do get freedom because slavery is abolished, does that mean that they're just a free African immigrant living here but not necessarily a citizen? But that birthright citizenship. Let's just look at birthright citizenship. Let's see if we can find that in law, because that may just for this particular thing. I want to look at a whole lot more than just the stuff about this, but that's pretty important. Birthright citizenship. Let me Google it because I had to Google the other one just to find it. law. "2025, I was looking for the law from back in the day. When did that shit come out? Birthright citizenship. Let me ask. When did birthright citizenship get established? Birthright citizenship in the United States is established by the 14th Amendment, which was ratified in 1868. Notice all these things. Now let's look at 8, because that's just 8 years after this shit was drawn up, right? So much shit, man, going on. And that's the thing I was talking earlier yesterday, the TB about. We was like, man, there's so much shit. It's like they'll pass a law and then the shit will get revised or amended or abolished or whatever the hell. It's like within some time and then some other shit. And it's like, dude, man, history. That's why history can suck. These white folks is playing games, changing up laws. That's just changing rules on purpose to make shit fit they shit. But let's find the 14th Amendment. 14th Amendment legislation. 14th Amendment resources. Okay, let's read this. So y'all can see it. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person's life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of laws. So it's subject to are citizens. All persons born here and subject to the jurisdiction are citizens of the United States. Okay, let's go down. Representatives shall be apportioned among the several states according to their respective numbers, counting the whole number of persons in each state, including Indians not taxed, but when the right of vote to any election. So it's talking about voting basis here. The whole number of male citizens. No person shall, by senator, representative of Congress, or elector of president or vice president to hold any office, civil, military, under the United States or any state, who having previously taken an oath of the United States, insurrection, rebellion, okay, the validity of the public debt of the United States authorized by law, including debts incurred for payment of pensions and bounties for services in suppressing insurrection or rebellion shall not be questioned, but the United States nor the state shall assume or pay any debt obligation incurred in aid or insurrection or rebellion against the United States or any claim of law. Let me read that right there real quick. Hold on. The validity of the public debt of the United States authorized by law, including debts incurred for payment of pensions and bounties for services in suppressing insurrection or rebellion, shall not be questioned, but neither the United States nor any state shall assume or pay any debt or obligation incurred in aid or insurrection or rebellion against the United States, or any claim for the loss of emancipation of any slave, or any claim for the loss of emancipation for any slave, but all such debts, obligations, and claims shall be held illegal and void. That ain't really explaining for the African or the Negro per se. But here at the top, it does say all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens, and the state wherein they reside are citizens, and of the state wherein they reside. No state should make or enforce any law. But see, I get what they're saying, and I guess that was the biggest thing, is that people were trying to say that. So what y'all saying from what Trump is saying, people were trying to say that since they're a Mexican that hopped the border and came over here, they can all of a sudden be a citizen. Their child can be a citizen because they was born here, even though their parents were never naturalized. So they were playing into this word game, and y'all saying that Trump is saying that this was supposed to give those so-called Africans citizenship. Well, that could be the case. That could actually be the case. That could be the case, meaning as long as they were us, they're good, but they better not ask for no money, point blank. And that's what I was thinking, too, the way I read that. It's like, because it's like they's like, okay, you can be a citizen, but with this whole rebellion, and they try to make it seem like slaves took up arms to help the South. In a sense, you helped with a rebellion because most of y'all was in the South, and they already freed the ones in the North who wouldn't be getting reparations in a sense, right? So it's almost like they gave you citizenship while writing you out of any claim on that shit, is what I feel like I'm reading. And that's kind of that's why I wouldn't fight for reparations for this. I'd be fighting reparations not for slavery. I would be fighting reparations for the status of my indigeneity being reclassified into a slave, which then put me into the status of a slave, taking me out of my rights as a citizen of the United States, of this landmass, and of being certain things I should be able to do also as a sovereign person on this landmass. That's what I would be doing. The classification of me being put out there as an African via paperwork is what fucked us up. Not admitting that my people were actual Africans that were brought over here. That's how I would word that, which is about 4. Yeah. They forced us on those roles. They forced us on the census. They forced us to accept that status. We didn't admit to it, right? We never admitted to it, like it said there. Whereas some people today, like that dude in the case Plessy versus Ferguson or whatever they said, those people admitted to it. Yep, gotta reverse Uno. Yep, I see it, man. I see what people been saying, man, just by reading this law. I see what people been saying. Fine print rule, it is, and we know it is because that's what got people out of their money. They took $54 million from the Seminoles trial as black people just because white folks put them down as freedmen, and they tried to fight it later, but it was already in black and white, which is whack. You know, that's a real whack, some bullshit. But if you can find the corruption and find it and address it in court, maybe we can figure this out. Maybe they have to, overturn this. But if people keep admitting that they people came from Africa, that ain't gonna work for you. So you can play with us or with them not, right? I'm gonna go by what's on this paper. So let's keep going. Let's see what else we can find out about this. And this was also talking about the Africans. If you bring an African from one state to another, then the laws of that state is going to follow. Okay, it says, servants and slaves. Oh, what does it say? Penalty for transporting servants or something? Yeah, transporting servants. Okay. What's up, everybody coming in? For everybody just coming in, we are reading the slave codes in the Library of Congress, handwritten in 1860. So it's a primary source. It should have came out in the 1700s. It's really late to the game in 1860. That's 5 years later. 5 years later. slavery gets abolished. Grand Rising, Letitia, I'm sorry. A lot of people are getting Black Americans and Africans Americans combined. Yep, a lot of people. And a lot of movements keep trying to do that. Pan-African movements are big on trying to get you in there. Jeremiah, we heard you about the Code Noir balls. I don't know why you keep putting it in there. Because they make acts or different laws to go around the original law. Yeah, exactly. And that shit kind of makes shit confusing, when you're looking at this history. Because it's not that it's really confusing, it's just that you just have to know. Because if you're looking at what's going on in 1830, and then you look at what's going on in 1890, you may not know that laws changed in between, which is what may have inspired the changes that you're seeing, or influenced the changes that you're seeing, or influenced why your ancestors made certain decisions that they made that you couldn't explain, because there were certain laws out there. So you shouldn't have to correct your status, but to allow the courts once the case is overturned. I don't think it has anything to do with correcting the status, like going down and saying, "Hey, I'm this or that," because I ain't never admitted to being no African. When have you ever admitted to being an African? I know it says Black on our, technically, I guess if it says Black on your motherfucking birth certificate, not birth certificate, like your license, driver's license, so you kind of and then you put a signature on that bitch. I guess you kind of admitting to that motherfucker. I now I'm starting to see a little bit of what motherfuckers talk about, right? But even then, I think still, if you like, all of a sudden correcting status ain't gonna immediately just get you to something, right? Because at some point you gotta go to court. Because it's like, okay, knowing the history, it's like, what am I trying to do from here? I'm either trying to get my land back, or I'm trying to get some money for a redress, for reparations, right? Or both. But either way, I'm trying to get something for correcting my, if I'm gonna correct my status, I need to be getting something, not just correcting my status so I can get out of something like a law or be sovereign or something like that. But if I'm correcting my status so I can actually get my redress for the wrongs done to my people and my ancestors, I can understand that. Because when I go into court, I don't want to say that I'm a Black person. I don't want to say that my ancestors came from Africa. And I don't want to claim to be Black, because they've changed the definition, does tie you to Africa, right? So when I go in there, I don't want to say that I'm Black. I don't want none of my shit to admit that I'm Black. And as I go through the court process to sue them in order to get either reparations or land back, then I will have a better footing, because as they go through my paperwork, they won't see something to say, well, nigga, you're not a citizen, so what the hell you doing here? Right? So now I can actually argue under the right status as a person within the court, and maybe win something. Now that's just me coming off at the top of the dome, off of my little whatever. I'm no law person or whatever, but now I can kind of see it now. Whereas a lot of times when they talk about correcting the status, it's usually just some nigga trying to sell you a package for correcting your status. You know what I'm saying? Well, nigga, you gonna have to fill out form 9730, and then we'll take 9730 down to 638 13th Avenue, Fort Worth, and then when you go there, you go to floor 9 and tell them you need form number 638, because that is filed in conjunction, my brother, with file number 3439. And so when you take those two, because you can only fill that one out in person, my brother, and when you take those two forms and you file it, you tell them you want to file that under a 726 Procter & Gamble. If you like, nigga, shut up, nigga. Get out of here with that shit, man. I don't, because what that does is it makes it seem so confusing to you that you just gonna pay the nigga to do the shit. You gonna pay him to do it. Okay, nigga, just correct my status. How much you say it was? 2,000? Oh, damn, that's kind of high. Okay. But I would say, if anything, if you were gonna go argue in the courts against like reparations or your land back or something, then before I would do that, I would try to get any kind of status change. Like I would go when I get my next driver's license. I'm not gonna put black. I'm gonna put Indian on that bitch, American Indian. I might try to go do that before then, to be honest. And any other little pieces of papers that I can get that deal with government shit, commerce, whatever. Let's make sure black ain't on that motherfucker. But okay, let's go for it. My bad, I almost coughed up. Holding it in. Didn't work. Okay. Every such person, as aforesaid, as shall transport or convey away out of this province any servant or servants be being servants hereby condition for wages, indenture, or custom of the country shall be liable to pay and satisfy unto the master or owner of such servant or servants so carried away all such damages as he or they shall make appear to be justly due to such master or owner for want of such servants as the count before whom such cause shall be tried shall think fit. Either way, one thing I'm taking from this is we're talking about indentured servants and slaves at the same time in a slave document and pretty early. Makes you think they're synonymous. And just think the things that we looked at prior to this, and we'll see, we'll keep going forward. It could change, but it didn't talk about people being held in slaves and perpetual this and that. It did say that the slave follows the mother, status follows the mother, but she could also be free, and whatever the case. It also talked about you can buy yourself, damn near, said payments, talked about partial payments. Anyway, but it says here, this says penalty for enticing apprentices. Now we're talking about apprentices in this document, so think about it. We're talking about servants, we're talking about slaves, we're talking about apprentices, all in the same document. You would think there would be separate legislation for these things, but okay. It says that whatsoever person or persons shall from henceforth entice, transport, or secretly carry or send away out of his province any apprentice or other servants or slaves belonging to any inhabitant in this province shall for every such offense forfeit and pay to the employer or owner, because we're talking about apprentices, servants, and slaves, of such apprentice, and that means the apprentice could be owned or employed, in a sense, right? So it says to such forfeit and pay to the employer or owner of such apprentice or other servant or slave. Okay, since it said that, then they can go to either or. So apprentice could just mean employer. Treble damages and costs. But I will say this, but I can pull up documents, a newspaper clipping from O.J. Dunn, where his employer put in a newspaper a runaway ad looking for his apprentice, saying his apprentice ran away from his duties because he was contracted for labor as an apprentice. So one would think that he owned him, because you can do that, but not necessarily. So you just gotta think about how the dynamics of this thing plays out. You can, as an apprentice, you can almost be treated like a slave, but at the same time, you're really just an apprentice. But At the same time, when it comes to the census form, it wasn't saying that you were an apprentice or a servant or a slave. It just called you a slave if you didn't have free papers, if you were a Negro. So just think about the word play and different statuses and changes. You know, they want you to believe you were all slaves. But no, you were all mostly slaves on a census form. Slavery itself just depended on what status you had. And also, you could have been free. You could have been a landowner. There's many things you could have been. So we'll keep going. It says, such an apprentice or the servant or slave titled to treble damages of the cost be adjudged by the justices of each respective county court or the justices of the provincial court for the time of such apprentices or other servants or slaves unlawfully being transported or carried away as aforesaid. Okay. That from and after the publication hereof no servant or servants whatsoever were in this province, whether by indenture or according to the customs of the country or hired for wages, shall travel by land or water 10 miles from the house of his or her or their master, mistress, or dame without a note under their hands or under the hand of his or her their overseer, if any be under the penalty of being taken for a runaway, and to suffer such penalties as are hereafter provided against runaways. So that's pretty interesting. You think about all of those times they be like, you got to see your papers. I want to see your papers. Now, sometimes I would have thought those were just freedom papers, but it looks like it's like a goddamn permission slip, like a hall pass, just to go further than a certain area from where you were at. Now, they would use laws like this to assume that any black person is automatically a slave, take you in, even if you admit that you were free. And I can show some newspaper clipping on that. They changed the meaning. White meant pure, black, yeah. This is talking about their kids. But appreciate y'all, man. Let me see if I got that easily findable in here. Slavery propaganda. Okay, and what was I saying? That I forgot what the hell I was saying. Runaways. I said I had a source for something to prove about the slave thing and one of these things, but I don't forgot that fast. Boy, your boy on this green. So, okay. That any servant or servants unlawfully absenting him or her or themselves. Now, notice these laws are all written together a lot. The indentured, the slave, and the what's called. But anybody absenting themselves from his or her or their master's mistress, dame, or overseer shall make such satisfaction by servitude or otherwise at the discretion of the justices of the country court where such runaway servant did dwell, not exceeding 10 days' service for any 1 day's absent, with such reasonable cost for his, her, or their taking up as the court shall think fit, be it before or after the expiration of such servant's first time by servitude, by indenture, or otherwise. I kind of got lost in that one. It says penalty for absenting themselves. I think like if you're gone, you can basically use the courts to where such runaway servant did dwell. not exceeding 10 days for any 1 day's absence of service. But basically, you could be listed as a runaway, like I was kind of saying. And that goes for any person, apprentice, indenture, or servant, or slave. And it says on entertaining them, on something entertaining them, persons entertaining them, I think. It says that any person or person whatsoever that shall willingly or willingly entertain any such servant or slave unlawfully absenting himself for themselves as as for said shall be fined £500 of tobacco for every night or 24 hours that such person or persons shall give such entertainment as for said the one half of the majesty of his majesty, his heirs and successors for the support of the government, and the other half in the informant or him to that they him or them that shall sue for the same, to be recovered in any country court of this province by action of debt, bill, plaintor information, wherein no, if I don't know what the hell that's saying, if foreign something protection of or wages of law to be allowed. I'd have to go back through that, but it's something about the wages. But basically, if you're entertaining a person who's a runaway, basically, like they done ran away and came to your crib, I guess, then they're gonna find your ass some tobacco and some bread for doing that. Let's see what else we got up in here. You know what? Let's just do this. What is it going on now? Okay, now you're bullshitting. Let me see if I can just pull up this whole thing in a PDF. Damn. It's not letting me see page 10. This motherfucker long. We ain't finna read this whole thing. We're gonna go through a few other pages, and then we're just gonna start talking about other slavery topics on the same thing. But it's already kind of giving us some eye-opening things. I don't know why it won't open page 10 for me. Let me see if I can download the JPEG. Okay, there we go. Bullshitting. But see, when I do that, it gets pixelated. Let me download it at a higher JPEG. Come on now. See if y'all say anything. Y'all good. I appreciate y'all being in here, man. 62 of y'all sticking in here strong in the early morning. Some of y'all waking and baking. Some of y'all just waking and taking in the game. I appreciate y'all, man. I don't know why this is taking so long. This piece of shit. Let me do it in a... Let's try it in a... let's try the next one down. Come on, really, dude? I hate to just skip the shit. I can't get the TIFF. I can't get the high-end JPEG. I can't get the medium JPEG. I can't get the next to the medium JPEG. Y'all some hoes. I don't know. I guess I'm gonna have to just go to the next one. Ain't that a bitch? What they hide? No, just playing. Okay. Allowance in taking. I don't know why it's not. Now it's just acting like stupid. An allowance for taking is something. Now it's acting like it's not loading the whole thing. Let me just reload this one more time. Or maybe it's this page. I don't know what, man. Okay, let me see if I can read it. Strain my eyes here real quick. That all and every such person or persons as aforesaid seizing something, I can't see it, or taking up such runaways, traveling without passes as aforesaid, not be able to give a sufficient account of themselves as aforesaid, shall have and receive 200 pounds of tobacco to be paid to the owner of such runaway, serving Negro or slave, and apprehended, and it done froze up on me. Their website is tripping, man. I know it ain't my iPad. But basically, if you take away some slaves, runaways, blah, 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 that would whosoever. So I would have to go through a lot of these. I wish if I could pull up the damn PDF of the whole thing. Let me see if I can try that real quick. I'm gonna have to just go back first. Back one more. So if you go back to the main page and come over here, sometimes you should be able to get the whole thing. But that just gave me one page. Ain't that a bitch, dude? Let me just see if I can find a PDF of it. This is idiotic. Because I do want to read this one day. The whole thing. PDF. Well, let me just put archive. The Black Code of the Initial Columbia. Hopefully it comes up in here and it's the right one. Black Code, District of Columbia. Let me just see if it starts off the same way. It's not handwritten, and I like to read the handwritten. There ain't no telling what a nigga might have changed. The operation, see, I don't even know if this is even the right one. Let me see. Whatsoever person is here for in the transport in the chain, every person seizing, taking up runaways. Yeah, it done skipped the part about the African already. Who shall be slaves? All Negroes here import after their province and their children. Masters prohibiting the man. I want to see that one that was saying about the whole admitting to being African. Marrying slaves, penalty against it. See, I don't want to read this one. It could be in there, but this thing is not even in the same order. Yeah, this is why you can't trust. This is why I be trying to go back to the most earliest form or whatever, because the motherfucker be done changed it, and it might, maybe they just got it in their own little format, but it shouldn't be that way. It should be a reprint of exactly the way the fuck it is in its manuscript form, not in a goddamn, not change it up for the hell, whatever. These niggas are the most changing up shit niggas. Yeah, I guess the only one I'm going to be able to do is going to be this one, where I was at. And unfortunately, I'm just going to have to deal with their little slow-ass system, and I can't get the full PDF off of this bitch. Let me just make sure. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, I'll have to read it one day. We're gonna move on, but I have to read it, go through it one day, and really take my time. And maybe I'll just, every other morning or something, I might come on here and read several pages. But how about the next several mornings? I might make that commitment to y'all for those who want to wake and bake and really finish and go through this whole document, because I'm curious, because this is what they held us to. And I used to always say this, like, how you gonna hold motherfuckers to laws that they don't even know what the fuck it was? And they always, they say, well, obliviousness is no excuse for the law, or whatever they say, whatever it is. So it's just like, well, shit, niggas need to read it. Not necessarily that we were slaves, and not necessarily either that our ancestors were slaves, but they may have been put in a slave status, and there may be some words in here that we need to avoid, like we saw on that African shit. That was pretty apparent. And I want to see that, and I want to see what else is in there. I also want to, going through this is also going to help shut down some of these arguments where these people be like, white people be like, well, we weren't slaves. Yes, y'all was. Y'all was pretty much slaves. Everybody, if you was an indentured servant, and you know what? Yeah, that's what I'm going to show. We're going to show some of that. If you were an indentured servant or just white, you could be a slave. You could be sold. You could be whipped. And people don't even know that. So let's take a look at that. Because that'd be the other thing. They trying to make it seem like you was beaten and all this other stuff. Okay. Well, while they playing games, you can just show them that. And we'll get to this, too. At one point, there was a law called Harrison's Law in 1840, which is 20 years before that other shit we was just reading, those other laws, right? There was something called Harrison's Law coming out, and it talks about, we'll get to this. Well, I might as well just get to it. Well, I just don't want to lose my train of thought. What's the other one? Because that's how I lost it earlier. Because I'm almost losing what the hell I was just saying already. Oh, I was going to show you how white folks can be chain whipped and beaten. Let me see. Which is part of Harrison's Law, I think. It's one of these. Yeah, it's one of these. Hold on, y'all. Servants, and we'll look at some runaway ads. The complexion of these people on these ads. We're gonna look at some stuff. We quoted 3 prosecuted. Right, okay, right here. So this is called the wig address. I mean, this is in a paper, and they said the wig address. This is 1840, so I was on the right one. And we're gonna see what they say. Let me blow that up a little bit more for you. Feel free to screenshot. Feel free to use any of my stuff on videos. Like I actually get flattered once I see some people done stole. I don't even say stole, but done use my stuff in some video they done made. You know what I'm saying? I be like, man, hell yeah. That just means that's what you want. That's what I want. I want my information to propagate out there because it's the right information. I'm hoping it's the right information. I'm pulling it up from right sources, right? Government sources in many cases, newspaper sources, many things, right? So, no, I wanted to move around. I wanted to be seen and all that stuff. So we're gonna read this. Like we're gonna show how people be lying about how white folks, as if they couldn't have been treated just like a slave. It says the Whig Central Committee have come out with an address, the chief object of which is to induce the people to believe that the Harrison's Law for selling and whipping white men and women, okay? It don't get no more clearer than that. Just that one line, let them see that, and they'd be mad in the motherfucker. A law for selling and whipping white men and women applied to criminals only. That's what they're trying to say that it did, even though that wasn't the case. It could be other reasons. You can induce yourself into involuntary servitude for whatever reason because you was broke. and need a place to stay and some food and a job. And so you'll go do involuntary servitude work, and you could be sold or whipped. Okay, but they're trying to say, hey man, that's supposed to only apply to criminals. But even then, did you know that you could be a criminal white person to be sold and whipped like a slave? I bet you didn't know that. Some of them, you know. And on this false ground, they labor to excite the indignation of the people against the notion of working for criminals, that is, taxing the county to support them in jail. Okay. It says the law applied to wrongs committed against the public. To misdemeanors as well as crimes, between which there is a very great difference. And although the acts which drew down the penalty of the law were such as might in general be avoided, that they did not partake of that high culpability requiring selling and whipping. And what are the acts for which Harrison would sell and whip a poor man or woman, while the rich man, I think that's on, I gotta go back to, while the rich man remarked, it's a long one, let's see. Well, we'll just go from this to that, because I know from that one I kind of messed up the order of it. But we're going to read from this. It's still from the same thing, Harrison's Law. But before I say this, from what it just said, basically, you got to think about it. As a criminal white person, you could be sold or whipped just like any other slave, basically. And so you also got to look at slavery as being more of a way, as it was a prison system in a sense back then, because there weren't as many centralized big prison complexes, but you had people who needed to be taken care of, as far as they have to serve their debt back to society. So people can be sold if they, let's say, sold as a slave for life. So a lot of times if you see something like a person is really sold as a slave for life, it's probably because they are in prison for life. That'd be the same thing as saying that you're in prison for life, okay? And you could be in prison for life for a lot of things back then, right? But they would call it enslaved for life, okay? And I'll show you that just to prove to you real quick. Like, on this document that I found in the Library of Congress, I wanted to show the whole document. I wanted to show the top of it, but it was so big that I had to go get it in sections too. But you can see libraryofcongress.gov, but it would tell you that, you see this whole thing, slaves for life. It says the result is that free citizens, talking about black people, even though Negroes weren't supposed to be considered citizens, but that law didn't come out until 1860, but it was like Negroes weren't considered citizens according to the blah, blah, blah. So even though they wrote it down, it's still some bullshit. But it says free citizens are often arrested, plunged into prison, and then sold for their jail fees as slaves for life. Okay, now this was like a thing going around, and we'll get back into it. People, a free citizen to pay jail fees and not being sold, they're being sold off or auctioned off for a fee, because you can't hold them there in your jail cell. You ain't got enough room. You got to get rid of these folks so you can make room for new criminals to be processed, right? So you sell him off to a master who will buy him like a private prison almost, and use him for wages and earnings, you know what I'm saying, or whatever the case may be, as for life. So let's go back to, oh yeah, I was like, what was I looking at? So again, you could be sold for jail fees, for criminal things, whatever the case may be. and white people were no exemption for the most part, but they try to make it seem like it was just us. So let's go to this next part. We quote from a contemporary who says, "There are many acts which in themselves are not in any way criminal, which are made offenses by prohibition. For example, a poor girl," they're talking about a white girl, "a poor girl, as it has been remarked, carrying her butter to the market, trots her horse across a bridge, is prosecuted." Apparently, trotting your horse across the bridge must have like been against the law, basically. As she was trying to go to the market, that's what I'm assuming. I'm like, what the hell is wrong with going across a bridge to try to go to the market with your butter? But I guess you ain't supposed to take a horse across a bridge. These niggas is crazy. But it says she's prosecuted. She's unable to pay the fines and costs, is sold into slavery. A Negro becomes her purchaser, who may whip her with 39 stripes. I don't know why they chose 39 on the bare back, if she attempts to escape! Exclamation point. That means they was pissed. What a killing sympathy for a poor people! Exclamation point. All right. So look, they scared right here. They saying, look, not only can we could just end up going across the bridge on some stupid law. So think about that in today's time. You could be going down the street and your tags is out. Or you can be going down the street and have some kind of minor traffic infraction, but then you didn't pay the ticket. And then that ticket goes to the court. You didn't go to the court date because you just kind of, irresponsible in a sense, But then you don't go to the court date. Now more fees pile up, and then they put an arrest warrant out for your ass. Right? Don't it sound like today's time? So now you got an arrest warrant out. You can't pay the fees, and then some nigga come and buy your ass and starts whipping your ass 39 times. On your bare back, nigga. Shit. This shit's funny. It's funny. Okay, let's go to the next one. Because they say there's 39 stripes every time. It really made me wonder, like, what kind of shit, what's up with y'all in 39, man? And why 39? Oh, these folks. Hold on. I just had to stretch real quick, early morning. Said targeting. It says, a father in a moment of irritation resents an insult offered to his daughter. He is unable to pay the fines and costs and is sold under General Harrison's law into bondage. Okay? Slavery, bondage, right? And basically they're saying, hey, a father somebody talks shit about a father's daughter and he goes off and beat them up or something, and basically you're unable to pay your fines and costs, and now you get sold into bondage. So now you see it more of like a law, like slavery, like a punishment, more so than just everybody's a slave. Now, yeah, later on in the census, they marked you all down as slaves, except for those with free paperwork. But that's really a game. That's why I'm going to have to do a whole documentary call it slavery propaganda. Because we got to know what are all the real things that really were the laws of slavery, as well as what were people coming out with prior to that. Because this is a law, Harrison's law, 20 years before the law we just looked at, the slavery law, which I told y'all, that law seems to kind of come out too late, as if they're trying to cover something up, right? Because they were talking about indentured servants in there too, and we know white folks were indentured servants, but it's almost like, I don't know, it's trying to change things, add the African element in there and all this other stuff. But here, I don't know, what was the laws prior to that? And I still got to go look, and I need to look at what old boy was saying about Code Noir. But I got to look at all the black codes that I can, all the laws regarding slaves. But okay, it says a revolutionary soldier, as suggested by Governor Lucas, in opposition to the law in Ohio, may be insulted when going to the polls by a Tory or British Whig. He resents it, subjects himself to fines which he is too poor to pay, is sold his Tory. Let me see if I can find that one. His Tory. Here it is. His Tory oppressor becomes the old man's purchaser, drives him off into slavery, and whips him with 39 stripes! Exclamation point, exclamation point. These niggas is crazy. Such are some of the beauties of the General Harrison's law. Such a man is no Democrat. He is in heart and feeling, in mind and thought, a Federalist. But long story short, they're basically saying, hey, one of our soldiers, gets into a fight with the other soldier, and then he gets the blame for it or whatever, and then now that same person purchases him and starts whipping his ass 39 times, and he can't get out of it. And it's like, man, ain't that crazy? So, but you see the words slavery, you see the words bondage, right? So they can't say, this is why I'm showing you all of this document, is because, yes, they can't say, well, it wasn't like slavery. No, it says slavery. Well, it wasn't like bondage. No, it says bondage. Well, we wasn't getting whipped. No, you getting whipped. We wasn't being sold. No, you was getting sold too. What else you got? That you want to say that you wasn't, because you was all of it, okay? At least in 1840, right? And especially if you was a criminal. If you came over here as an indentured, likely so too, okay? And a lot of those people did. So, okay. Now, that's what we were looking at that. Now, let's look at this, which was also a part of Harrison's law. It says the following is the section inserted by the committee. No Negro, mulatto, or Indian shall at any time purchase any servant other than their own complexion. And if any of the persons aforesaid shall nevertheless presume to purchase a white servant, such servant shall immediately become free, and shall be so held, deemed, and taken. Now, how many did you know? How many of y'all knew that at one point in time, a Negro, mulatto, or Indian couldn't own anybody other than their own complexion? At least that's what they want you to believe. It's almost like they're playing the game, because why is that? What am I talking about? Okay, so on a census form, you will see a black person as head of household. In fact, I can show you one. I was hoping I had it easily saved. Maybe not. I've been saving a lot of stuff here lately, so it might be in here. Well, let me just open it up. Damn it. Let me see if I got it saved. Nah. All right. Let me just double check, because I hate looking for it, because sometimes it could be annoying to find, but I know I would have saved it at some point. whack. And a lot of times it's just my eyes. I'm skimming so fast that I'm going past it 50 times. Oh, here it is. See, told you. I done went past it 50 times. Okay. So this is Paul Tillman Willis. And we're going to take a look at his 1840 census. So there's the form. We're going to open it up directly. But I want you to notice one thing. We're going to click. I want you to notice one thing. You got a section for head of household. You do not know the color of the head of household because they didn't put it on the form. So you just got to know the person. And then if you can follow their lines down the line, then you can figure out if they black or white. Indian or white, I should say. But, you know, playing games. According to this, they just saying slave or white, free white person or free colored person. Let's view full record. What you'll notice that under Paul Tillman Willis from Alabama, who is a black man, he does have people listed under him as white persons. Now, they're listed as free white persons, but what are they doing there? Why are they under his head of household? That's one thing you gotta ask. What would multiple white folks be doing under his head of household? Are they his workers? They live on his plantation? Are they his indentured servants? Well, there was no category to count the indentured servants. Every white person, that's why I'm showing this, white persons are to be deemed free, right? Even if they are indentured servants, because we never have had a category on a census form that said, hey, these are the indentured servants. They do have slaves category, right? But also, we just saw that white folks can be sold into slavery. They can be sold, whipped 39 times, be in bondage, all that stuff, right? So this is why I say it's like the census form purposely was the reclassification, was a purposeful trickery on paper for everybody in the United States to, one, give white people free status no matter what they was doing. They could have all been goddamn slaves at the time, to be honest. And then two, to give black people a slave status, which they will eventually attribute to being African, to disassociate you from the landmass. Let's see. These are copper and white. Is a status, not a color. Said they were before 1870. So, but you got here white persons, slaves, free white persons, free colored people. There should be somewhere free colors. But let's look at the actual thing. Now, I didn't notice that persons employed in agriculture too. I didn't even see that. So just think about that. So what is a white person doing under him that's not employed in agriculture? And then you got other free white persons under him. What are they doing there? I wish I knew. But let's keep going. Let's open this up. So there's Mr. Paul Tillman Willis, Sr. And as you go over, you will see little marks. Marks, right? And these marks on this page coincide with the free white persons that are listed up under him. Yes. This would be free colored persons. Okay? And they have a category for that. Now, if white people come into a state or come into an area, Indian territory, and create a state, and all of a sudden force everybody under jurisdiction who are the Indians that stay there, and force everybody under jurisdiction, then when they go around, because of their laws and their forms, they say that, hey, we are here now. I know all y'all niggas are already living here, but if you want to be a free colored person, you need to be, you need to get this paperwork. For whatever reason, technically you shouldn't. You was already free living on your land, and whatever the case may be. But if you was head of household, technically you probably was free. Meaning, if they came to your family's location, you would be listed as the name of the head of the family. So then you got to ask them, what's the free color folks? Well, I mean, that could be your wife. But if your wife don't have free color folk papers, well, your wife is your slave. That's what I'm getting at. If your wife doesn't have free colored papers for whatever reason, even though they just kind of got to the state like Alabama and created it in close to 1820, 18 whatever, before that, 1816 something. By the 1820 census, if you ain't got no damn free colored person's paper, because they done moved up shop, well, you go down on the census as a slave. Now, you may not be a slave, really, but that's what they deemed you as a colored person. Because what else was they going to deem you as a colored person if you ain't got no free paperwork? Whereas white persons, well, they just get to be free. Could they have counted some of these white folks under the slave category? That's possible. It's possible, but it doesn't really say. It just says slaves. That would be on the next page, and I don't think I have the next page up. Well, yeah, here's one example. Slaves, male, female. That's all you get. It don't say white slaves, black slaves, whoever slaves. Then you got a number of people employed. What does it say? Number of persons employed in number of persons in each family employed in. And so this is what they say. If you're employed in mining, agriculture, commerce. Sorry, looks like this says manufacturers and something. And then you got a couple other categories, but you don't really have anything to show if white folks are anything other than that. That's why I say it's kind of like a game. Because you got to think, it's not like the people at the time who did this paperwork and made this form and put this right here and all that. It's not like they didn't know what they was doing. It's not like they didn't know Harrison's Law was going on. Let's go back to Harrison's Law. It's not like they didn't know that was going on. It's not like they didn't know that there was indentured servitude all over the place, and they should account for people who are indentured servants being up under the house or up under the plantation of a black person. It's not like they didn't know this stuff. Y'all think they just didn't know? Well, we just trying to make them form account, folks. We just trying to figure it out. We just trying to, get our citizens, Yeah, it's a bunch of bullshit. It's definitely a bunch of bullshit. What's up, Earth? Appreciate that. Good morning to you. Grand rising to you. So, yeah. We definitely can tell. It's not like these people didn't know that was going on. That's why I always call the census form is where they did the biggest trickery on paper. And it's like they knew that they were slaves. They knew that they was indentured servants. They knew they was being whipped and sold. They knew all the other stuff was happening. They knew slavery could be a penalty. They knew black folks were free. They knew some black folks were just head of households and just didn't have the proper paperwork to say that they was free, but they just classified you. They knew that they was doing all this stuff, okay? And it's just like, but they utilize the slave status to get you out of a lot of different things. Now, let's look at some of these slaves, too, that came here. Or some of these people that came here that people don't really look into on some of these forums. So as you can see, we'll look at different ones. It says, in the Snow Hercules, a parcel of likely English and Irish servants, men and women, okay, and are to be disposed of by William Hartley, the William Hartley Thomas Robinson or Lawrence Anderson on board the said Snow, now lying off the opposite to Market Street wharf. So you can screenshot that if you want to, but if you didn't, this is in 1738, y'all. If you didn't think they was coming over here in boats as slaves like the Africans, not here, yeah, they were. Just because you call them a servant, don't mean nothing different. No, they was trying to dispose of your ass as soon as they got your ass to the shore, just like a African servant, if they slave or whatever. Little word games. But these people wouldn't have been free. These people could have been whipped or sold or whatever the case, right? So this is that slavery propaganda we undoing here today, okay? Let's look at something else. A runaway away. This is 1744. It says, from William Noblet, whatever, of Middletown in Chester County, an Irish servant man named John McCullum, about 26 years of age, a likely man, fair and fresh-colored, straight brown hair, has little smiling eyes, a sharp nose, and broad chin. A sober, modest young man, but in company he is apt to sing, has a soft, womanly voice. He whistles well, with little alteration of his lips. Why would you say that? He whistles well with little alterations of his lips. Damn, okay, looking, that nigga paying attention too much to a nigga lips. But, okay. Had on when he went away a jockey coat of blue broad cloth, the white metal buttons, a light colored jacket with a double breast, a check shirt, blah, 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 blah. Whoever takes up the foresaid secures for his servant, so that his master may have him again, shall have £3 reward and reasonable charge. So I just wanted to show this, that yes, you can also be put in the ads as a runaway. So you can be whipped, sold, beaten, all this other stuff, and you can also be prosecuted, or not really prosecuted, but you can also be sought after through legal means in the newspapers as an Irish man, and he's fresh-colored. So that's not an Irish black guy. This is a fresh-colored Irish guy. So that's one of the terms they would use for some people. Let's look at one. But we will see some others. Now, here's a runaway in 1764. The 29th of November last, from the subscriber living in Warminster, whatever, Township, Bucks County, an Irish servant lad, James Ferguson, 20 years of age, 5'7", 8 inches high, thick set, fair complexion, okay, thick lips, speaks very coarse and thick, and wears his own sandy hair queued with a black ribbon. Had on when he went away, abreast, blah, 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 blah. Whoever takes up secures the servant. So we got another Irish servant here, this runaway. but this is a fair complexion. So I'm doing this on purpose because I did these because we're going to see other complexions. But I wanted to show that there are other complexions listed. Fresh complexion, fair complexion. Okay, well, what else we got? We got white complexion. Okay. And we're talking about another servant. As you see, it's kind of covered up. Malero man named John. I thought it said mulatto, but it's not. But of a very white complexion, aged about 22 years, is tall limbed, blah, 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 blah. Okay? So we got another one, but he's a white. So we got a white complexion, a fresh complexion, a fair complexion. Okay? So we know that they know how to describe complexions, whatever, in different ways. Okay. Ran away. My bad. Ran away on the 13th instant from John, Emily, whatever. Westchester, New Jersey. 2 servant men. One named Evan Jones, about 20 years of age, of small stature, black hair, but cut off, and wears a cotton cap. He had on when he went away a coat and blah, 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 blah. Leather stockings, whatever, around his shoes. The other is an Irishman named Samuel Gwyn, by trade, a weaver, speaks good English, a bold, flat face, fair complexion, of middle stature, brown hair, or whatever. Whoever said that. So this is still talking about fair complexion. Okay, this is a white complexion servant. With a palish complexion, okay? Let's get to the ones where I'm really, the Dutch slaves. Let me just read this one because I ain't read this one in a while. Dutch slaves, a new sight. 4 of the drove of redemptioners mentioned in the above extract arrived here in Harrisburg, owned by Captain Thomas P. Moore. 12 or 13 more have been sold on the way. So they're talking about selling some Dutch folks. The cry of Dutch slaves, okay, soon assembled the town around them. They are all very young, 3 of them, I think, underage. They heavily complained of their usage and asserted that they had been belonging and betrogen, belied and betrayed, from the beginning to the end. 3 of them have since absconded, and though pursued by the agents of the owner and the advertisements of runaway Dutch servants, have not yet been found. Not one of them can speak a word of English. Notice that not one of them can speak a word of English. And they are all mechanics. The 4th remains here working as a tailor at Mr. Watson's shop, where he is very content and very well treated. Now, don't get me wrong, the Dutch don't speak English, I guess, or do the Dutch speak English? I don't know. What are the Dutch supposed to speak? What's their language? Is it Dutch or something? Let me see. Let me look it up. Or do it this way. What language do people speak in Denmark? Or I should say the Dutch, because I don't even think that's Denmark. I don't know. Do Dutch people speak? I be getting those confused. I guess there's the Dutch language. Let me see. What language do Dutch people speak? A Germanic language also called Netherlands. Dutch people speak Dutch. Oh, my bad. Dutch people speak Dutch. Okay, so Dutch is the language, and I was thinking that too. A West Germanic language also called Netherlands. That's what I said, because that's not Denmark. Dutch people are in the Netherlands. That's why I changed it up. I be getting that confused or whatever, just because it got a D. Just because it has a D in it or whatever. The Netherlands. So it makes sense why they wasn't speaking English. But, we expect, since they was some white tea-colored person coming from Europe, that they probably was speaking English. But no, A lot of people came over here, didn't speak it. It says the fourth remains here working as a tailor, blah, 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 blah. Okay? Now we have another servant here, white servant of a fair complexion. We just go back, go away. We don't need to see the rest here. We've seen plenty of those. Convict servant of a dark complexion. So let's look at this one. Ran away on the 6th instant May from a subscriber living in Snowden's Manor in Fredericks County. A convict servant. So think about that. A convict servant. Some that just say a servant. So, you know, he was probably a servant because he broke the law compared to the other people probably accepted a servant or indentured contract. But, you know, who knows? Some people write their own articles, so you can't take these as full fact. But, you know, people usually write as much as they want to write in there about the people. And it says a man named John Williams, 5'8", 9 inches high, pretty well proportioned, and of a very dark complexion. He is a sailmaker or ship-rigger by trade, a very assuming forward fellow. So he's a very dark complexioned convict servant who is a sailmaker and a ship-rigger instead of just some dude just doing some bullshit. So, okay, let's go to the next one. We got a German servant of a sandy complexion, okay? And we're just looking at different complexions being explained of these people who were servants. But we also will see different things, too. So this is of a yellow complexion, another servant, $100 reward for Gabriel's ass, okay? But he has woolly hair, though. Let's look at that. Virginia, August last, under the pretense of the going of the Washington, my servant man Gabriel, about 28 years old, yellow complexion with thick woolly hair and long whiskers, I don't know, about 5 feet 10 inches high. Whenever he speaks or is spoken to, he has a habit of nodding his head. He's an artful fellow, blah, blah, blah. Let's see, artful fellow, and will endeavor to pass for a freeman, having procured a copy of a certificate of freedom. Took with him a gray nigga done found him a way to get him one of them letters. You think about that today. Niggas gonna get you a motherfucking counterfeit something. Nigga, you gonna get you a new apartment with it, nigga. You gonna get you a this or that with it. CPN ass niggas. We ain't playing no games. Fuck you and your sister. But okay. Took with him a gray spare coat, blah, blah, blah. Wore away mixed black, white linens, and blah, blah, blah. Okay. So this doesn't really say where he comes from, but we got a yellow complexion person with woolly hair. Okay. Now we got a dark complexion person. Now this is ran away from a seminary, Negro man, Danby, formerly the property of Absalom Pate. Negro is about 30 years of age, rather dark complexion. So why did I screenshot this? Because this would be like your normal, right? But he's a rather dark complexion, and they called him a Negro. So if they called this person right here, if they said one of these people, they said it was a dark complexion, like this person right here, a convict from a very dark complexion, well, I'm going to assume that to also mean black folk, right? A Negro. So then we go to, because the reason why we're looking at these is also, we were just talking about how people can only own people of their own complexion with Harrison's Law. But I also wanted to show that I have some people coming over that do come from other places that list as a black person, but they come from overseas. That's what I was trying to get to. I got so many of these goddamn things. Runaway servant man. Goodness. me see if I can find it. I may have to type it in. English Everyman, Trey Carpenter, short black hair, swarthy complexion. Okay, here's one. Here's one. So we have an English servant man of a swarthy complexion right there. To me, swarthy complexion with short black curled hair. Okay, an English man, servant. So we got a black servant, not a black slave. Think about that. We got a black person coming over. They didn't list him as a slave. They said he's a servant because he's coming as an Englishman. And he's a swarthy complexion with short black curled hair. Okay? That's why I wanted to show something like that. Something like that is very telling. And he ran away, 1777. So this stuff really helps to dispel some of the myths of, okay, here's one. Or is it? Let me see if it say where he came from. A darkest complexion. Runaway. It doesn't say where he came from or what he was. Let me do this. Irish servant of a fair complexion. We seen that one. Irish servant of a fresh colored. Irish servant. We saw that one. Man, I got more that show brown complected people. Were they Irish or were they Dutch? They might have been Dutch. They might have been Dutch. I mean, I did have one Irish. Let me put Dutch. Dutch Palestine man of a sword. Yeah, here we go. Runaway on 23rd last, whatever. Salem, a Dutch Palatine servant man named Jacob Lafont, about 20 years of age, of middle stature, well set, and of a swarthy complexion, black straight hair, can speak very good French and whatever. So with the black straight hair, with the swarthy complexion, it could either be a black man with just his hair done, cleaned up, one of our folks, or it could be like a Hindustan folk that's of a swarthy complexion with black straight hair. Doesn't really say that, but I would think the name wouldn't be Jacob Lafont if it was a Hindustan person. That's another thing to keep in mind too. The name likely wouldn't be Jacob Lafont, okay, or Lassant, whichever one it is. So I take all that stuff into account and be like, nah, he's probably a Moor, one of those Dutch, Netherlands or something coming over here, or Moors or something. Let's see if we got another one here. A Dutch servant lad named John, 17 years of age, crooked nose of a fair complexion. Dutch servant man, 24 years of age, of a brown complexion, with scars on his face. So of a brown complexion, of this Dutch servant lad right here coming in. Doesn't really say his hair type. Had on when he left here, blah, 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 sleeves, black leather, whatever. So the rest, you kind of got to guess at it. We looked at the runaway Dutch slaves. Runaway Dutch, what was his complexion? Doesn't say slave. Now this one they call him. Right here. Okay. So let me read this whole thing. Runaway from Benjamin Corbin, a mulatto slave, aged about 29 years old, called by the name of Lawrence, a thick, short, well-set man with bushy hair, thick in his speech and speaks Dutch. He spreads very wide at the knees in his walking and blah, blah, blah. If any person can secure the said slave so the owner can find him again, blah, blah, blah. But here we have a Dutch black slave. They said he was mulatto slave. So, look, man, I ain't gonna go to too many more of those, but you kind of get it just off of that. It was a lot of different kind of people who were coming here, who were being enslaved, as well as some of our Indians being enslaved or indentured servants or whatever. Now, just because you were a slave doesn't mean you couldn't get out of it. Yeah, let me pull this up. Doesn't mean you couldn't get out of the situation all the time. And a lot of people will say that's what separated, that would be the main thing that separated black slavery from white slavery, is the fact that black slavery was perpetual and you couldn't get out of it. And white slaves only had 7 years. They was indentured. They had the black English mixed with the indigenous people. And I can believe that. I need to do more history on the languages, man, because people say English came from here. Sorry, I had to stretch that, get a big stretch in. People say that slavery came from here. I mean, not slavery, English came from here. And I can believe that too, because of all the trickery that's done, going back to maybe Old English days. But it's hard for me to know that, but I will say I do believe Latin was here. I do believe, I do know Hebrew words as well as Egyptian scripts would have been here, unless people are just randomly placing them things in mounds and stuff all over the place. I do know that stuff has been here as well, so I could believe the whole thing about that. Yeah, and I know about the Benjamin Franklin book. Who did I learn that from? From Los. And yeah, that was pretty explosive to see that in the book. So yeah. But yeah, so like, just because you're in slavery doesn't mean everybody was slaves, and also doesn't mean you couldn't get out of slavery. And then we also looked at some slave laws earlier, right? And there was a little bit of trickery, word trickery, all right? Now I want to show some things, and then we'll look at some reasons why I told you how you can get out of slavery. But I want you to look at just this real quick. Well, first, let's look at this. Now, this is supposed to be a replica of a ship in the Spanish, museum, in a museum in Spain. And I just noticed that all these barrels would be all your provisions, all your food and water. And so I was like, oh, so if you kept the food and water down there, well, where the hell did you keep the slaves? And if the slaves were kept here and took up this space, were they, shitting and pissing on all of the stuff over time and kind of contaminating your provisions? You know what I'm saying? It don't look like you got enough room for provisions and people and separate them for them to be in there naked and just having all the things happen like they be saying. You know what I'm saying? And not a whole lot of room up there at the top. So it's just like, okay. But also, this is the actual website I was on when I went to go do the virtual tour of the museum. And in this is me actually doing a virtual tour, and I took a screenshot of this. Now, as you can see, this is America. That's South America, right? I immediately noticed the number of lines going this way compared to the number of lines coming from this way. I was like, whoa. I said, look how many lines came from that direction, dude. and compared to lines coming straight from Spain to here. And we're in Spain's. And I do know, because I know the history, this is the Philippines named after King Philip of Spain. Meaning Spain was all up in this bitch, right? And so they were sending off ships from the Philippines all over here. Now, I wish there was years listed on all of these, but these would be your Chinos showing up, your Chinese, your Filipinos, and all of them coming over with the Spaniards and maybe some Moors. This literally is showing you, yeah, nigga, this is where they showed up. They was coming into ports right here and coming into ports mainly right there and spreading out. If they came from this way, only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ships came from that way. The rest of these are returning coming from around here. They was taking a trip going around. They would come over here and then go around and come up. Whereas this one is saying, so only really like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's really showing you, yeah, people wasn't really crossing that Atlantic like that. Now, they was crossing the hell out of the Pacific. And it makes me wonder, just because this looks like it's longer than it is, it makes me wonder if it really ain't that long and they just be drawing it like that. Because it makes you think that, man, why would they take that voyage over this one right here? Boy, that ain't that long. That's pretty easy. But obviously they took that route. You gotta wonder about that. My bad, I'm gonna stop stretching. It's that morning time. None can travel 9,000 miles on a wooden ship. And no electricity, no food lines for 4 to 3, 5, 6 months. Yeah, I will say some people can make it on. I'll say you can't pack the ship all the way full of people, and especially the whole slavery stuff. But I will say that, yeah, you can float on a little boat across the damn ocean for a couple months. It sucked. And I say that just, the wooden boats do deteriorate. They have problems, but a lot of these people do stop at ports. They'll stop at islands in between places, and they'll fix their boats. So, like, a lot of times these people would make this trip. In between, there might be a couple of little small islands they might stop at as they make their little way. But I do get what you're saying. It ain't the best, but, I can see back then people wanting to explore, because we all moved around somehow. Boats was pretty big back in the day, a big way of transporting. Now, I know it's still kind of a little rickety wooden boats, but if you put enough food and water somewhere and you use the old practices like salting your meats so that way they'll stay fresh and you don't need a refrigerator, and had enough fresh water and really just wanted to brave it, it would be a dangerous ass mission. But some people are brave enough to say, fuck it, I'll just like somebody might, if they ever go out of space, which I don't know if they really ever will, but or have. But, people will take that chance. You know what I'm saying? They'll hop their ass up in the motherfucking rocket and die. Yeah, and feel like they was their fate. You know what I'm saying? Me, I don't know if I would cross no damn ocean. But some people will try it. I could just see the I can't think of the word, not pride, but I could just see the I don't know, I can't think of the word right now because I guess I'm just too damn high. But people just really want to do it just to prove a point, just to prove it to themselves. I can't think of the word that I'm thinking of, so I can see it. You don't need electricity to cross. You just need wind power. You don't really need no lights. I mean, at nighttime, you ain't gonna have no light like that, but, what do you really need electricity for? Not a whole lot, you know what I'm saying? Back then, they knew how to keep their meats in certain ways that would preserve it and not spoil. whether they cook it or, make jerkies or salt it, keep it under salt, and then you can break it out of the salt and fry that hoe up. You can always still somewhat fish, but in many cases, yeah, you got to bring everything you need. Well, you can bring barrels of water. That's what that whole thing was. That's why I said people can cross. I'm not against people can crossing. I'm against the idea that people coming up in packing that thing way full of too many people. Plus, you got you got to have the provisions. Plus, you got to have this. Now you're dealing with weight issues, people issues, excrement issues, disease issues and all that other stuff. But if you have this kind of boat right here and it's like 12, 15, 20, 30 of y'all sitting on the top deck and you got that whole bottom full of provisions, all them barrels is water and y'all can piss and shit on the side of the motherfucking boat. It's really not that hard. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why I read these Voyagers books because I believe some people did come. You know what I'm saying? Like if I was to go on the notion that nobody could make the whole lot, could ever make the trip until ships came into play and electricity, then I would have to ignore all of these books that say that they saw black Indians here. All of these books that actually drew woolly-haired Indians and what they were doing. I would have to ignore all of those. And I'm not gonna that now. What am I gonna use for facts, right? What can I use to prove our existence if I believe nobody ever came until ships came? Because at that point, then the story just becomes a old world getting destroyed by ships coming over here in modern times. Which we know that things happen prior to that. You know what I'm saying? So I get people try to go to a little bit to the extreme on the ships can't make it, but ships can make it. People can make it. You can survive. You just need the wind to get you there. It can suck. It will suck. But and there's currents that can take you there too. There's a lot of currents like the stream. What do they call it? The Gulf Stream current. That almost if you just get on that bitch, it's gonna float your ass there. So you really don't even really need much of a whole lot of power. You just need to get on the right stream, and it's gonna float you there according to what they say. So yeah, you said airships, yeah. Don't get me wrong. I know about the airship stories and stuff like that, but I'm still not gonna discount the. That's what I'm saying. If we just gonna go off of airships and old world theories, then you're talking about everything happening around the late 1800s when ships were available, mid to early 1800s, when ships were available, and people were still flying around like that, and that I just don't see being the exact case. I do know that there are some facts within the old world because these things have been destroyed. So I don't discount the old world stuff because I also look into that. But to say no wooden ships can make it, it's just, that's just not right. They can make it. You know what I mean? People was coming back and forth. You got a long time, even before airships, you got to think. People just don't all of a sudden randomly just start with airships. Even if you think about the airship and the high civilization that we had at some point, it started somewhere else. We had to get overseas some other kind of way. We just didn't build airships and took off. We likely built ships and boats and other things, and they just ain't telling us. You know what I'm saying? But there's a whole water there to cross. There's you're gonna think about a log floating on the water. You can see that easily. You're gonna think about ways of trying to invent that and make that work before you're gonna invent some idea about some airship. It's just like it's not a logical step that you would just instantly get into, unless we were just born all with clairvoyance and all knowing, and when we hit this earth, we just was manufacturing it up, and we just hit the airships and went to work. Again, we trying to prove stuff through the records and information and hard facts. When we get into those kind of stories, you ain't really got a whole lot of hard facts. You ain't really got a whole lot of documents that can prove that. You ain't really got a whole lot of stuff that can show the exact dates when it happened. What we can do is look and deduce that these buildings are older than what they say. They weren't built in a year or two. Capitol buildings everywhere, castles everywhere. But at the same time, I also think about the type of people that were drawn in the allegory of the continents. Let me show you. Like, I don't know exactly what happened with the old world. I really wish I knew how they destroyed a lot of these buildings, because I just don't see them destroying them with basic muskets and cannons. But at the same time, and the reason why I say that about the muskets and cannons is because there's remnants of the old world still available in, like, I did a video on it in California and San Francisco. And when you look at the actual buildings, I mean, it's hard stone, and they're thick. So, but when you go and look at, like, when they show our folks in some of these buildings and these paintings in the allegory of the continents, how they draw us, and these are drawn of us in the 1700s. I wish I could zoom in further. But that person is your American. Now, let me get it off of there. I hate when you hit it. I wish they would make this better. Maybe it just sucks on the iPad. I can just do that. So now when you look at him, he's not like the Indian you would think of a primitive type. You know, they're always drawn with these toga-like mantles, okay? Roman-like. And that's when I look at it. They always have one over the shoulder. Now, this is why I also go by the books that I read and the voyagers that came, because they also say in these books, and I can show you, that these people wear cotton mantles over the shoulder and with one shoulder exposed. So that's another reason why I'm not going to discount the ships, because obviously a nigga came on a ship and many niggas did, and they saw like the same kind of situation. And then you got people painting people with the same kind of situation going on with one thing over their shoulder. And when you look up like what did Roman people look like back in the day? Really, I should have looked at what they wear. But notice how they got them wearing. What's over one shoulder? A mantle, a cotton mantle over the shoulder, like a Roman, right? Everybody's wearing these cape mantles, but you would see that on these folks. But technically, it was drawn by our people, on our people all throughout Europe. I mean, all throughout Germany. And let me show you what I mean by we have Roman-like stuff. State capitol buildings. They look like Roman structures. Right? And when I read some books, I've read a book where a voyager said that Indians here have porticos. They said the caciques build porticos onto their structures or to their homes. A portico is that front porch thing with the big columns. Every single one of these have a portico. And in fact, all of our plantations have porticos. And in fact, all of our homes have porches, and a porch is a portico. Just a small porch, a small portico. But other than that, we are the ones in America that have these porticos or porches. Now, on top of that, I can't remember which one it was. Is it South Carolina? Let me put South Carolina. No, I wanted to see like the words on the front. I forget which state capital it was, but it has like the name of the state on the front. But I recently realized it had a V in place of where the U was. So I'm now trying to think of what the hell was I looking at that has a U in the name. Not Utah. I can't remember. But long story short, when I looked at it, I was like, ain't that Latin? Latin has the little V's for the U's. And then I was like, why is there Latin words on Roman structures in America? And you would say, well, people would say, well, that's because the white folks got here and they're the Romans and they can. So that's not that many structures like this. Let's go back to the state capitol buildings in Europe. Okay, they don't have that many kind of portico looking buildings like this that looks Roman like buildings in Europe. I don't even know what. Let's say. State capitol buildings in Europe. I don't even know if they would call them state capitals. I'm trying to, but let me just see. Yeah, I guess they got some parliamentary buildings, so I don't want to take it away. But at the same time, I'm also not surprised to see some, as we were those folks over there as well. And that's also if all of these are going to those. Because let's say that this is this parliamentary building, and yeah, that probably is going there. So I won't take it away from them. But they don't have tons of Roman structures like we do. But they do have some. They do have some. But we have them all over the place. All over the place. And I think these are like, it looks like, but these are showing United States monuments. So it's like doing it this way ain't the best representation because I really have to click each one of these to see. Like, I really don't think they have that many. 25 buildings you need to see, discover, let's see. Now, they do have stuff like this. They do have castles. And we have castles too. So, like, this is why they say a lot of our surnames are tied to Europe as well, because a lot of our surnames come from here, okay, and then go there, and then eventually they come back after some time. But they don't show that, you know. They just show people coming over with those surnames later. They could be Moors. Now that's the White House in America. So really, I really don't know how many Europe really has. Let me see. Europe's state capitol buildings, because if they're not called state capitol buildings, then this is going to pull up state capitol buildings in the United States just off the word, like, see, U.S. state capitol, because of the wording. So it's hard for me to really just look for all of Europe's actual buildings, and if they do have porticos that are Roman style, or if all the ones I'm seeing are really the ones in the United States. But either way, if you were to type in, let's say, Roman structures in Europe, these are the kind of things you're going to see. Dilapidated buildings, the old school, building, the Colosseum, a lot of ruins. Now, that doesn't mean that they don't have some old world buildings, but just comparing their Roman style stuff to what we got as Roman style stuff, you know. I know I'm kind of far off in the weeds. We was talking about slavery, and I'm gonna get back on it, but yeah. So, you know, don't get me wrong. You know what I'm saying? And when you go look at our folks, and a lot of these, and let me, I pull it up on a website so you can really see it real fast, but let me just pull up my little folder so I can go through them faster instead of trying to go through that website. The cool part about the website is the website was recently done and redigitized. And so basically what you have is these people are still in current day's time marking these people as Americans. So these white folks in Germany know what the hell these people are that they drew. But that would be another. She's got the cotton mantle. It's of a really nice design. And she's got the pearls and all that. So think about these kind of people living in or doing business in the state capitol buildings. Real Roman-like, melanated Indians with a bow and arrows on them, always ready in case somebody want a trip. Let me go to another one. That's that one over there, but they got like more of a turban on right there. That one, she has a little gold. She ain't got the mantle on her, but she's got the little gold sash thing going down and the pearls and all this other stuff. This one, she has her cotton mantle, just like I showed the Romans. They always got the little cotton mantle going across, almost one going across the shoulders to a degree, and then it detaches from there. Okay. That was done. I don't really see the cotton mantle on that person, but they also out there fighting. This was one. Not necessarily a cotton mantle over the one shoulder, but like a coat of a or whatever, a robe, I should say. I would say more like a robe, like a Roman styled robe. Yeah, I had to make sure that wasn't that one. So she's got her cotton over one, somewhat over the shoulder, hanging off of there. Cotton mantle. These people are not fully dressed. That's why I'm going by them kind of quick. Cotton mantles. That's one of the biggest things you see, and you don't see them on all of the other people in the allegory of the continents. Now that wasn't the only style of dress, like some people like the Chippewas had stuff like this when they were filmed, but even that's not bad, It's not primitive, as primitive as they want you to believe. And so these people, I guess what I'm getting at is, I can see these people being in those places. She's got the cotton mantle, pearls, and everything looking prestigious, right? You got your primitives. Like, these could be some of your primitive Indians, but even then, they still got little cotton bottoms to a degree. Going across the bottom, some of them just got the, I ain't gonna lie, a lot of us like to not wear clothes, especially if you're in warm climates. A lot of us will be shirtless. Now, in today's time, depending on your city and how you feel about your body and everything, you may not, but if everybody walking around had nice bodies because we didn't have to do so much work, or we was out here actually doing other stuff, putting in work, agricultural work, outside, outdoors, this, that, and the third, you might walk around with your body showing too. So yeah. So your research is impeccable. I appreciate that. Peace. What's up, Obi-Wan? A lot of people coming up in here this morning. So yeah, I definitely would be that way too. And even these people, show them with nice little cotton. Not necessarily over the shoulders, but a lot of other things you'll notice are the pearls, double pearls sometimes triple pearls. So a lot of these people in pearls, sometimes on the arms or hoops, gold hoops. There's a lot of things that you will see with a lot of the ways that these people double pearls on the ears, double pearls on the arms. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these things you will see pearls as well as pearls in the ears, right? A lot of these things you will see pearls in the ears. Themes that do not change. Pearls and hoop earrings. And y'all, a lot of our women today are Black American Indian women. Today still wear a pair of pearls like that. Okay? So let me get back. She said, what is Black European? You might be talking to somebody else. Are you talking to me? What is a Black European? Or more? Anybody that came over that was black from Europe? Black people ruled Europe before white people even ruled it. So those will be your Black Europeans. If that's what you're asking. But we also looked at some Dutch people coming over here listed as swarthy and black, brown complexions, listed as runaway servants they got here that don't speak English, all that other kind of stuff. Now, I want everybody to also realize as we looked at those documents, what's up, RE? Good morning. As we looked at those documents, those newspaper clippings, let me see if I can find them again. Well, I'll just type it in. The Dutch ones, that they did not say that those people were Negroes, even though sometimes they could be referring to those folks as Negroes, but typically they didn't call them Negroes, but they did say they had certain complexion. A Dutch Palatine man of a swarthy complexion, of a swarthy complexion right there, right? A Dutch Palatine man, runaway, 1739. Another Dutch servant of a swarthy complexion. And even one of them we saw earlier that said the hair was woolly, hair was curly, all that other shit, you know. Black hair. This one said black hair straight, but we seen one earlier that was curly. So you know, it really just dispels things like this. Help to dispel many different myths, like that Europeans were all white, or that only black people were slaves, or that white slaves couldn't be sold, whipped, and slaves for life, and all this other stuff just because they were indentured. That ain't true. You know, you can really start to dispel a lot of these things just by looking at many different, you know, newspapers and different sources besides just kind of like, you know, your mainstream narratives. British and Britons are two different people. That's exactly right. Britons are the black people. British are your white tea folks or mulattoes. Gangs in New York. Watch out. I've never seen that. I've heard that name before, though. Them 20 and off Africans that came to Virginia were Moors. I've heard they were white Afrikaners, but I don't know. I'd have to see a source. He said, yes, thank you. Oh, yeah. Trust nothing until you walk the quest of questions. That's real until you get the sources. And don't get me wrong, I do understand that some things may be hard to find, or maybe because we're trying to find people, we're trying to catch people in these lies. And these are also people who are good at lying and have lied in a lot of official things like the law and legislation and many things. Like that one law that we said, showed it said that Negroes wasn't even here during the Constitution as free people. Let's look at that since new people are in here. Let's look at that real quick. Did I screenshot that? Yeah, okay. So this was in the Slave Codes 1860. Kind of late to the game. But in the Library of Congress, it says, when the Constitution was adopted, they were not regarded in any of the states as members of the community which constituted the state, and were not numbered among its people or citizens. Consequently, the special rights and immunities granted to citizens do not apply to them, talking about Negroes, and not Africans, just Negroes, because they say something about Africans, and we'll show that too for those who didn't see it. And not being citizens within the meaning of the constitutions, they are not entitled to sue in that character in a court of the United States. Notice they say in that character. My bad, y'all. Notice they say in that character, like as if Negro is a character. I never thought about it that way. Like, what do you mean about that? Now, I know character can mean like, you know, like your personality or whatever, but persona in a sense, but also it's like you being a character, like a fake person calling yourself a Negro in a sense. But I could be over exaggerating that word character. It says in a court of the United States. Now, since this is talking about court and law, this is where I would take. I said in the court of the United States. Now, since this is talking about court and law, this is where I would take into. I would take into account like the law definitions of things, because I know a lot of people like to throw out, hell, in law is this and in law is that. Well, you ain't dealing with law every time we're talking about a particular thing or subject. When I talk about something being black, I'm not talking about law, unless I'm talking about law. So if I say that my wall is painted black, now I could come up with another word to describe that color. Also thinking about etymology, that's not supposed to be black. That means pale and all this other stuff. But you got to think about context a lot of times, when some person is using the words, when they're not. What is its purpose? And so my wall is painted black, as you can see, right? I paint my walls black. All right, it's a manly color. It's a manly, masculine kind of feel to it. But that ain't got nothing to do with law, right? My wall ain't got nothing to do with law. I can see a Moore coming up and being like, your wall is not black, brother. Okay? By law, your wall is sovereign. I'm just playing with. But it's all about context. And I say that because people do that to me all the time. I think yesterday I was going back and forth with a lady on Twitter about the word Moor. She was like, she left a comment and she said, Moors would never call them, in Europe, would never call themselves black. That's like an abomination or something. I'm like, you do realize there was a term called blackamoor, and black was used to describe them as an adjective. She said it. The Arabic word for black is aswad, which I knew about that because that's what they try to say where Somalia or one of them comes from, one of them places. But long story short, she was like, and I was like, but we're speaking English. Why would I use an Arabic term, an Arabic adjective to describe a European when I'm using English words? I'm gonna use a English adjective like black to describe that person. Now, I'm not talking about law. I'm not talking about Old English. I'm not talking about Middle English. I'm talking about today's English, black, which also means that you are a descendant of Africa. So I understand how that can be confusing, because I'm not going to say that Moore is a descendant of Africa, but we're not talking about that whole person of that word. We're talking about the adjective that describes the color in a crayon box, okay? And that can sometimes be used, But I do understand the whole thing about black in law. So as you see right here, they try to say that when the Constitution was adopted, that black people, or Negroes, were not regarded in the states as members of the community which they constituted. But that's not true, because prior to 17, we looked it up already, or I'll show you since new people are here. When you go to a record from a census from 1776, which would be before the Constitution, at least that date that it said, right? This is going to show that, black people were here. And they did not list them as slaves on this census. They list them as black males, black women, or black children. Now, granted, they listed them under a head of household, but they don't tell you, and they never do ever tell you who the head of household is, what their color is, until 1860. They went almost that many, 1870, I think, 1870. They went that long before they decided to tell people what these people were. And you got to think, did they do that on purpose? Yes. Yeah, it ain't like they couldn't have made a box, just like they made a box for the rest of this bullshit. You know what I'm saying? And they was always changing it up. So every year they changed it up. You mean to tell me nobody said, do you think we should list whether these people are white or black or what their complexion is? No, just let them figure it out in the future. They be playing games. But either way, black people were in the society. Now, whether you want to say they weren't regarded as people of the if as citizens, if you're on a fucking census form, you pretty much are a citizen because you're pretty much under the jurisdiction of either the state or the colony that you're in. So, just this part is kind of idiotic, but it also in a sense, it shows malice. In my opinion, it shows malice because we know that they know black people were there and functioning as free members of the society, moving about like normal. We know that, but they still wrote this, okay? So that's how you know it's some bullshit. Now look at this one. This one says, an African admitting his ancestors to have been slaves is not a citizen of the U.S. So if you were an African admitting that your ancestors have been slaves, now again, we did say that the birthright citizenship may have amended this and allowed so-called Africans to be citizens, which it could have. We looked at it. It didn't profusely express anything about an African, but it just said that anybody born here can be a citizen, So in a sense, yes, but still a slippery slope by claiming that your folks is African, like the FBAs be doing. But it says the plaintiff having admitted by his demeanor or demure or whatever it says, demeanor or whatever, to the plea in abatement that his ancestors were imported from Africa and sold as slaves, he is not a citizen of the state of Missouri according to the Constitution of the United States. And he is not a citizen of the state of Missouri according to the Constitution of the United States. And was not entitled to sue in that character of being African in the circuit court or whatever. If therefore the fact he states do not give him or his family a right to freedom, the plaintiff is still a slave and not entitled to sue as a citizen. And the judgment of the circuit court was erroneous on that grounds, also without any reference to the plea in abatement. So it doesn't really look like it's going to do you any good to be sitting here talking about my people came from Africa, I got African ancestry, they were Africans sold into slavery through the slave trade. You don't want to admit that. And you don't want to admit it because it didn't happen like that in most cases. And if you don't see it in your family tree, then they need to prove it if they can prove that you're an African slave. But you shouldn't be trying to prove it because proving you're an African slave that was on the slave trade, in a sense, makes you not a citizen. Unless birthright citizenship applies to you, which it might, then you might be. Goodness, y'all, man, I just had to get these stretches in. Then you might be. Appreciate that, Star Chicken. And I appreciate everybody being here this morning. Your boy just kind of going through some game. I've been on it for a minute. I may not be on it a lot longer. And the reason why is once I've gone through my little whatevers, I hate to start just rambling and going through a lot of random topics and stuff like that. Let me pull this slavery. So we're still on this slavery topic, though, this slavery propaganda. Now, let's look at a little bit more propaganda, like how they try to solidify it in our heads with certain things. Now, here you have a school textbook that I had downloaded, and it'd be hard to find some of these. Like, I really want to find more school textbooks from like 1940s and above into 1990. I would love some before then too, and I have found some real old ones from like 1800s and stuff, but school textbooks, and I want to know what they were teaching people in the school textbooks at certain times. Because now that we know, some of us, now that we know a lot of the truths versus the lies, it's important to go and see what lies were they actually teaching. And when I went into one of these books, notice they have Alex Haley right there in Roots. So the first thing you got to just think is are they crazy? Like we said that people. What up, Darby? We said that people would be watching Roots in school and had been introduced to it in school, but we didn't even know to what degree. Cause it's one thing for your what up, Native Son guy? It's one thing for you to he said, but what's confusing is they already knew black people from Europe, so how can they be confused, right? They knew black people came from Europe. That's how they rewriting things. But basically, you got it here to where it's like, it's one thing for your teacher to just choose to have you watch Roots based upon the fact they just think it's a good movie and you'll learn something. It's another thing to have it go through the vetting process of the school board to be placed in the school curriculum, because that shows direct, not propaganda too, a programming of false information into children early in life. And then when you know that Alex Haley plagiarized from this whole other story called The African, then you really got to think about it. Like, wow, that's really crazy. And let me pull up that article, because in that article, the dude actually tells you how he knew about the book The African. I don't know why I didn't screenshot it before. I think this is going to be it. It's got his like deposition in here, I think. What did the judge say after the trial? What was the outcome of the trial? Man, they got all kind of little stuff in here. Roots plagiarized, suit is settled. New York Times article. What is this? The New York Times Magazine. This, I don't know why they got this. As shipping the arrival of American great-great-great-great-grandfather. But that wasn't what I looked for, but I hadn't seen that. The settlement ended 6 weeks in the trial. Harold Corlander, 70-year-old author of the Bethesda, whatever. Hey, it says right here, look, Haley later himself admitted he was caught up in the sweep and the swell of the overall thing, saying that the quest for a symbolic history of a people just swept me like a twig atop of rushing water. Get the fuck out of here, man. Maybe, but it's late. The John Henry Carver, whatever. But he admitted that I was just caught up in trying to find a little story for my people to cling on to. Fucking bitch ass. That's some bullshit, dude. Let me see if I can find that deposition. District Court, what did the eyewitness say? Evidence coming. This is copying passages from the African. Haley denies seeing the African before Roots, but what did minority study professors swear on the oath? Have on trial. I had not. Had you ever read of it? Okay, here it is. Okay, yeah. Okay. So let's read this. They said, man, this thing, I can't never get everything in here. Okay, it says Haley denied seeing the African before he wrote Roots, but what did a minority studies professor swear under oath? Says in his answer to an interrogatory question, Haley stated, "Neither I nor any person acting on behalf or in cooperation with me has read the work The African, but I intend to read it in the near future." So that's what Haley tried to say, and he said under oath, he said he ain't never read the book, and nobody he knows read the book. Source, Cortlander, blah, 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 blah. Now it says, on direct examination during the trial, Haley under oath was asked, "Have you ever read the book The African prior to the publication of The Roots?" He answered, "I had not." Source, and it shows the source. However, after the trial, in a sworn affidavit by Joseph Bruchac or whatever, a teacher of black literature at Skidmore College, Mr. Bruchac states, during either 1970 or 1971, Alex Haley came to Skidmore to lecture on the research he had been, doing for a book which was at the time to be called Before This Anger. I went to his lecture, and after the conclusion of the lecture, spent some time in a conversation with Mr. Haley at a reception following his talk. During our conversation at the reception, I mentioned the book The African to him, and he seemed very interested. I drove 3 miles back home, obtained my copy, and brought it back to the reception. So this man done left the reception, came back with the book. That's how interested he was in giving him the book. I then read several sections to the African to Mr. Haley, and after having pointed out some parts I thought especially good in the book, I gave my own personal copy to of the African to Mr. Haley. Mr. Haley thanked me for giving him my copy, The African, and said he would find it very well useful. Okay. How many passages from the African appeared in Roots? Plaintiffs charged that more than 80 passages. That's a lot of passages. That's not a sentence. Like, what the hell? In Roots had their origins in the African. That nigga just went through and took that book and added in fluff, nigga. How substantial was the copy? And plaintiff stated, in addition to copying the language and expressions of the African, Haley copied attitudes, reactions, situations, storylines, plots, and characters. The African served as a blueprint for Haley and guided him in formulating Roots. Source. And they got a source for that or whatever. Is paraphrasing the same thing as copying? It is not necessarily for the infringer to literally reproduce the plagiarized material, since paraphrasing is tantamount to copying. Okay? So the dude copied the hell out of the book, My Furthest Black Person in the Apple. And he made up this whole story as if he found his family, and this was in like a magazine. This was in the New York Times, y'all. Rolling Stones, Jagger, FBI TV show, Slave Ship, Alex Haley, New York Times or whatever. So yeah, like it's hella propagandistic because somebody wanted him to do this. He didn't do this on his own accord. He's likely a Mason as well, and he likely was pushed into doing this movie on purpose and lying about the fact that he found his ancestor going back. And what the hell does this say? Alex Haley's mother, grandmother, Mrs. Bertha Palmer Haley, Mrs. Cynthia Murray Farmer, the Palmer homestead, identified relatives, unidentified relative, pictures made about 1926, Alex Haley, 4 years old. Now think about this, y'all. They're trying to make this seem like some deep genealogical work. This is his goddamn mama and his grandma, nigga. Okay? Oh, there's a grandmother and mother. Yeah, grandmother and mother and an unidentified relative. Okay, that's that third person. So this is his mom and his grandma. Nigga, who don't know their mom and grandma like that? damn near everybody. This ain't no hard-hitting genealogical research. If you trying to reach back to Kunta Kinte or some old ass time, nigga, you need to, and you want to show me something, nigga, show me a photo of your goddamn. I got a photograph of Ima. Look, even I got a photograph of Imhotep in damn near the early 1800s. It just goes to show you, man, they were just doing anything, dude. Imhotep, she was born between 1799 to 1884. So this would be a pretty old photograph. And even I still got a photograph of that. Right there. Okay? And somebody even had it colorized recently. So how the hell you gonna put the goddamn, oh, this is my grandma and my mammy. Oh, this is hard-hitting genealogical research. We need to put this in the New York Times. This proves his people were connected to Kunta Kinte directly. No, nigga, that don't prove a goddamn thing at all, dude. This is absurd. That's really absurd. And really, I need to read this goddamn article, to be honest with you. Let's look down. I might read that article, part of it, just for shits and giggles. New York Times Magazine. It probably showed it in here somewhere else. Oh, Alex Haley Roots 12. What did they rate it? Number 12 or something? Oh, look. He had found this thing, said just imported from Africa, a bunch of Negroes. He has that on his website. Now that you know the story is fake and he really didn't find his folks, you know he just made this up. He just grabbed any just imported document of a slave he could, and that's the way the propaganda worked. That's all he had to do. Enough to fake. He knew by this time enough people ain't seen nothing like this. Even by today's time, enough people ain't even seen an article like this. You know what I'm saying? So like if I was to show something like this, oh look, I done found my ancestors, y'all. You'd be like, damn, that's amazing. You would just go with it. And that's exactly what they was counting on. That's exactly what they counting on. It says a page from the October 1st, 1767 issue of the Maryland Gazette, now in the Maryland State Library, records the arrival of at Annapolis of the slave ship that brought author Alex Haley's great-great-great-great-great-grandfather from West Africa to North America. Well, ain't that swell? They didn't have to look into it. They didn't have to try to verify it. We just know because he knows his mom and his grandma, right? So obviously he knows his great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather came from Africa. All right, and there it is. Also, so that's why they showed it right there. But of course, he got the plagiarism suit and New York Times article. Roots plagiarism suit settled. Alex Haley settled a lawsuit yesterday by acknowledging to the world renowned book Roots contains some material from a relatively unknown novel about slavery that was published 9 years earlier. You see how the New York Times is trying to cover their own tracks? Trying to make it seem like they did a little bit better. Well, it was a relatively unknown novel. You know, it was hard for us to find it, even know such a thing had existed, is what they're trying to put into your mind, right? You know, it was published 9 years ago. Who would have knew? It was so unknown. You know, I'm always getting into the mind of how these people are trying to play tricks on people's mind, to be honest with you. And it never ceases to amaze me how the loops, the word salad and loops these people will jump through to try to make themselves not be accountable for the bullshit. So so now you think about the Roots being in the books, taught to our children, knowing there was plagiarism and malice at work, and knowing that it was widely known, and also knowing that they still put it in the books. And I don't have a year on when this book was made and how, you know, when that plagiarism suit happened. But either way, nigga, they could have done their own due diligence to try to figure out if that story was real or not. And you can just question a nigga and ask some questions and figure out whether it was real or not either. I mean, as well. So yeah, man. So yeah, I'm probably to my end, to be honest with you. Got 70-some people in here I don't really want to be. Oh yeah, no. I was gonna read a little bit of that passage real quick to see what kind of bullshit ass fluff was in here in the New York Times. What did they say about it? My grandma Cynthia Palmer. It's kind of hard to read. Oh, lived in Kenny, Tennessee. It's kind of pixelated. About 50 miles north of Memphis. Each summer, as I grew up there, we would be visited by several women relatives who were mostly around grandma's age, such as such as my great aunt Liz Murray, who taught in Oklahoma, and I can't believe he mentioned that, but whatever. And great aunt Till Merriweather. I got I want to say I got a Merriweather in my motherfucking tree, way in the back, from Jackson, Tennessee. My bad, y'all. Hold on. Okay. Right. Jackson, Tennessee. Or their considerably younger niece, cousin Georgia Anderson from Kansas City, Kansas. Talk about the fluff, man. And some others. Always after the supper dishes had been washed, they would go out to take seats and talk in the rocking chairs on the front porch, and I would scrunch down, listening behind Grandma's squeaky chair. God damn. I gotta know the chair was squeaking. This is why I don't like. I can't read writer books. Like some of y'all like books that like writers do that are like excuse me, that are like, all descriptive and shit. That's just it just makes me feel like I'm just reading nothing. By the squeaky chair listening behind old grandma in the rockers, and she had the little thing that went across her leg. It was like a little shawl and it was red. Nigga, get to the point. All right, let me get it. Okay, squeaky chair with the dust opening into the night and the lightning bugs flickering on and off above down the shadowy hunkity suckles. Most often they talked about our family. The story had been passed down for generations until the whistling blur of lights of the southbound Panama Limited train whistling through Henning at 9:05 signaled our bedtime. Oh my God. Okay. And white folks like to read shit like this. Oh my goodness. So much for their talking to people, places, and events. I didn't understand, for instance, what was an old massa, an old missa, or a plantation. But early I gathered that white folks had done lots of bad things to our folks, though I couldn't figure out why. I guessed that all that they talked about had happened a long time ago, as now or then grandma or another, speaking of someone in the past, would excitedly thrust a finger towards me, exclaiming, wasn't big as this youngin'. And it would astound me that anyone as old and gray-haired as they could relate to my age. But in time, my head began both a recording and picture of the more graphic scenes they would describe, just as I visualized David killing Goliath with his slingshot, old Pharaoh's army drowning, Noah and his ark, Jesus feeding that big multitude with nothing but 5 loaves of 2 fishes, and other wonders that I had heard in a Sunday school lesson at our New Hope Methodist Church. Oh my God. This is the type of shit I couldn't read, and it makes it hard to go through. The furthest back person grandma and others talked of, always in tones of awe, noticed they would call the African. Wow. No, he didn't use the name of the book as the reference phrase that his parents has told him throughout time. Wow. Lying ass niggas, boy. These niggas, boy. I didn't screenshot that. These niggas, boy, ain't goddamn worth a goddamn nothing. Okay, let's keep going. You see, you get through the fluff, you'll find something good. Okay. They would call the African. And think about this. The New York Times said, we didn't know a book called The African existed. It was so unknown to us at the time as we typed this up and our editors looked it over. And he obviously used the name of the book as a reference in there, but how was I supposed to know? Okay. All right. Shit is crazy, man. Shit is crazy. They said that some ship brought him to a place that they pronounced Naplus. They said that then some Massa John Waller bought him for his plantation in Spotsylvania County, Virginia. This African kept on escaping the fourth time, trying to kill the hateful pole cracker slave catcher who gave him the punishment choice of castration or of losing one foot. This African took a foot being chopped off with an axe against a tree stump, they said, and he was about to die, but his life was saved by Massa John's brother, Mass Williams Waller, a doctor who was so furious about what had happened that he brought the African for himself. He bought the African for himself and gave him the name Toby. Crippling about. Man, it was good to get that cripple in there. I didn't even notice that, man. No, they didn't make up a story about a crippled African there. A crippled runaway African, nigga. No, they didn't make up a crippled running away African. The humor writes itself, man. This is crazy. Let me finish reading it. Let me roll me up one more little something for the morning. This shit write itself, man. It didn't write itself. He plagiarized it. It didn't write itself. He damn sure plagiarized it. And now he done talked about a crippled runaway African slave with a foot chopped off. Okay. And this is what they put in the school textbooks for the children to learn. Because this story right here is the best story they got about slavery. They really don't have much, to be honest with you. As you hear the rustling of my zigzag papers as I roll. All right. Let's go over the rest of this bullshit. You never know what you can find. Crippling about. Working in Massa Williams. Go back. Working in Massa Williams' house and yard, the African, even though he just had a name Toby, so he's still referring to him as the African. And so just think about it. Every time he says the African, he's really saying the name of the book that he plagiarized. And you got to think, at this point, he could have said Toby and stopped being so damn obvious with it. But That's how bold he was. Yeah, not only am I gonna plagiarize a nigga, I'm gonna write the African all in this bitch. Nigga didn't give a damn. Okay, just a fucking fool, to be honest with you. Well, you said you didn't know nothing about the book, The African, but in this New York Times article, you said The African 8 times. Huh? That was just a reference. Okay, all right. The African in time met with I can't see that word. Made it with the African at the time met and mated with the big house cook named Bell. And so Bell got with the 1 foot nigga. Okay, and there was born a girl named Kizzy, and she grew up. Her African daddy, as she grew up, her African daddy often showed her different kinds of things, telling her what they were in his native tongue. Don't be trying to say something like that. Let me screenshot that. I was just about to say, where's that African language passed down at? If he was still versed in the African, now you done lied about him. Now you done lied about him speaking African language to your goddamn people, because everybody said that they didn't have no African language and it didn't carry over. But here he is making up the shit. He said, tell her in the native tongue, pointing at a banjo. Oh no, he didn't steal the banjo like that. Pointing at a banjo, for example, the African uttered "ho," or pointing at a river near the plantation, he would say "can be belong." Many of his strange words started with a H or K, I can't see that, sound, and the little growing Kizzy learned gradually that they identified different things. Well, how come y'all don't speak this African language in any of your family today, Mr. Plagiarizer? Let's see. Who said this is so wild? Oh, wow, right? These people are fools, man. People are damn fools. So it says, when addressed by other slaves as Toby, the master's name for him, the African, he jealous. I mean, not jealous. He really guilty about plagiarizing the African. The African said angrily that his name was Kente. And he gradually learned English. He told young Kizzy some things from his village, chopping wood to make himself a drum. Wow. So you get what they're trying to do here, right? He's done now appropriated the banjo and the drum into African culture just in this one paragraph. That's how sinister this bitch ass nigga is. Okay? And he said that this was a real story. Okay? That's how sinister they are, because we know the drum didn't come from Africa. We know the banjo didn't come from no goddamn Africa. But now that's the wording of it. Is it because of this nigga? Or where did they get that from? But let's keep going. That he was not far from, it says, for himself. For instance, Kizzy said, hold on. When addressed by other slaves as Toby, the master's name for him, the African said angrily that his name was Kente. And as he gradually learned English, he told young Kizzy some things about himself. For instance, that he was not far from his village, chopping wood to make himself a drum, when 4 men had surprised, overwhelmed, and kidnapped him. So he was, they said he was doing that in Africa. I was just over there in Africa trying to get me a little something for a drum. These people are crazy, boy. Insanely crazy. He didn't come up with this by himself. White folks and him came up with this together. They wanted to incorporate these things because propaganda is repeated. And you repeat it, you repeat it, you repeat it. And so when you hear the Saints, something as stupid as that. I was just out in the tree trying to get me a little wood for the little drum, and they just got me. Okay. And you know, that banjo over there, I know the name for it too. Okay. All right. Yeah, right. Okay. So Kizzy held much about her African daddy, I'm sorry, when she was age 16. She was sold away onto a much smaller plantation in North Carolina. Her name, her new master, Tom Lee, fathered her first child. Now you're talking about slave rape. I gotta just. Y'all realize this is the type of stuff we battle with people on motherfucking live streams today. Remember all that grape going on? And we had the first Africans had the first drums and they invented the banjo. And y'all used to, it's all in the same shit. From the nigga that plagiarized 80 passages for his motherfucking movie, but okay. All right, so the slave owner fathered the 16-year-old daughter's first child, okay, which was a boy named George. And Kizzy told her boy all about his African grandfather. George grew up to be such a gamecock fighter that he was called Chicken George. Wow. And people would come from all over and bet big money on his cockfights. And this is why I say this isn't his doing. Because not only did he plagiarize 80 passages out of the African, but then you've added in every single white-made stereotype about black folk in here. And you think I was just thinking you were just thinking this way? Don't get me wrong, there's some coon thinking motherfucking niggas out there. But this is pretty dumb. This is just too much. All in the motherfucking article, nigga. This ain't even the movie. Okay, I was gonna watch the movie on live with y'all. I might have to do it. It's just so long and boring, but y'all some of y'all like being around for these things. So I might watch it with y'all. Laugh at it. Look at some of the bullshit. But okay, let's keep going. It says he made it with Melinda, another of Lee's slaves. They had 7 children, and he told them the stories and strange sounds of their African great-grandfather. And one of those children, Tom, became a blacksmith who was bought away by a Massa Murray for his tobacco plantation. And Alamance, everybody getting bought away. We're separating y'all niggas. That's the other underlying propaganda out here too. Tom made it there with Irene. Yeah, Tom made it there with Irene, a weaver of the plantation. She also bore 7 children, and Tom now told them all about their African great-great-grandfather. Now, this is how he's trying to make it seem like it was passed down. I see where they're going with it, with their bullshit lies. The faithfully passed down knowledge of his sounds and stories having become by now the family's prideful treasure. Now, never mind, he had to read a whole nother book called The African to realize this. But okay. The youngest of the second set of 7 children was a girl, Cynthia, who became my maternal grandma, which today I can only see as something. Anyway, all of this is how I was growing up in Hennings at grandma's. I can't see that word. Listening from behind her rocking chair as she and the other visiting old women talked of that African, never then comprehended as my great-great-great-great-great-grandfather, who said his name was Kente and said Ko for banjo, Kombe, Bolong for river, and a jumble of other K beginning sounds that grandma, whoops, I'm gonna have to finish this because why not? Put this all the way in there for y'all. Plus, so I can see it. Grandma privately muttered most often while making beds or cooking. And who also said that, hold on, my bad. Who also said that never his village, he was kidnapped while chopping wood to make himself a drum. The story had become nearly as fixed in my mind, in my head, as in grandma's by the time Dad and Mom moved me and my younger brother, two brothers, George and Julius, away from Henning to be with them at the small black agricultural and mechanical college and wherever that's at, where Dad taught. To compress my next 25 years, when I was 17, Dad let me enlist as a mess boy or something boy in the U.S. Coast Guard. I became a ship's cook out of the South Pacific during World War II, a ship's cook, and at night, something by my bunk, I began trying to write something of adventures stories or something, some adventure stories. It's kind of blurry. Mailing them off to magazines and collecting rejection slips for 8 years before some editors began purchasing and publishing occasional stories. By 1949, the Coast Guard had made me its first journalist. Perhaps with 20 years service, I retired at the age of 37, determined to make a full-time career of writing. I wrote mostly magazine articles. My first book was the autobiography of Malcolm X. Oh, God. I didn't know he wrote that. I ain't read it, but then one Saturday in 1965, I happened to be walking past the National Archive building of Washington. Across the interim years, I had thought of Grandma's old stories. Otherwise, I can't think what diverted me up to the archives. That's funny because I be deep in them National Archives like a motherfucker today. And when a main reading room desk attendant asked if he could help me, I wouldn't have dreamed of admitting to him some curiosity hanging on from boyhood about my slave forebears. I kind of humbled that I was interested in census records of Almanac County, North Carolina, just after the Civil War. The microfilm rolls were delivered, and I turned them through the machine with a building something of intrigue, viewing different census takers' penmanship, an endless parade of names after about a dozen microfilm rolls. I done been through way more than that, nigga. A dozen ain't shit. 12? Nigga, you know how many motherfucking microfilms I done been through on this internet? Anyway, I was beginning to tire. You tiring too damn early after 12, nigga. When, in utter accomplishment, I looked upon the names of grandma parents. They always got some shit like that. And that's how you know motherfuckers always, it's like with that Geechee story. I showed y'all where they was talking about, we went to Sierra Leone area and we tried every location to find people and we was about to give up our search. And then somebody said, try just one more place, just one more. And we went to Angola. the place we've always known about and was on our maps prior, and we talked about it earlier, but we just didn't go there this time. But we're gonna make it seem like it was like a last ditch effort thing. But yeah, we found Angola, so we went there, and voila, it's always that kind of story. So he got tired of going through 12 microfilm rolls, and voila, all of a sudden he looked up, and the names of his grandparents, Tom Murray, Irene Murray, was there, right? Older sisters, grandma, whatever. And I heard countless other times on the front porch. It wasn't that I hadn't believed grandma. You just didn't know. You just did not believe my grandma. It was something so uncanny actually learning those names in present, maybe, and in official United States government records. During the next several months, I was back in the Washington, whatever. Oh, okay, it looks like it goes to the second page, blah, 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 blah. Okay, 80 cannons, whatever. A lot of fluff, a lot of bullshit. His name, your boy, that African, say his name is Kunta Kinte. He says the banjo was Ko. And he keeps going in. So, again, when you repeat things, that's propaganda. They wanted you to know, we're going to claim this banjo. We're going to claim that drum. We're going to claim all that other stuff. And we're going to claim it officially. Because if I was to Google that right now, it's going to give you the bullshit official thing. Where did the banjo come from? West Africa. Oh, really? Who says that? NPR, Reverb, Musical Nation, Smithsonian Institute, PBS Learning. Yeah, everybody who's repeating the propaganda, right? If I did the same thing, where did the drum come from? They're going to say the bullshit, right? The drums likely originated prehistoric times, from the earliest known being found in Neolithic China around 50. Well, they've actually changed this up over time. It used to say Africa, made from alligator skins. From time, drumming tradition spread, Mesopotamia, Egypt, but it used to say Africa. But that's why we have to correct these narratives, so that way we can correct the mainstream information that's being put out. But yeah, man, these people be bullshit, man. Straight bullshit. And that shit was in the newspapers. Okay? On top of that, it was in the newspapers. Oh, my bad. Let me go down here. Where my damn folder go, man? I be overlooking it. Damn it. Let's scroll through this thing way too much time. Okay, goddamn, dude. Okay. So, we're looking at that slavery propaganda, and these things in here are going to be what debunks and really bust up those myths, those lies, okay? And then, you think about, this ain't got nothing to do with slavery, but there's this book called The Indigenous Races of the Earth. And I want you to realize that this book is 690 pages, 690 pages long, okay? Now, out of the 690 pages, this is the only page they talk about a black person. And when they talk about a black person in there, out of 690 pages of white folks and fake Roman white folks and fake Egyptian-looking white folks and all these other white folks, out of the rest of the whole page, you literally just got one page. Appreciate that already. You literally just got one page showing this black man, and they compared him to a goddamn gorilla. And why am I showing this? I'm showing this to show you people will write books full of nothing. That is definitely possible. People will write hundreds of pages, and it'd be completely bullshit, right? This is called The Indigenous Races of the Earth, and they wrote 690 pages, and that's all you talk about on the black folks. So that's, That's what I wanted to show with that. I think that's me scrolling through it. Yeah, this is me scrolling through it. So you can see like the bullshit that's in the book. Like this got some white folks there, some Romans, some fake Egyptian looking folks. I was like, okay, so let's see who the indigenous people of the earth is. Okay, that doesn't look too indigenous there. Okay, maybe Buddha, but it looks a little whitewashed. Okay, who else? We got, okay, it's a little melanated, but I wouldn't call that indigenous right there. Let's see who else they got down up in here. Right, I know, right, Fries? Are these people indigenous? What's up, Nikki? So they have a whole book of pale people being indigenous to the world. Hell yeah, look at these folks. Yeah, there's some more of them. There's some people that look like the Simpsons, like the Simpsons been drawn, you know, okay. Going down some more, still looking for them indigenous people of the earth. That's what the name of the book is about, the indigenous people of the earth. They got a bald looking alien motherfucker there. I don't know what the hell that is. A wooden guy. Afghan looking folks. Okay, they're not indigenous. Buddha. Okay. He is black, but the way I got him there kind of makes him look like a feminine white person with a funny hairstyle. But, I mean, we can tell it's a black woman. I mean, a black man. I'm sorry. It looks like a black woman, the way y'all got it depicted. We're looking for the indigenous people of the earth. We got cranial things here. Looking for the indigenous people of the earth. Still looking for the indigenous people of the earth, nigga. We got goddamn Persians or whatever the hell that is, nigga. I don't know, man. These people be tripping. Exactly, man. Still going through the book. Then all of a sudden the illustration stops and these niggas just get to write. What could they be writing about? What could they be legibly writing? Oh, there goes the indigenous people of the earth. Yeah, compared to a damn monkey. Yeah. You got to think, what did they write? I ain't going to read that book. Because that's just too much bullshit. But you got to think, what did they write in all them pages? Like, maybe one of y'all will read it and tell me what kind of bullshit was in there. But I can't sit through that. I cannot sit through a book. And look at that. Let's keep going through the rest of the book. No. We ain't find no more other indigenous people of the earth. And look, they got sources, indexes. Boy, they make Fried look good, though, don't they? They make Fried look official. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's entirely crazy, y'all. Said to be jewels in there though. Maybe some stuff in there you could probably use against them, yeah. But that's just too much fluff for me to sit through, man. I'm like, man. A lot of that's gonna be lies. A lot of lies. And I can't do it, man. I know I can't do it. But somebody will sit through it and read that bitch and let me know how funny it was once you do. So, said the cold part is people actually gravitate to the nonsense. They really do. They really do. I don't understand it. It is what it is. And I got time. I ain't got nothing else to show, but if anybody wants to come up, you ain't got to, but if anybody want to come up, ask a question or something, have a discussion, even run a little panel. I got about an hour or so. In between that time, a nigga gonna give me some of this leftover food, though. I know that. Motherfucking microwave that I should not be using. A nigga will use that microwave. And I also talk about this Phyllis Wheatley story. So I don't know if y'all know much about the Phyllis Wheatley story. But I didn't know, I've heard the name in the past, whatever. I never really looked into it prior, but Oh yeah, I ain't talking about no Thanksgiving leftovers. Nah, I'm talking about my pollo el pollo loco from last night. Yeah, nah, them shits. I took a motherfucking a pot of fucking mashed potatoes out of the refrigerator the other day, and that shit was so damn molded and that stank. I was like, golly, I did not want. Don't you hate rinsing out a moldy ass fucking pie and the smell hits you in the face? It's the most god awful smell almost. Like, Said that would be interesting. I heard it, but never looked into it. You talking about Phyllis Wheatley? Let me just show y'all real quick. Love the plantains. Who, Pollo Locos? They got plantains? I didn't even know. Yeah, Phyllis Wheatley. Let's see if I have it here. Phyllis Wheatley earned acclaimed as a black poet. And historians recognize her as one of the first black and enslaved persons in the United States to publish a book of poems. Okay? I'm gonna let you up here in a second. Let me read this and I'm gonna let you up. Plus, let me attach my little speaker thing. Hold on. I be using this old phone. Wait a minute. That way. My cable ain't no good. I hope it works. Hold up. Okay. All right. Give me a second. Give me a second. I'm gonna let you up here in just a second. Oh, what's up, Wani? Appreciate you. What's up, everybody coming up in here? So Phyllis Wheatley earned and acclaimed as one of the first black people to to publish a book. Right. This is in the 1700s. Okay. She was born in West Africa. Right. Wheatley became enslaved as a child in 1761. John and Susanna Wheatley purchased her when she arrived in Boston. As she grew up, the Wheatleys taught her how to read and write. Upon realizing the extent of her capabilities, John Wheatley ensured that Phyllis Wheatley had a thorough course of studies. She learned history, British literature, Greek, and Latin. As a result, Wheatley received an unprecedented education for an enslaved person or for a woman of any race at that time. So just think about this first of all. She was born 1753 in Africa, supposedly, and by 1761 she was purchased, then taught. So she was already about 8 to 9 years old, 8 to 9 years old when she was purchased by them, which means she would have known some of her African language. You've been speaking it at least for a little bit of time, unless you forget it. But let's keep going. It says Phyllis Wheatley became well known around Boston for her poetry. Newspapers and pamphlets published her writings as early as 1767. She was writing poems as early as 1767. They just got her in 1761. So in 6 years, she was already writing poems. That means she'd probably be around age 16, 17, 15. So she should be writing some poems and know her, whatever. Okay, let's keep going. Frequently, she wrote her poems in the style of odes and tributes. Wheatley's tribute to George Whitefield in 1770 expanded her renown due to its widespread publication and impressive language. Her impressive language, right? Let's see if I got the right part here. Hold on. What is this? See, I don't have it in succession, but I wanted to get to the part where she learned multiple languages. That's what I was trying to get to. And I may not have saved. Now that's about Phyllis Wheatley in the newspapers. I may not have saved. I may have to pull it up and find the actual thing. But it talks about how she learned different languages, and she would write in different languages as well. as well as her poems. And she wrote a poem about about Africa. And when I looked up that poem, it was really basic and nothing. Here it is, Phyllis Wheatley and her writings. Let me find a poem about Africa, if I can. Let's say, in a letter dated to Boston, sir, blah, blah, blah. Phyllis Wheatley actually purchased her White House, Boston from Africa. Man, I need to organize this. Hey, I just received 5,000 hours of watch time. Keep giving them what they want. That's what's up. That means now I can, hell yeah, that means now I can, not that I really care about monetization. I really just care about getting my people up. But that was the next goal, I'm almost there. Not net. I got this one, you got to get like 3,000 hours to get this level. I got that. This one's 4,000 hours. And I'm at 3,390. So I'll probably get that here pretty soon. But I really don't really give a damn about monetization, to be honest with you. I appreciate y'all sending what y'all send, but y'all really don't have to, man. But I appreciate it at the same time. Like, I'm not gonna block a blessing, you know what I'm saying? But I don't do this at all for that. Is all I'm saying. You know, I do this because I'm a nerd and I'm really interested in all this shit, and I like catching people in lies and bullshit and and clowning motherfuckers when I do. He said almost at 10K. Yeah, I'm almost about to hit them 10Ks. Yeah, I just hit that 9. Just reached over 9 this morning. So these 23 that's over there over the 9, that's because probably from this live stream, to be honest with you. And I appreciate y'all, everybody that's coming in, and everybody that's following, the new followers, all the OGs, elders, and everybody coming up in here, man. I really appreciate y'all. So yeah, I wanted to look for the part that I had about Phyllis Wheatley, and it shows how she like knew multiple languages, because that's the main thing that makes me think her story is BS. It's like you come here at age 8 or 9 from Africa, which means you would have had some language, because our kids start talking around age 2, 3, 4, right? Next thing you know, about 5, 6, 7, you pretty much your kids talking pretty good. 8, 9, they saying everything they need to say, damn near, but cuss words, okay? So by the time they get here, yeah, you can teach them English, but that doesn't make them lose that language. Now, if you want to say they lose language, maybe there's some kind of dunce. Okay, maybe so. But if she can study English and also know other languages at the same early age of just at the age of 15, 16, 17, plus write in those languages, she should be able to talk in her old native language. You know what I'm saying? But these people always leave that shit out. So that's another reason why I have that in there. So my bad, Lotus. I'm gonna let you up here. My bad. What's going on, Lotus?
Hi, thank you for inviting me up. I'm an elder and I really appreciate your article concerning roots. And I just wanted to bear witness because I remember when the movie Roots came out. As a child growing up, before the movie came out, our ancestors told us we were Indians, which meant indigenous. We weren't on a reservation or anything. And the indoctrination is just shocking, because when I realized what our elders taught, what the reality was, because I remember our ancestors that came out of the 1800s, how they looked, how they thought about a lot of different things. And I have multiple lineages from Jamestown, Virginia, which is Williamsburg, Mississippi, Tennessee, and I'm from Illinois. So I have a, vast range of certain states and how the elders thought coming from those particular areas. And they absolutely did not think, there was no African language passed down. There was no slave stories. And my 91-year-old father would tell you he did not there were no slave stories that were passed down. And my great grandfather, who was born in 1945, he didn't pass until 1930s. So there was a lot of, and my great grandmother didn't pass until I was 17. So it's just really interesting. It just appears that all of this has just been an illusion, a made up illusion, stories. And I just wanted to share that.
Yeah, no, and that's one. Thank you for your own personal testimony. Because the more we know that some of our people have also go through that indoctrination, possibly in schools, but their family told them the opposite, which some of our families did. Then, if not all of them, then that helps to strengthen our and galvanize our oral histories that we hear. So for those of us and those people who are just now coming in and following, and may not just be on this, they might start listening. They might hear your story and start actually believing even more so the stories that was told to them by their people, their ancestors, their elders, their grandfathers and stuff. And next thing start looking more into their genealogy. So I love to hear stories like that.
Well, the one thing that when I hear on these lives, when they start talking about jumping the broom, how they got married, that I absolutely don't believe that, because I remember, our elders, the broom was considered to be dirty. you know, we didn't keep, like my grandmother from Virginia, she didn't keep the broom in the house. So I can't even imagine them wanting to get married by jumping a broom. And I do have census records where my great grandparents were married in 1821. I have I found not a census record, but a marriage registry indicating that they were married. So I don't believe these stories. I'm 3 generations out of slavery. And my father is 2 generations. So I don't understand these narratives. And my father's family is from Mississippi. So I just wanted to share that too.
That's real, because I've been to marriages, my family marriages, and many other ones. I used to be a photographer back in the day, and I did some wedding photography. And I don't remember seeing it. I remember seeing it maybe one time through wedding photography, and I don't. Them people probably was immigrants, to be honest. See, I don't know where that came from. And but some people try to assume like it's our culture, but I don't be seeing it. What's up, Lola?
Shalom. Now, I wanted to go back to where you were talking about the bilingual, like when the kid is young and they'll remember the language. So and right, so I'm bilingual. So my brothers and sisters, when I came here, one of my sisters, she already spoke Creole, right? So my family, some of them understand Creole, but they don't speak it. But if you continue, but when they were young, they knew how to speak it fluently. But if you keep up with it, they'll speak it till adulthood. It just practice. So when you were saying at a certain age, like they would remember, if that's the language that their parents spoke, they'll remember it. They'll know it.
Yeah, I can believe that at 100%. Here recently, my uncle spoke Creek language to me, which is either, Creek is the name of the tribe or the nation, so it's really either Muskogee or something else, but he spoke it. And he only knew a couple of phrases, but he said those are the phrases that was told to him when his dad would talk to him. His dad's still alive, so he's like in his 90s, so I'm trying to see if he can get him to let me get him on camera speaking some Creek from him speaking that language from a very, very person, very, very up there elder, who could be tied to Creek chiefs on the Grayson side. There were 2 Grayson chiefs, and they were major generals in the wars.
and these guys were also in the army. And my and their son, his latest son, is in the he's an army ranger. So like that's been passed down through them and they bloodline forever. And he was even speaking that he only knew a couple phrases, but that's all his dad would kind of say, a few phrases. But even he still knew it in his old age today. So with these people coming over saying that there's no African influence and we ain't getting no African, or people coming over saying we're African, but we ain't got no African influence or no nothing, it's just idiotic.
Right. Even in Haiti, like I don't know anything we do that's African. We have our own clothing pattern. It's different from an African.
I can believe it. I can believe, and I ain't never looked at Haiti and thought Africa. You know, people try to say the only time I think people try to conflate that is because I see a lot of darker skinned people in Haiti, but not that all Haiti people are darker. And I know a lot of the Dominicans be a little lighter. They done been mixed over there with Spaniards, but just because y'all have darker skin don't mean make y'all African. And I think that's what a lot of times some people try to conflate with that because like the Choctaw chief Warhorse, she's definitely way darker than I am, and she says she ain't been mixed with none but a black European in her bloodline. You know what I'm saying? So like, people's perception, and also, my color is what my color is, what my grandma was, but her brother was like darker than most people I've ever seen, to be honest. So like, we come in so many different shades, man, off of the same two people. And yeah, sometimes you have two people dark get together. Y'all might have a bunch of dark, you might err on that way many times, but you still some. I've seen some dark people have some lighter skinned kids sometimes too.
My family is a mixture. I have light skin, brown skin. I have all types of colors in my family. So the way it look in America, like how the range, that's how it look in Haiti.
I can believe that. I can believe it. Go ahead, Lotus. I think you was trying to say something. No, I can believe that.
So remember that we don't look like we did 50 years ago, 100 years ago, 200 years ago. There was a phenotype here in this country that came out of the 1800s, and these were my friends' grandparents. They had long, straight hair, jet black. Those people were considered Indians because they had been here for a long time. And you have to think about how we thought back then, okay? So why do the grandmothers think that they were Indians, which only meant indigenous? Because there was no other people that they saw. There were white people, mulattoes, and black people. If we understood that there were red Indians that lived on the west coast of America, but the majority of the people that lived back when I was a child, it was just those three people. There were no rumors about these Asian people living in our areas. And keep in mind, even when I was a child, 90% of what you see and the people that you see were not here. So if you're growing up and the only people that you see are mulattoes and European looking people, you're going to think that you're the indigenous people. That was the oral story that was passed down because many of our families predated the Europeans when they were coming here. People remember that. Though people remember those stories when they were coming here. Remember, they were constantly coming into, especially in Virginia, all the way up until the 1900s. So of course they're going to think that they're the indigenous people because their family lineages predated them.
Yeah, yeah, and to a degree, some of them probably just some of them know their stories going back to some chiefs and stuff. And here you see in front of you is the California Indians that were drawn by Lewis Corris in 1822. So even those Asiatics, those Siberian looking folks, they did show up at some point in time, but even this kind of helps to show that it was a later time because this is who they saw when they came to San Francisco first. So at some point they got here. I don't even know when, to be honest, but even on the West Coast, we was still there. Yeah.
That's how my grandmother's hair looked. She used to always do two pigtails. Her hair was like very thick and straight.
Yeah, and my grandma's hair was she wore it to a decent straight, but she liked to do the little. She put the little rollers in her hair, so it was always straight, but it was with the big roller curls. The big. Um, that's what I would always see. I can't remember when she was younger because she had been wearing those curls a lot. She would sometimes pull it back to a ponytail or something. You know what? I'm gonna have to go look at some old photographs of my grandmother to really see what she was as far as her hair was. My papa, he ain't never really had much hair, and he started receding after his older age. But he kept hair for a long time, but he never really had it long, so I never really got to see what his texture was. My dad, I ain't never seen him grow his out. He's always kept it down to, but it's always like a curl, like mine. Mine's just like a natural, pretty much like a natural curl. If I just don't like put any water or grease over it for several days, it can get kind of tough, but you can still get a comb through it. You know what I'm saying? You can still when I grew it out like to a big afro, like people would give me compliments with you when you got the big fro. It stands up, is voluminous, it's you can get the comb through there. I'd have to you have to really not comb your hair for several days for it to just mat up and be hard. Like that's why I gotta say the Africans hairstyle is definitely different than ours, man. Because when you look at theirs, and I've seen a lot of them, on different things, but like it just I ain't never seen nobody try to get a comb through it, so I can't say that. But it looked like you can't get a comb through it. You know what I'm saying? In my opinion, you know what I'm saying? That's what it look like. But for ours, it's different. I think we got a good balance. I do know some people that still got straight hair though. I have friends that had their hair just super straight. And they got it from their mom and dad, and their mom and dad got regular hair. But and they regular looking, Atlanta niggas. I think I was showing it the other day, but he still got super straight hair, like a Mexican. That's what we say. You got straight hair like a Mexican, but he ain't no Mexican. But yeah, so like it really kind of just opens your eyes, especially the more that we read and know about what is going on. So these are like the California Indians, and then he drew a couple other photographs about them as well. But it really opens your mind on who was around and at what certain times. Let me go to the actual mission. Well, these would have been your California Indians also, and then we're gonna go to the California mission in San Francisco, right here, and y'all can see. And these people have some of those same cotton mantles on, and the hairstyles here. Yeah, our hairs can stand up. That's kind of like my grandma's style. Like the poofy curls from big rollers. I don't know if you can do that with them other people's hair, and got it back. Now this looks thick as it widens out while it goes up, and it looks voluminous compared to who he draws in other places. Compared to who he draws when he goes to places like here, for instance, like these people, their hair doesn't look voluminous. Okay, it just kind of goes down, kind of just little strands kind of goes down. It's not covering big most of the side of their face. Doesn't look too voluminous, and he tried to depict. I felt like he was trying to depict that in a sense, what he really saw. Like this person's hair, I wouldn't call that voluminous either. You know what I'm saying? A little overgrowth, but it's just like if you seen a white boy with his hair overgrown and kind of that style, you wouldn't call it voluminous. It's just a weird looking, a lot of hair on their head. To be honest with you, um, some of them it looks straight. Just go straight down too. Um, but um, but yeah, no. So yeah, so that really just kind of gives an idea on like on just just the idea on who was here. But yeah, our people felt like they were indigenous because a lot of them knew. Some of them know the story. Some of them know the past. Some of their chiefs know that they were mound builders. Some chiefs knew where the mounds were. Some of them, still kind of keep a little bit of that information. But yeah, a lot of it was lost. We kind of just now reconnecting with it. But as we look into these historical books and these narratives from these voyagers and stuff, we start to put together the pieces of the puzzle of what some of these people say and who they say they were. Because, I mean, to be honest, I got tons of passages of books of what people said. I think I called it Copper is the name of my little folder. Yeah. Anytime somebody basically, and I got another folder too, because that ain't the only one, but anytime somebody, a copper color this, or a swart that, or a tawny this, or this complexion, that woolly hair, or whatever the case may be, I was pretty much putting it in this folder, but I think I done created a second folder that talks about, that basically does the same thing, so I got to split up. But either way, you'll have these things right here where these people are known as chestnut, light complexion to their hair inclining to chestnut, or a light color and adjacent to the Indians, or swarthy yellow complexion, olive colors, creeks are of the cuprous tinge, or anything destitute of a cuprous tinge. In some sources of the Orinoco, this is talking about the Orinoco are several tribes of a whitish complexion, and the Guanaharas, the Waris, whatever, are robust people. Now, I got this because it talks about albinos. Now, we don't think about albinos being over here in America, but they weren't a lot. And in fact, when you read through this, yet these tribes have, right here it says, yet these tribes have never mingled with Europeans and are surrounded by other tribes of a dark brown hue. So that was by Humboldt in his thing. So you think about it, you have these albinos who have never made it with any Europeans, but were around people of a dark brown hue, but were still here in America and were indigenous. So, it really starts to open your mind to what all was here as indigenous folks. Even the Cherokees said that they had moon-eyed people that were white colored almost. So you're talking about some really, really light, bright folks who have like gray colored eyes. Well, my dad is a really, really bright light guy. I mean, he has more like a greenish, hazelish kind of eye, close to a gray. So you start thinking about that. And you might think in your own family, some of y'all might have some people, either light skin or some color, that have complexions and eyes like that. So like we can be an array of things here in America compared to other people. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, in Haiti, I had friends who look just like the people that lives in the continent of India, like the country India. They came out looking. I had a whole bunch of friends with green eyes, with the jet black straight hair, but they were born in Haiti, and so was their parents and parents and parents. But what I wanted to say, you know how your grandparents would tell you that you're Indian. My dad, like people around my dad's age in the Haitian community, you can't tell them they're from Africa. They will curse you out.
Well, let me just say this, and I think I might have, I hope I'm not repeating myself. People have to understand we had families for at least 200 years, because I can track my family back to 1780, and I have multiple lineages. These people were not from Africa. You don't come from Africa when you have multiple lineages that you can track back to the 17 or early 1800s. And you couldn't just marry anybody. Like when I was younger, you had to get the permission of your parents. If your father didn't like the man that you were married, you didn't marry them. And I'm gonna be honest with you. If you came from certain skin, like if you had a certain complexion in your family, you couldn't marry certain complexions. People with certain complexions. So when people say, well, they were marrying Africans, I don't remember that, because you couldn't marry strangers, you couldn't marry foreigners that just got here. And we practiced that up until the 1970s. So when the Africans first came here, you couldn't marry an African. I couldn't bring home an African, somebody that just got here. That's a fact. So when you hear elders saying that they're not African, the reason why that is because you couldn't marry an African. You couldn't marry a foreigner. You couldn't marry into certain families. I just wanted to add that.
I can believe that. And I think in many cases you couldn't marry and through laws, and then in many cases you probably didn't even want to. I don't even see a good case in life where an Indian person is living a sovereign life, enjoying life, doing whatever, while people are encroaching on their land and stuff like this, and all of a sudden they see an African out of all these Indians. They see some African over there, and that's what got their eye. And we ain't never really see too many Africans today that catch our eye, to be honest with you. Not too many of them. So yeah, like it's just like, yeah, all of those stories I can't see it happening. I can't see us mixing. That's why I usually will say that I do believe that some Africans came over here just because I've seen enough manifest records to give me an idea that a few have. But I still don't see that a lot of those would have been males, would have been their lifetime spans are supposedly would have been short lived. And I don't see a point in time where they would have been let go out of a plantation to go pull a woman from somewhere to actually mate with them and have to deal with the offspring compared to an indigenous person and our people having offspring. So yeah, it just sounds like a convoluted story. And we just have to use our own common sense and our historical records and our historical what our family has been saying, our oral histories. And just look at our families today, like look at our genealogy and be like, how many Africans of even recent times do you see on your tree? Most people don't have that many Africans married in. There's some people that done married some Africans in 2000s, but out of the 50 million of us, it's probably very few. Yeah. Plus you got to think it's not even that many Africans over in this bitch either. You got 50 some million of us, 2, 3, 4 million of them. It damn sure can't be, but like at max, it can only be about 5% of us that even have an African, even in today's time with all the mass immigration. So think about it like this: if you were to compare these numbers of today to yesterday's numbers, how many Africans came over here compared to how many people was here and would have actually made it with them? None of it would really match up. So we got a Lotus and Lola, y'all can stay on the panel if you like, but we got a Mr. Wanagi, whose name comes from, I forgot where we found his Wanagi name from, and then that other name, but he decided to come up here, so let's see what he has to say.
Yeah, my name is actually a translation of my language. It has nothing to do with that surname you looked up, because my actual surname is Ghost. It's not Wanagi.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's actually pronounced Wanachi, and it's when you look it up, you actually have to use special characters, not what you typed in, because it's not pronounced the same.
Oh, you got to put the in it.
Yeah, you got to type in the little
So
arrow
what
on top
script
of
is
the
that?
G.
Is that Hebrew?
You got to put the G on the little thing on top of the G.
Okay, gotcha.
No,
Okay.
it's a translation of the Lakota word
What's up, Los?
Wanaki, which means spirit. But when they translated it from our language to English, they just put down ghost instead of spirit.
The Lakotas. Okay. But what's up with you?
Chilling, bro.
Said the Lakotas, huh?
Yeah, I'm actually I'm coastal, Lakota, and mountains from Oregon.
Okay. In Oregon?
Yeah, my dad is full blood Lakota, and my mom is two different tribes. So she's actually like the tribe in Klamath, Oregon, in southern Oregon, and then the other tribe is in northern Washington.
Okay, so when I watch these things right here, I can kind of believe what's going on the Lakota plantation. I'm sorry, reservations.
Yeah, you could believe all of that. I never lived out there, but yeah, I've watched those like from beginning to end. I believe everything that goes on there.
It's like the fact that you all can't own land.
I wouldn't say about like can't owning it, but we can control it. That's for sure.
Oh, you can own public land if you just buy it out like public lands, but you all don't get like land back. Let's say if you got your like tribal lands back, because nobody gives
No,
you.
that's not true because we have trust land that we bought actually from. So like we own that land is owned by the tribe, and it's like really large areas. So
You know what that means?
that land cannot be taken from us because we bought it, like we own it. So
You own public land. Yeah, you don't.
yeah, it's not.
Yeah,
It's
you can
not
buy land like a
reservation
public
land.
person. It's not. It's not a reservation. It's not Indian land. It's you all deciding to call yourself a tribe and buy land in a public place and have a corporate tribe that you live on this land and just
That owns the
call
land.
it your
Yeah,
tribal lands. You know, that's just a
yeah,
fun way to call it. You know, funny thing to do.
pretty much. Yeah,
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
but I mean, like we still own it though. So the only way they could take
Yeah,
it is if we sell it.
like a homeowner owns his acre, right?
Yeah,
it
like
doesn't mean
I
that
own
you're indigenous
acres.
or that that's your home or anything. It's just y'all bought some land. That's what's up.
Yeah, I own like 80 acres in Oregon. I got 2 houses there, and then I got another like 40 acres.
How much did it cost you?
Same. They were bought by my grandmother in like the 80s, so 70s, 80s.
She passed
Maybe
down
like
some
late
land.
90s actually.
She bought
Maybe
some
like late
land
90s.
somehow.
Yeah, she
Okay.
bought like 4 houses in Oregon.
So when we listen to you talk and y'all say y'all have this land, basically, I'm just letting my audience know that when they talk about this land that they got and this tribal land and whatever, it's not tribal land. It's just niggas bought some lands. They call themselves a tribe, and you know they living on some land that they bought, just like you can right now at your house. You can start saying you're living on tribal land. You're an Indian. Hey, you're on tribal land. Go ahead.
Not necessarily how that works, but
That's
yeah.
how it worked for y'all. Y'all bought the land. Y'all call yourselves a tribe. Now we got paperwork of being a part of a
Well,
tribe,
some
but
land
y'all
was
call yourselves a
given to
tribe.
us.
Yeah, trust could be
Like
anybody can do a
reservation
trust.
lands were given to us. They weren't bought.
Nah, reservation lands aren't that, sir. Reservation lands are lands leased by the government. Usually they lease it through another tribe. Like
It's like
The
Congress,
Choctaws
right?
lease land to the government to give to the Kiowas and Apaches. So let me show you. Let me show you real quick. So you ever seen this map right here where the Kiowas, Apaches, and all these people live at right here in Oklahoma? Where the real Indian territory is, but Oklahoma right here, the Kiowa, Comanches, Apaches, Cheyennes, and the Arapahoes. How did they get the land over here? Well, let me show you. Before that, this
Well,
was the
my
land.
people actually have land there too in Oklahoma.
They can't have land
We
here.
have a
Let me show you.
reservation.
Let me show you. Yeah. You got a reservation. So this is 1830. The Dancing Rabbit Treaty gave land to the Chickasaws and the Choctaw down here, right? But the Chickasaws and Choctaws leased the land. Who did they lease it to? Because they didn't need it all. They leased it to the government. So they get money from that. And I'll show you how much and what they get payments from that. But there's money coming. Now, when they leased this to the government created reservations and
Yeah.
reserved you a leased part of our land so you can come and pretend to be an Indian.
I believe one of those reservations, they brought some of my tribe, the Modoc people, after we went to war. They gave us some land there in Oklahoma, I believe, next to the Quapaw reservation.
So this is from Cornell Law EDU right here, and it says here, in consideration of the sum of $300,000 hereby ceded to the United States, the territory west of the 98 degrees west longitude, known as the leased district. Remember that leased district I just showed? Provided that the sum shall be invested and held by the United States at an interest not less than 5% in trust. That trust you was talking about, right? For said nations, not your nation. You're not a nation. Until the legislators of the Choctaw and Chickasaw nations. So
No, I
what
am a
you
nation,
also
though.
have here is the payouts of that. Let me show you real quick.
You know
If
what's
I can
funny is
get
that
to
nation
it.
actually isn't even recognized anymore.
Yeah. These nations are definitely recognized. That's why they lease the land out to y'all so y'all can come over here in Indian territory and
Nah,
pretend
they're
to
not
be
even
Indians
nations.
amongst the real Indians. Which, because you know what else is funny? You know what's all in these zones right here? What's all in these zones? It is let me show you.
I want you to know that your folks slaughtered my folks, right? Because I'm Quapaw. I'm Saracen's descendant. Still here, still got the land, by the way.
So right
Own it in
here, what's up,
perpetuity.
sister? Right here, look at these black-owned towns in Oklahoma back in the day. My grandma, she went to school in Boley, Oklahoma, but there were 52, and there were more than that's listed. Isn't it funny how all of these black-owned towns coincide in the Oklahoma Indian Territory map after the areas have been leased and given to some of the fake ones? You'll find all the black folks living all up in here. Why are we living in where the real Indians are and the ones living in the leased district that was given over to people to just come and do whatever the government said want to do is by those other Indian
Damn, why'd you let
names?
them do that? The
Hey,
hell?
y'all, that's what the government
Nobody
did.
let them listen. We've been poisoned. We being poisoned right now as we speak. Y'all use spiritual warfare, any kind of warfare that you all could use. But I want you to know that under live Indian law, I'm sitting here and baby, it's a wrap in your cap. You heard me? Because now we know to go
Yeah,
look
I
for
heard
our
you.
guardian paperwork. Because what you did was while we was alive, living, thriving, your folks wrote on paper, well, I ain't gonna say your folks, but the government wrote on paper that we weren't here and made themselves the executors of our estates and the administrators. And then they turned around and sold it to corporations, and it's not theirs. And guess what? The documentation say in perpetuity.
Right. Can you let Mr.
Okay.
Battle finish?
No, I'm
No, I
finished,
do what I
but
want to
go
do.
ahead,
Wait a
Mr.
minute. Hold
Wanagi.
up.
Go ahead
You
and
don't want nothing. I'm not gonna shut up until I want to shut up. That's what's gonna
well,
happen.
Well, let's go ahead. Let me go back and forth with Mr. Wanagi here for a second. So what do you think about the lease district and the fact that y'all don't really get land? The only time y'all get land is when it's giving money back to my own people.
Well, what I think about what's really interesting is like the last conversation that we had, you had told me that your people have never benefited from what my people have, and that you actually are uninterested in what we benefit from.
Yeah, we don't
And
benefit from you
now you're
sitting on the
going
leased
back on
land.
your word.
No, we don't
Now
benefit
you're
from you
going
sitting
back
on our
on your
leased
word.
lands.
No, you're going back on your word now.
No, we don't
From the
benefit. We
government,
benefit
and
from
the
the
government is
government giving
over.
us payment on the interest on the loan
Which you
for the
said that you
land.
were never interested
Yeah.
in, and that your
No,
people
we
never
didn't tell them
wanted
what
in
to
the
do with
first
the land.
place.
Who knew that they were going to allow a bunch of
No,
people to
you
come in
said
and
you
be
never
fake
wanted that
Indians?
land in the first place, is what you said.
No, who
You
Exactly.
I never
never
said that.
wanted
Indian
granted
givers,
land from the
remember?
government. You never needed anything. Your people never were classified as Chickasaw or none of that.
You are a
Cherokee.
liar.
Oh, here it is. Here it is. No, this is where it says right here. So this is in the actual .gov. It says the total amount of trust funds. You remember you try to say y'all got a trust, right? Total amount of trust funds arising. See, what they did is they put the money into the government. The whole government holds it into as a trust, and then we get interest paid on the money that
So
we
your
actually.
thing
So it
was
actually
held by
was
the
a smart
government
decision
just like
because
ours.
they could have settled anybody over in that lease district. They just decided to give the
So you
reservations
worked
over
with
to
the
y'all and
government
play
just like we
games.
did.
No, bitch,
No,
you
they just
work
It's
decided
the
to play
same
games.
same exact thing. So your land is held by the government just like
No,
ours in a
no,
trust.
It's not
no.
held by the government, sir. We leased it to them. That's different. We're the landlords.
But they gave it to you in the first place to be able
They
to
didn't
lease it.
give
No,
us
that
shit.
was
We was
Indian
here
land.
Yeah, they
already.
did.
We're
We are
sovereign
the
Indian land, right? It's sovereign in a sense, other than it's not really
Lummi
sovereign
Nation.
because it is
descendants
Listen,
under
of
the
bro,
the
jurisdiction.
listen.
Indian mound builders
Lummi
is
Nation,
over.
the
Hold on,
tribe
let
that
me.
I'm enrolled in. Listen, Lummi Nation, right? The tribe that I'm enrolled in. Lummi Nation, Loktamish. We're a sovereign nation.
What makes you sovereign, sir? Are you not subject to federal
Same
laws?
exact laws that you are showing me that are showing that you're a sovereign nation. Same exact thing goes for me.
No, we're not. We're sovereign.
The
I
same
was just about
exact,
to say
the
we're
same
not
exact
sovereign.
thing. How you're
Nah,
saying,
Oklahoma
showing that
became
you
a
have
state,
land to
sir.
lease.
Oklahoma
How
became a
you're
state.
how
The
you're
difference
showing that you have
is,
land to lease. I have the same exact thing.
so the
We can lease
difference
our
You
land
is,
got
too.
an overright. This is because your
so the
folks
difference
stole the
is,
land. They made themselves the administrators. I'm telling you. I know what's up.
No,
so
Lummi
the
Nation is a sovereign nation.
the difference is,
I'm not an
the
American
difference
citizen.
is nobody is paying
You're an American
rent on
employee.
our lands. We lease the lands to the United States. They pay rent to the
Yeah, I
Choctaw
can do that
Nation,
too, but
sir.
I can do
You
that
gonna
too.
do
But
it
a
with our
difference
land,
is
you
we
won't.
never leased out our land. We never
But
sold our land out.
basically, you're not on Indian land. You're not on Indian land. So of course you bought land that you
I'm
never
on my own
sold.
land. I'm in my
Yeah,
own
you
country,
bought
sovereign
land that you
nation.
never sold. That's not, we never sold our land. You bought land as a public
No,
citizen
we
and you
actually
never
fought
sold
for our
it.
land. We didn't buy it. We fought
You
hand in
a
hand.
fucking lie. Y'all are thieves and red rummers. Y'all work
We
for the United States
we
government,
fought for
and
that.
after you slaughter our people, they'll give you some land. That's how
Real
that works.
real
That's why
wars,
the
real
immigrants are
warriors.
here
We actually
now.
fought for that.
And the only other people in America on the reservation is the army. So we know exactly why you came here, you immigrants.
But yeah, so like you said, like we just said, you see it here. We get
Right. I'm a
paid
sovereign
and they
nation
get
too,
paid
bro.
an interest off of that, right? So they allowed y'all to live in an area that you don't own. Now we own the
You know what's
area.
funny is we still own our land and we have more money than you guys.
You
So how
own
do you
public
guys lease your
land,
land
sir.
out?
You own
You guys
public
lease your
land.
land out and you don't even have no money.
You own public lands.
No, we don't own public lands.
You said that in the beginning. Yeah, your
We have our
grandma
own
bought the
borders. What are you
land.
talking
Your
about?
if your grandma had to come out of her pocket, what is that?
Yeah, you said your grandmother bought 80
My
acres.
grandma's not Lummi. My grandma's Klamath, and she didn't borrow
That's the
anything.
land you talking about.
No, I'm not.
Can't do this.
My
I just
grandma's
want
land
you
is
to
in
know
Oregon.
Modoc is in my documentation and in our will. And
My
I'm finna
grandma's
come
land
take
is in
that
Oregon.
shit. You hear me?
I'm on my
I got the
grandfather's
will
land
right
in
here.
Washington.
I got
So
the
your
will
grandfather.
right
So
here. I'm coming to take my shit.
what's your new? So your grandfather's got some land in Washington. So how did your grandfather get the land in Washington? What's the story you want to feed for that?
He bought it.
Oh, well then it's not. If you buy it out of pocket, sir, it is not tribal
No, he
land.
has reservation land too. He has a reservation land
You
too.
don't buy reservation land.
It's given to
Reservations
you, right?
are
It's given to you.
reserved lands for people to stay on that you don't buy. Now you can,
So
once they
you
reserve
You
and
know
give
how?
it to you, you can lease
wait.
it out to somebody, but you
How would
can't
they
buy
Yeah,
give
but
it.
we
you?
don't lease our land out. We own it.
Hey, how they giving you your land that you supposed to live fought for? Now you done bought
Yeah,
it. Which lot are you gonna go
Yeah,
with
but we
today?
don't lease it. It's just there. Like we have houses on it, and our family lives there. But we don't lease that. We don't lease our property or our houses out. We just have them.
I don't know why you even tried to come up here, man. You ain't making no sense, and I'm gonna just clown you every time. You're really doing bad right
You're
now.
like trying to say that my grandma's land is in Washington when it
A lie.
isn't. My grandma's land is in Oregon.
She's
I
a
didn't say
liar.
where
And
it
My
she
was. I
grandma
said
bought
that
4
you bought it
houses in
and it
Oregon.
wasn't
she's
Indian
a
land.
and a
My grandma
liar.
also has
Your
Indian land. Yeah,
grandma a
she has
criminal
Indian
and a
land and she
liar.
bought land. You
Where's her
can have
Your
Indian
both.
land
grandma a
at?
liar too.
You can have both.
Where's
I
her
know it.
Indian land at?
The Indian land is in Oregon next to a river.
I thought all
It's called
Indian land was in
It's called the
Oklahoma.
Williamson River.
We always live next to rivers. This is why the
I
Army
thought
Corps
the Indian.
engineer do the flood control. Yeah, because of
You can
y'all.
actually look up.
Look, they levee.
You can find the exact land that she was given from her grandfather Ben and her grandma Aggie. They actually were gifted land from the U.S. government for
Anytime the
Ben.
U.S. government is because of a
Oh, they
military
gifted
move, it's because
Yeah,
of
he was in
land.
the
all slaughter.
military.
But do
He
you
was in the
understand?
military.
It's
Yeah,
blood
Mr.
on
Feel
your
Ben
Good,
was
if you
in
hands.
the
give me a moment to
military.
kind of go back and forth with him, if you
Yeah,
don't
because
mind.
there's blood on your hands, dog.
Yeah,
You
no,
said
my grandfather Ben
you
was an interpreter.
you said that they were gifted the land by the government, right?
Yeah, because he was in the military and he was like a native and like reservation land or whatever.
You know that's not tribal lands.
No, it's tribal lands.
What makes it tribal land?
It's literally tribal lands.
Why?
What made it tribal lands there is the Klamath Modoc, the Mucklucks. They went to war with the US government and they won. And they were actually trying to force us
So you have a
into
treaty?
like
That's what I'm getting
yeah,
to. That's what I'm
yeah.
getting to. If there is,
Yeah, we
we
have a
got
treaty.
our lands in a treaty. You have not said the word treaty yet.
No, we got them in a treaty.
So what's the treaty name?
Treaty of 1855 in Southern Oregon. Should be, I believe, the Modoc Treaty. It's Oregon.
All right, let's see if y'all got a treaty. 1855 Oregon refers to the Middle Oregon Treaty signed with the tribes of the Walla Walla, Sayus, the Wascos, which established the Confederated Tribes. Now, this is the main overview. Of course, I'm going to have to go looking deep into this, but let's take a look at your .gov source. Treaty of the Wascos, Columbia River, Oregon Territory. Are y'all
Yeah,
Alaskan
Wascos,
natives?
that's
Are y'all
us.
Alaskan natives?
The Wascos is us. That's Wasco. We're
Are
Wasco.
y'all Alaskan natives?
No, we're Wasco.
What is that?
That's Wasco. It's his own thing.
Okay. Let me look through here since you don't want to say. But go ahead and tell me what you want to tell me while I look through your little articles.
Oh, I was just saying, like, we're included in that Treaty of 1855. One of my grandfathers, I believe my fourth or fifth great grandfather, I have to look, but his name is Inchakiox, and he was actually one of the treaty signers. He was into war with the U.S. government, and they kept trying to force him to the reservation, but he wouldn't go. And they kept trying to like unalive him in his camp, but they couldn't. They were trying to, but they couldn't.
Okay.
So he
How do you
told them
think
the
that
only way that he's going to go to the
how
reservation
do you
is if you
think
guys
Sarah
sign
said
this
the
treaty.
descendants are still on our land? Huh?
Well, that happened in the late 1800s. We were still
Listen,
actually running
Willie
loose
Harrison
back
was
then.
the Quapaw chief, the last
Look at
documented
this.
one, and I'm his descendant. He was forced to sign the treaty with the Quapaw. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Modoc were actually, they were forced to sign the
Your
treaty.
folks is who they wrote in place. I'm trying to tell you.
The warriors were actually sent to Alcatraz, and then the other half of them were
Boy,
sent
you
to the
get the line.
Quapaw
You
Agency
know
in
what you
Oklahoma.
did, and you do too.
Because we have a reservation in Oklahoma. The Modoc Nation has a
Well,
reservation
you
there in
can't have
Oklahoma.
anything overload. If you have a reservation in Oklahoma, you're on our land, so it's just lease districts. But it says here in your treaty,
Well,
provided
look into it.
also.
Look into it. Maybe
No,
it's
I've
leased,
already
maybe
did.
it's not.
But it says here, provided also that the exclusive right of taking fish in the streams running through the bordering said reservation is hereby secured to said Indians and at all other usual and accustomed stations in common with citizens of the United States, and of erecting suitable houses for curing the same, also the privilege of hunting, gathering root and berries, and pasturing their stock on unclaimed lands and
Right.
in
We still have have those rights.
in common with citizens is secured to them. So they gave you all some unclaimed lands, but they said you can use it like citizens,
And
not
then we bought the
sovereigns.
lands, so we own that land now. All that land
So it's basically a
that was
treaty of.
unowned,
It's basically a treaty
we
of
own all that
flood.
land now.
Let's
Well,
look
we
at what
bought all that
our
land.
treaty says. Let's look at what our treaty says.
Our land and all of that is void, right?
If you go to like
When we
Oregon,
claim our land, everything you just said is void.
no, if you go to Oregon
No. Void.
properties, everything there, all that land
Void.
is all
That's
owned by
fraudulent. That's
us.
fraudulent.
It's
Void.
owned by tribal members.
Void.
Yeah, just because you own it,
It was
if you
bought
have to
fraudulently.
buy it, sir, then it's not really
But it's owned by our
tribal land.
families, and we're
No,
not going to
it
sell it.
was. It
So
was
how are you going to
stolen
get it?
by your family, and you're going to get off of it.
No, we own it.
No, you're going to hell too.
You can't tell somebody to just get off their land. You know what I mean? There's laws. There's laws in play against that. So you can't
My
just do
people
that.
blood paid for that land. Did yours?
Let me see what I'm looking for on
Well, I
this.
mean, my people paid for it in blood. That's actually why we're still here.
The one who did it, like I said. I got.
That's why we're still here in the blood.
For you. I got special root work I'm finna do for you.
Okay, here we go. Hold on, let's see. Granted, the United States shall forever secure the nation. Okay, let's look at how they read it here, because ours don't talk about hunting and gathering on our page.
Because you don't have those rights.
And I appreciate Los coming up, but look, moderators, I don't know who's letting
We have
people
those
up,
rights because we fought. You guys just have land and
but
can't do nothing with it.
hold on, Wanagi. I don't know who's letting people up. You know I don't mind you coming up, Los. I just didn't look down. But I'm just, saying this to the moderators. I've said it multiple times. I don't like people coming up unless I let them up, so that way I know people's coming up. I don't make people moderators so they can let people up. Really, I just make people moderators just, I don't know why. That's why I really don't let people moderate. Well, really, to just try to deal with the chat. So I appreciate those that deal with the chat and get the weirdos out. But I like to have at least a little bit of control and know who's coming up. Unless this was like just an open, wide panel, you know what I'm saying, be a little bit different. But please don't push the button for nobody else while I go back and forth with Mr. Wanagi. But you know I fuck with you, Los. But let me read this real quick.
I ain't even know I ain't even know I was up here. I stepped away from the phone. Shit. For real, I was getting some coffee.
Oh yeah, no, you good. So let's read what it says here on our Dancing Rabbit Treaty in comparison to the hunting and gathering treaty that y'all just had there. This one says the government and the people of the United States are hereby obliged to secure to the Choctaw Nation. So the government and the people of the United States are hereby obliged. Not that we're getting unclaimed lands. They are obliged to secure to said Choctaw Nation and the red people and their descendants, and that no part of the land granted to them shall ever be embraced in any territory or state, but the United States shall forever secure said Choctaw Nation from and against all laws except such as from time to time may be enacted in their own nations and councils. Not that gives sovereignty in that statement right there, right? They can't tell us what to do with the land unless we see what we want to do with the land within our councils, right? Not inconsistent, not like citizens, right? Not just having land like public citizens, like yours said. See, this is why you come up and you get demolished, sir. Let me finish it though. Not
That has nothing to do with
inconsistent.
MODOK.
Let me finish it though. Not inconsistent.
You just read a bunch of
Let me
shit that has
finish
nothing to
it,
do with
though.
MODOK.
Not inconsistent with the Constitution, not inconsistent with the Constitution, treaties and laws of the United States, and except such as may which have been enacted by Congress to the extent that Congress under the Constitution are required to exercise a legislation over Indian affairs. But the Choctaws should this treaty be ratified, express a wish that Congress may grant to the Choctaws the right by punishing their
So it can be
own
ratified.
laws. By punishing their own laws, any white man who shall come to their nation, because y'all white, and infringe with your white ass any of their national regulations, because you white, United States to protect Choctaws, etc., and paragraphs are not ratified, whatever. So as you notice, our lands don't say anything about citizenship of the United States or unclaimed lands that they just kind of set aside and give to you. Okay, you want that
Right,
piece
but
of
my
shit?
people are on
You
your
can
land,
take the
though.
little patch right here. Don't nobody want to live on that Arizona ass
But
dark
my
ass
people
desert.
have a reservation on your land, though. How did that happen?
Because we leased it to them for money and they playing games to put some fake Indians
We
over
don't
there.
pay you for that.
We can't tell them
definitely
what
don't
to
pay
do
you
with
for
it when
that.
they leased it. And I mean, we probably could, but we didn't
You
tell
know,
them what
I
to
can
do with
actually
it.
enroll in Modoc in Oklahoma. I can actually go there and get enrolled there. And I know for a fact they definitely don't pay you for that land at all. Nobody pays you for that. It's our land and we're in control of that land. It's our nation. It's Modoc Nation, not Choctaw Nation.
Let me look, man. Let me see where Modoc Nation is in
And the
Oklahoma.
bye-bye nation, because you're finna be gone.
Oklahoma Modoc Nation. There's two of us. There's a Oregon Modoc Nation, and then the rest of us. After we went to war, we got sent to
I
the
bet
Quapaw
you
Agency.
not gonna come your ass to Arkansas with that bullshit.
No, I have family members over there in Oklahoma. We have a res there.
Come visit them.
Modoc Nation land in Oklahoma.
Where your people
Ottawa
at?
County.
What area are they in?
Ottawa County.
Okay,
Let me see what
bet.
it said.
Let me go ahead and put the team on alert.
They have a reservation there
Let me look it up real quick. Where's the Ottawa?
with actual enrolled members with real IDs and real.
You know what Ottawa
enrollment numbers.
is? Ain't Ottawa
My body.
I don't know. We're not from Ottawa. We're
mispronunciation
from
of
Oregon.
Etowah? It's a mispronunciation of Etowah.
We're not from there. We're from Oregon, so I don't know nothing about that. It doesn't have nothing to do with our translations or our name or anything. We're not Ottawa. We're Modocny.
You
Let me
called the
see.
assembly.
Y'all are up there. Oh, I know whose land you're on. Y'all are on the Cherokee Nation, sir. They Cherokees Nation, sir. Are you serious? I see your
Yes,
Modoc.
sir.
Do you see where it said? Whose color is it on, sir?
We're not Cherokee.
Who
though.
on the
We're
land before?
Modoc.
Who on the land before
But if you
that?
look it up, it's not going to say that we're Cherokee.
Seneca
Nation,
and
though.
Quapaw owned the land before that, sir.
Right,
That's
then
who
we
had the
own it
land.
now.
That's
Then
who
they
was
don't
given
own
the
it no
land.
more.
They don't own it.
They don't
were
own it
given
no
that.
more. We own it now.
No, they would have leased that. Likely would have leased that, sir.
No, you don't have to lease it. You know who's in charge? Not you.
Why didn't it come? Why didn't y'all come until after the leases came? Why didn't y'all come until
The
after the
Cherokee
leases?
Nation is not in charge of who controls that land.
Okay, let me look. Let's see.
The government came and gave us that land, and you guys can't do anything about it.
Y'all work for them.
The
and
government
slaughter
took a little tiny piece of your guys' land and made it ours, and there's nothing you guys can do about it.
what they did. Okay, I'm finna show you. Fat meat greasy than a bitch.
They literally transplanted us after the Modoc War from Oregon to Oklahoma and gave us land there in Oklahoma.
Need to be focused on is where are you going to go, because you won't be in this Mississippi Delta region. I guarantee you that.
Well, I don't live there anyway, so I'm already in Washington, so I'm set over here. I don't plan on moving over east anyway. I don't
I'm gonna
like
find
east.
out. I'm gonna find out how y'all took over the Quapaw land. And we gonna know. We gonna find out.
Yeah,
But
sure.
as we can see, the land was not given to you. You all in your own treaty said that some about some unclaimed lands.
you said
My
I get.
only
you
guess
said-
is that the
you said I get.
Quapaws and them stopped claiming this land because they had this first. My only guess is the Quapaw
Well,
and
you
Seneca
claim to
no longer
sear
decide
me
to
on
claim
both
their
sides
land.
every time I come up here, and I just put you onto something you have no info about, dude.
Sir,
You can't even grill me this time. Come on, do
what
better.
do you mean? Do you see this little piece of land that you got on Cherokee
Mr. Battle.
Nation? Sir,
Mr. Battle?
that's like 30 miles.
You don't know anything about me. You can't even explain why I have land on your nation.
We got Indian land on Indian territory, y'all. It might be a little town.
I'm so Indian. I got Indian land on your land, and I'm not even from your land.
Yeah. Explain that. Explain that, please.
not
You
from
explain
my
it to
land.
me. How are you
Did you just
on
hear him
Cherokee
say-
No,
Nation?
go ahead. Go ahead. Look
He
it
just
up,
said he
man.
wasn't
Do some
from here. Did
research.
you catch that, Sam?
We got time.
Yeah. Now you didn't know
I
that
got
you was on
about, I
Cherokee
got about a
land.
half hour before I
You
gotta
said
leave.
we're not even from here, nigga. I heard you.
I got 30 minutes
You know
before I
who
gotta
you
leave.
are.
Go ahead. We got
You
time.
said that you wasn't even on Indian land. You said that you wasn't even
No,
on
we're on
Indian
Cherokee
land.
land. We're on
I mean, my
Cherokee
bad.
land.
You said that you wasn't even on nobody else's land. This is
How
land
did
that
we
we
end
own.
up
All
there?
right, you didn't even know you were
How
on
did we
Cherokee
get
land.
on? How did we
Your
get on
story
Cherokee
is changing the more I inform you.
How did they get? How did we get there? And how did we not like pay you guys to be there? We're just there.
Somebody's
We don't
giving
owe you
something to them
nothing.
Cherokees. I don't know. Them Cherokees must have set aside something, but we see that it was Cherokee land in Quapaw. Well, it was Quapaw and Seneca before. Cherokees
Yeah,
done
we're
gave
in
it
the
out to Quapaw
Quapaw
and
agency.
Senecas.
We're in Quapaw.
What makes y'all Quapaw?
We're not Quapaw. We're just in there. We have a res there.
Yeah. Just
The Modoc,
like they
the
have
Modoc
these over
Nation
here.
is in the Quapaw agency.
Listen, I know exactly who you are. I'm sitting here looking at wheels with y'all name in it. I know.
So just like the Cheyenne, Arapaho, and everybody else is on leash district land, I'm pretty sure that's why y'all up there. These things must have happened after a certain time, or I'm gonna have to go look into a
It
little bit
happened
more
after
research.
the war. You gotta look up the war, bro.
1889. We're gonna figure
My
that out.
grandfather and my uncles were fighting in the Modoc War. That's actually how we ended up in the Quapaw agency.
Let me ask you this: what Indian school did your people go to?
War against us. You're right.
What was in there was one in Oregon that was called the Klamath Agency Boarding School.
Okay, let's look that up. Klamath. I did remember
Yeah.
looking something up about Klamath. Klamath Agency Boarding School.
Yeah, Klamath Agency Boarding School. And then there was another one called the Carlisle Indian School that they sent a
did
lot
they go
of
to the
Modocs
Carlisle?
to. Not all of them.
You're
Like,
hearing where they sent the Quapaws to? And I know because I got the list right here from there.
so the majority of us went to the
So
Klamath Agency
tell
Boarding
me
School.
how my blood, tell me how my name and how my people's name that I got on the live certificates and stuff for in it.
So like the warriors, like the
Exactly.
like the
You
warriors
are
of the Modoc
correct.
were
You
sent to
understand me?
Carlisle.
You're talking to a descendant
You
of
said
the
the
people that your people did wrong.
you
And
said
you're
the
Like
whole.
most of the warriors.
Hold on, sister Feel Good. I'm really trying to go back and forth with him right now. You said the Warriors went to Carlisle.
Yeah, most of like the fighters went to Carlisle, but a
I
lot
need
of
all of
them
this that you're
stayed
saying.
here.
Why did they go
And
to
then
Carlisle?
four of the main leaders, the main warriors, got sent to Alcatraz for life.
Why did they go to Carlisle? What were they doing at Carlisle?
They just wanted to like disassemble them because that's what the whole war was for. Because they kept trying to send them to reservations, but we didn't want to go to reservations. We wanted to stay at the lava beds there,
What kind of,
where we originally were, where we've always been, right near the Tule Lake, next to the Lost River, right there in that area, Northern California, Southern Oregon area. And they kept trying to get us to go to some reservation. I think it was the Klamath Reservation, and we didn't want to. So we started this. They sent General Canby to us, and we actually killed General Canby and his whole cavalry, unalived all of them.
So what were
And
they doing at the Carlisle school? What kind of what was the curriculum?
we agreed to have our children sent there because we were children of war, pretty much, and they needed to send us somewhere because to better teach
What
us
was the
how to
curriculum? What did they
integrate
do at
into
that school? What did they
like
do at that school?
teaching us English, integrating us into European lifestyles, like
Was
counting
this
like one. Because in my language, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we don't say that. We say lockstep, indocstep, threatstep,
they weren't
quackstep.
doing stuff like this?
We,
They
we
weren't
don't we
they
don't
weren't doing stuff
say
like this? Look at the screen. They weren't doing stuff like this?
no. They made us wear uniforms like that, yeah, and they cut our hair, yeah,
They and
and
called you
they taught us
battalions?
English.
So you're saying that they didn't
Um,
train you for war. You're saying that they didn't train these people for
the
war.
Klamath one, no, they didn't train us for war at the Klamath one because we were
They
already warriors.
they didn't train these people for
We just
war and
came
send
from
them to
war.
war? Is that
No,
what you're saying?
no, we just
So
came
that's
from
the
war
Carlisle
with the
school, right?
government.
That's the Carlisle school, right? So when I look at this document right here from the Carlisle School in Pennsylvania that says that 224 Indians went to the World
You know
War,
why we weren't
that's a
sent to
lie?
war?
That's a
You know
lie?
why we weren't? You know why
I
we
thought
weren't
you
sent
said they
to
weren't
war?
training them for war.
You know why? Because they were like 4 and 5 years old when they were sent to Carlisle. That's why. You can't send a 5-year-old to war.
But you know what happened after they went to war? You know what goes on right
The
after that
children
after
of the children of the
1918?
Modoc, the children of the Modoc War were sent to Carlisle.
Those were
But you
not
know what
no
They
happens
were
after they
children of
sent y'all
war.
to war?
picture. Those weren't 5-year-olds.
Do you know what happens after they sent y'all to war? All of a sudden, y'all get awarded. I don't know. Do you know? Did you know that the Snyder Bill gave Indian fighters citizenship? People that fought in the war.
I know a lot of Native Americans after we like fought in battles against the U.S. They joined like the army and stuff like that because they just couldn't help but to keep like being warriors. You know, like
Isn't that an
they wanted to
immigration
keep fighting.
process?
So
Isn't that an immigration process to become a citizen to go and
I
fight in
don't
the
think they
war if you're an
cared.
immigrant
I
of a
don't think they
country to become a
care.
citizen?
What do you mean by immigrant? Because
Because they
we
shipped a
weren't even
lot of you all
considered
people
U.S.
over here,
Yep.
and then they put you in the Carlisle Indian School to make it seem like you've been here forever, but you didn't. But they actually shipped you here, and I can show you where you people like you that look like you got shipped here at the same time. They
I've
go
seen
to the
that boat
Carlisle
a
Indian
million
School,
times,
you get trained up for
but
war,
go
then you
on.
go fight in the war, then you get citizenship after that. That's how you got your Indian citizenship.
No, see, because none of my like ancestors, they never went to war.
You just
Like
said that
up
they
in
did. You just said they went to the
against
Carlisle. You said they went
against
to
the
war.
U.S. government. Yeah, they went to Carlisle, but they never were sent to war.
Well, Carlisle sent a lot of people, and then in order to get your citizenship, because when did y'all get citizenship? 1924.
Yeah,
Right? We got
yeah.
ours before then, way before then.
You
But
know what
right
we
here it
were?
says
You know
that
what
was
we
from the
were before
Snyder
that?
Act. It said one of Mr. Snyder's first acts is to become a chairman of the Indian Committee because he became a chairman of the Indian Committee. Funny, was to introduce a bill making each of the 15,000 Indians who fought in the last war full citizens of the United States. Did you know
I
that?
mean, last war is crazy because the Modoc was actually the last Indian war.
Well, they're talking about World War One.
The Modoc War was actually the last Indian war, which came
They don't give a
after
damn about a
World
Modoc
War
War.
One
They're
or
talking
World War
about
Two. It
World
came
War
after the
One.
Korean War. This happened in like 1880.
Now let me read this one here for you. If that didn't solidify it, that every American Indian, if he so desires, who served the military or naval establishment. Now let me show you this real quick. Well, y'all, we'll get back to it. That
No, we're
served the
going to war
military or
at that
naval
time.
establishment for the United
1880,
States
we're literally going to war at that time. We're
during
at
the
war in
war against
1880.
the imperial German government, and who received and shall hereafter receive honorable discharge, shall of proof of such discharge papers with proper identification before a court of competent jurisdiction shall be granted full citizenship. Did you know that your parents had to show their honorable discharge papers in order to get that citizenship in 1924?
That never happened. I don't know why you're saying that. That's weird.
Well, that's what it says right here. They had to show
They were never in
citizenship
the
paper in order to
military
get that
or
1924
something like that.
citizenship. Because my people got citizenship through the Dancing Rabbit Treaty. I can show you that.
We
But y'all
also were
didn't get
never
citizenship through a
classified.
treaty. You didn't
I
get
was never
citizenship.
reclassified either.
Did you get citizenship through your treaty?
Through a treaty that happened?
Yeah.
We
Did you
didn't
get
even have
citizenship through
American
your
citizenship.
treaty?
How are you going to have American citizenship when the nation that they gave the treaty to isn't even have American citizenship yet?
Well, let me show
My
you.
treaty came in 1855. That's when our
Well,
treaty came.
the Dancing Rabbit Treaty right here on Article 14. Y'all should really read these things. Well, you read yours. That's all you need to read, I guess. Each Choctaw head of family being desirous to remain and become a citizen of the United States in 1830 shall be permitted to do so by signifying his intention with the agent within 6 months of the
When it
ratification of the
says
treaty.
that every Native American and they mean Indian and Native American got their citizenship in 1924. That it includes the Choctaw. So until 1924, the Choctaw, the
No.
Cherokee, the Chickasaw, the Chippewa, the Osage, all of the Southwest tribe or Southeast tribes, those also didn't have American citizenship until 1924, just like the rest of them.
We got citizenship with that act.
How do you not know this
No,
already?
first,
You're Googling
some
stuff.
Choctaws got citizenship with that act. The
Keyboard
rest of the
warrior,
people,
man.
let me show you, they got citizenship with the Dawes Rolls because you know who was served. Now, y'all celebrate Indian Independence Day on the 24th, don't y'all?
No, why would I do that?
Well, maybe y'all don't, but there's a celebration for Indian Citizenship Day on the 24th. It started after, or on whatever day. It started
Because
after
I'm not even
1924.
American. To this day, I'm not American. So
But look at here. Indian Citizenship Day was celebrated by black people in the early 1899s. Let me show you who was celebrating that real quick.
Hold on. Just to let you know, I'm a legacy graduate of Hampton Institute.
That's what's up. Big ups, big ups. So the Hampton Institute, which is Hampton University, which is an HBCU, was celebrating Indian Citizenship Day, the day that they got American citizenship. Let me show you so you see
What's that
American
got to do with
citizenship
me,
through the
though?
Dawes Bill, sir. So
What's
we
that got to
had
do with me?
Oklahomans got their last in the Dawes Bill. So we're not
You're
the
gonna
same
start
people who
talking
got it
over
in
himself again.
1924. We're not the same people who got it in 1924. Did you know that?
Yeah, but what does that have to do with me, though?
Because we didn't have to show honorable discharge papers to get our citizenship. You see how the difference with
Nobody,
that is?
nobody ever did that.
Yeah, if you got it in 1924, you did.
Nobody ever did that. I don't know where you
Yeah,
get
that's
that
what the
from.
Snyder Act was about, sir.
You know what U.S. citizenship means? That just means that we have the right to be U.S. citizens. That's all
Yeah,
that means.
and you got it after you fought in those wars. Yeah.
But I'm still not a U.S. citizen.
I
To
don't
this
care
day,
what.
I'm not.
Well, if you're not, that means you're an immigrant.
No, I have my own country, actually.
Nah. You
I
might want
have,
to.
yeah, I have
You
my
have
own
public
country.
land that you bought, sir. You can't have your
No,
own
it's my
country
own
on
country,
public land
man.
that you bought. Do
It's
you
my
want me
own
to? Do
country.
you take me to be a fool?
It's
You
my own
cannot
country.
have public land. I mean, you cannot have your own country on public land that you bought in a sale.
It's my own country.
So
It's
I can
literally my own
buy.
country.
So
We
if
have
I
our
buy
own
land tomorrow, I can
laws.
call it my own country. What do I
We
need to
have
do
our
to
own
incorporate it?
laws. We have our own law. No, you got to go to war. You got to go to war.
I told you, man. You
You got
probably
to go
should
to
have came
war
up
with the
here.
U.S.
I
No, you
really
can't just buy
informed you
land
today.
and claim it to be yours because that's not going
I
to work.
I
You got to
really
go to war with the government and win and force them to give you that land and
see.
force them to tell you that this is your own country. Like this is Samuel Battle's land or Samuel Battle country. You know what I mean? You have to go to war with the U.S. government and win. That's how you get land.
And see, the sad thing is,
That's
Mr. Wanagi, is when we get off of this conversation, you got to think later on, like, damn, he really showed me that my grandpa had to show his
no.
goddamn
You
discharge
really.
papers to get citizenship
I'm
in
just gonna be thinking
1924.
that he really thinks that he can just buy land and claim that it's his.
That's why I like y'all coming up for me, because I don't have to go just crazy on you. I can intellectually whip your ass, and then you have
No,
to think
you
about
are
it
actually
afterwards.
just mentally crazy
Yeah, you got to
in
think about
general.
this
Like
afterwards.
you got what do they call
Why
that?
did you get?
Schizophrenia or something like that, or
Nah,
bipolar
because
disorder.
y'all went through an
Because
immigrant. You
you
literally
have
went to
like
Carlisle. You literally told
you
somebody.
wear a
You
wig,
literally
bro.
came up here, have
You wear
no
a wig
idea,
for one,
have no
and then
idea
the
how much I
glasses
had
are
looked into the
those glasses
Carlisle.
are not even prescription.
You
For
you can't even
two,
think about how
they're
funny
reading
it is that you didn't
glasses.
even know how much I looked into the Carlisle school, and you brought that up. That's so funny. Because did you know the Carlisle school also used to hold symbols up like this?
You didn't even know that
Hey,
Modocs
the
was sent
longer
there.
you stay on this, the
You
more
didn't
it's
look.
gonna get
You
worse
didn't
for
look.
you.
You didn't know that my
The
people were
longer you
even
stay on
in
here, the worse it's gonna
Oklahoma.
get for you, boss. But here, let me show you. What was the
No,
Carlisle
you
school
still
in?
haven't proved why we're in
The Carlisle
Oklahoma. You
school
don't
was on
even know
stuff
that.
like that, sir, in the yearbook. The Carlisle school was on stuff like
You can
this.
start cooking when you decide that you learned how the fucking Modocs are in Oklahoma.
If that ain't enough for you, let me show you this. Hold up.
People who
If that ain't
cook don't
enough, let me
stutter,
show you
bro.
this, sir. Let me show you this.
I
Y'all,
literally just told you to do your research, and you said,
y'all was on this type of time, sir, at the Carlisle.
See, now
That's
he's
the
just
type of time y'all was on at the
showing.
Carlisle,
That's
sir.
what you guys do when you guys
Why
don't
do
know
y'all
what to
like
do.
that
You just
symbol?
start talking that ish.
Why do y'all use that symbol?
No. Why do you do that? Why do you guys do that? You guys just start talking that ish when you don't know what to do.
I'm moving you to another
You just
topic.
start
Why
dissing.
do y'all why do y'all use this
No.
symbol?
Why are we in Oklahoma? Why did
Mr.
they put it there?
Wanagi, Mr. Wanagi, why do y'all
Why
use
are
the
we in Oklahoma,
swastika?
bro?
Why do y'all
See,
use the swastika
see,
symbol?
he's doing that weird schizophrenic shit now,
Because
changing his
how come when
voice,
I do this? How come when I do this?
being
Watch
all
this.
fucking. You
Watch
got
this.
multi-personality disorder. Is what you
Native
have, bro.
American
Did you guys hear that? He said, "Start whispering." Damn, that's that weird
swastika.
shit, bro. That's
Why
that
when
weird
why
shit.
when I Google Native American swastika, these images pop up?
We actually had designs that looked like swastikas
Yeah, why? Why?
because they meant something other than what fucking Hitler's meant.
Really? You
You
mean
know
the
that?
dude? You mean the superintendent of the Carlisle school that looks like a German didn't influence you? The
No,
superintendent
not
of
at
the
all.
Carlisle school didn't influence y'all at all, Mr.
Why would he influence anything?
Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't a German influence
He's
a
just a
German
white
swastika symbol
just
who looks
some-
like a German at
he's
a
just some
Carlisle
German
school
dude.
who's the
What does that have to do with
superintendent?
anything?
Why wouldn't he influence that?
I mean, he might like
It's gonna
want
get
to.
worse,
That might be
Mr.
his
Wanagi.
intention too, but
It's
like
gonna get worse the longer you stay up here.
it's not getting worse for anybody but you. But go on.
You want to learn some more? You want to learn some more about the?
Sure, go on, man. Cook yourself some more.
So let's see. So now y'all was doing things like this at these schools, right?
And I just rolled a blunt, so this is gonna be good.
Yeah, yeah. Why are you holding it? Why are your people holding this flag?
You trying to say trigger words?
Go up to the her big ass forehead's blocking the rest of the flag. Let me see.
Yeah, I mean,
What
you
is
can
that,
see
like
the. It don't matter. You see the flag, sir.
Is that like a Confederate
Much
flag?
as your eyes may be blind to it, you know what I'm saying. You can see.
I really don't pay attention to fucking like flags and all that. Is that like a Confederacy flag? Is that what that is? I don't know. You gotta let me know.
So did they make y'all lose? Because let me ask you this: you said that they lost their language when they went to these schools, right?
No, my people didn't lose their language. I still know my language.
But typically that would be the story, right? A lot of times they would say they try.
I
to
wouldn't
lose
say
the language.
typically no. I wouldn't say that no.
But that's the story, right? They say, hey,
No, it's
they
not.
were sent there to lose their language, even though y'all have Mexicans there, but
we didn't.
Mexican mariachi bands, but y'all had Indian code talkers. They came out
The
of those
Navajo
schools.
did. To say y'all is a wide statement because I'm not y'all. I'm not everyone. You know,
Navajo, whatever. One of them other tribes.
Right, the Navajo code talkers, right?
Yeah, but here's the actual. Why did the Carlisle School become an Army War College after it closed down in 1918? And why did it conveniently close down in 1918 after the end of the war?
You know what it was before? It was Carlisle School, right? It was a bunker for the U.S. military that they used to, like, a fucking literally.
Yeah, they were known as the
A
Carlisle
U.S.
Barracks.
military. It was a U.S. military camp that they had there, and they were stationed there to have wars against the Indians, against us, the actual Indians.
And then y'all
That's why
decided
those.
they
Right,
really.
and then when we went to school when we went to war with them, and then some
if
of
it was
us
up in
lost
Pennsylvania,
wars,
it would have been my
some of us
people.
won wars.
If it was up in Pennsylvania, it would have been war against my people, and then y'all come over and get shipped in, and y'all decide to go up into school and get trained by them. That's
So what
pretty
did they train
traitorous.
us on? Let me know. What did they teach us?
I just showed you it. This is what they was teaching you in the school, sir. This is y'all in the school in the yearbook in 1918 during that same year. This is y'all getting trained for war. Hold on, let me show you again. But yeah,
So
this is
who? So the
by
Klamath
Nazis.
the
Do I need
Klamath
to be blunt
Agency
with it?
boarding school, right? The Klamath Agency boarding school, right? Who intermediated the knowledge in between Oklahoma and
Right there.
the boarding school in Klamath? Because
And,
they taught us your ways, right?
sir,
Is what you're
I
saying.
got
They taught us Westerners the Southeast indigenous ways, right? So everything we got from you is what you're saying. And we learned it in boarding school, right?
Sir, yeah, I got the Chilocco yearbook as well. I got at least 7 different school yearbooks during that same time. They all were teaching y'all to go to war. Let me show you. The Navajos were going to war. Let me show you.
They were just
Right.
going to war because they couldn't help but to be warriors. That's what's going on.
Oh, war is for the white man?
War is for warriors.
You see that
Hence,
Navajo yearbook?
warriors.
Navajo yearbook? This is what they was doing in the Navajo
Your
yearbook,
people
sir.
weren't going to war because your people aren't warriors.
We've always been in the war, sir. We're the black folks. We've always been in the army. What do you mean? We fought in every war.
Nah, that doesn't look like you guys.
The black Indians have always fought in every war. I don't know what you're
That
talking
doesn't
about.
look like you guys.
No,
That
this
looks
ain't
like
us
my
because
people.
we didn't trade our
That looks
people.
like my people
We
with
didn't
the
trade
rifles.
we weren't traitors to our people, and we weren't immigrants also. But
No, you
uh,
guys just aren't warriors.
let me
Because
show you this. No, y'all had
we
to.
never put our guns down, no matter who we fought for. We still have our guns. I have guns. No, we never put them down, and we never will.
Tell you how evil they was. They gave us defective pew-pews so that y'all will have the
You know, we
advantage.
don't
I got the
actually.
documentation right
It's like to
here.
the point where we
Shut
don't
up.
care if we're fighting for the U.S. If we're fighting, we're fighting. That's fun. That's fun to us.
But
We
did you
love war.
in order to fight, you had to be regarded as good by
Yeah,
the
we
white
don't care
people.
about
You had
all
to be
that. Just send
regarded
us to
generally
war,
good by the
man. Give
white
me a
man.
rifle and shut your
And
mouth.
does he associate readily with white men? And is he regarded by the whites as usually a good man? You had to agree to this before you can go to those wars, sir. You had to be
Well,
a
you know,
good
there's a
white
reason that
lackey.
all of us aren't
They
speaking
literally put on
Vietnamese right
paper
now,
that you
right?
was a white bitch, white people's bitch. They
Well,
literally
there's a
put this
good
on
reason.
paper.
There's a good reason
You were
because
warriors, but you were white people's bitch at the same time. I
there's
don't
a reason
understand.
that you're not speaking Japanese right now
I
either.
told you, if you want to stay on this thing, it's gonna get worse.
If
Now you
we
got to
if
go
we
home and
didn't
think about
no
how your
no
dad
if
was the
we
white
didn't go
man's
to
bitch.
war, if
Now
we
you
didn't
got to
go to
go home
war,
and
this
think about how
country
your
would be ran
granddad
by
was
a
the
bunch
white
of
man's
Japanese
bitch,
people.
and that's gotta hurt. That's gotta
No, you
hurt.
got to get off. You got to get off here and realize that if it wasn't for us, that you would be speaking Japanese right now because we won
Nah.
World War.
All right, man.
The Japanese
You
got their
tried,
asses
Mister
whooped by the
Wanagi.
Navajo code talkers, bro.
You tried.
The only reason that war was won is because of the Navajo code talkers.
You tried,
That's
boss.
the only no, that's the only reason.
You
It's the only
tried.
reason they won. No,
You
you
tried,
tried,
but
bro. You
I'm
tried.
I'm
And
gonna
you're
have to,
trying.
you
You're gonna
know.
keep trying. You're gonna keep trying.
I mean, I could go
You're
into how
grasping for roots that aren't there, man.
I could easily show you
You're
how we
digging for
got
roots that aren't there,
boats
bro.
of young men coming over here, and all young men coming over here manifest. I can show you. How far do we need to go with this, sir? You want to see the manifest of men coming over from other countries,
No, let's
Japan,
go all the
China,
way. Let's go all the way.
Mexico? Do you want me to show you the manifest records of motherfuckers coming
Show
into
me
Laredo,
everything. I
Texas
want to see
in
everything.
1909 that end up going to the
Sure, man.
Carlisle School? Do you
Sure.
also want me to show you the correspondence of the Carlisle Indian School that says that, hey, yeah, we should let some Mexicans in the school? Let me show
Yeah,
you
I know
that real
Mexicans
quick.
are there. Yeah, I don't mind Mexicans.
Yeah,
They're
yeah,
cool.
right there. They was gonna let in some Mexicans in the school, in the Carlisle Indian School. So yeah, immigrants, sir, immigrants. Immigrants that come over, Mexican immigrants that
Well,
come
when you're
over.
not considered a
Now you
U.S.
get it.
citizen,
Now
of
you
course
get it.
they're going to be considered
Now you
immigrants.
get it. Immigrant Mexicans that come over, get placed into the Carlisle Indian School, fake to be Indians, go fight in a war, then get their
I don't know about
citizenship
faking to be
after an honorable
Indians. They
discharge
were
in
just Mexicans. Like
1924.
we know they're Mexicans.
You get it
They,
now?
look at them, bro. Look at little sombreros and little
I
boots
hope
and
you
shit.
get
They ain't
yeah,
native.
throw a sombrero on you.
They
Take the
ain't native.
triangles off and put on
You
the
know what's funny
sombrero.
too
I bet
is
nobody would
you
know
know
the
what's funny
difference.
when a native mixes with a Mexican, I can actually tell when that kid grows up. I can tell that he's half native and half Mexican. I can
When you
tell.
go to Taco Bell, I can't tell whether you're a Mexican or a white man.
I can, though. I can. I can tell that you're African, and you're also some Egyptian, Hebrewish kind of. I can just tell by the looks of your forehead and the skin, the tone of your skin, and your fingers are really skinny, like Egyptian fingers.
You tried, Mr. Like, it's all good, man. I want to give you a good try.
I
But I
think
want
you
to
might
expose
also,
the
you might
information
also,
to you.
you might also have some actual Cherokee or some Choctaw in you too.
I got a lot of that. I mean, I
But
got all
I
that.
feel
I can
like
show you
I feel like your
paperwork on
name.
that. So
I feel like your
you can
name
play
is
games about
Egyptian.
it. You can play games about it. But me, what I can do that you
I mean,
can't
look at the
do,
shape of your hand. It's
what
not
I
an
can do
Indian
that you
shaped
can't
hand.
do is I can actually pull up my tree and go like this. Nanny,
No, I can
nanny,
pull my tree all the way back
nanny,
to like
nanny, boo
the
boo. Nanny,
1500s,
nanny,
bro.
boo boo, nigga. Nanny, nanny,
What
boo
year
boo.
is that? That's it?
It's Dawes Rose years,
That's as
nigga.
far as you can go back?
It's Dawes Rose
That's as far as you
years.
can go back. My dolls rolls go back to the 1500s. We
You
laughing
didn't go.
about
Dawes was not around
dummy.
during that time. There
You
was a man named
dummy.
Dawes, and he wasn't alive in 1500, sir. You're saying the wrong thing still.
They can track names all the way back to that age because we're buried
They
and we
wouldn't have
have
called it a
graves.
Dawes Rose because
You
somebody
can
else
go
would have
back
took the
with the
rose.
dolls,
See,
bro, and
you
go
don't
back
even
to
know
where our
what the
graves
Dawes
are.
Rose meant or the must rose. That's the
And
name of the
you know
person
how
that
they
actually wrote
proved?
that enumerated
You
the
know how they
people.
proved we come from those people? They
That's the name
excavated
of the
the
person that
graves.
enumerated the people, sir. I
You
don't.
can DNA test the hair follicles to me, and my people match the people that were buried there. So that's how they can trace us back farther in
Now
the
you're on the
dolls
DNA.
rolls.
Yeah. Well, yeah, man. You tried.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
bro.
let you
We
go,
said
Mr. Wanagi.
no. You got cooked,
I
bro.
know
You
you
got
want to
cooked.
be up here and get the little, I know it feels good to be on the panel, you know what I'm saying? Fuck with your
I
boy,
slow
but
cooked you. You just didn't know it yet. You
no,
don't know it,
yeah. We'll let
Mr.
the
Battle.
people be the judge.
Yeah,
Yeah, Mr. Battle.
your
That's a good
people,
name
right?
for me, ain't it?
Unfair trial
Can you
with
go
your
up and show
people.
his
Your people
documentation like
as
you
the
did?
jury.
Post, can he come up and show documentation like you just did?
No, he damn sure can. Oh, you can go ahead, Mr. Wanagi. Show us some paperwork.
Give me a second.
All right. Okay. Is he gonna bring something out? A tribal card? What we got? What we got, y'all? Which I think he gonna bring out here is paperwork that's gonna make us laugh. Just saying right at the mouse. What's up, Bridget?
Here, I gotta see what this is. I'm not sure if it's the right one or not. See what year it is.
A
Yeah, see,
census form. That's what you got is a census form? Okay.
I don't even think that's the right one. Here,
Yeah, it's pretty sad. He's gonna have to think about a lot of this later when he's like, by himself chilling. He gonna sit there, turn on the TV, remember that his dad had to show paperwork. All of them discharged papers after that motherfucker left the goddamn Carlisle. He gonna be pissed in a motherfucker, man. Nobody told me I was a goddamn immigrant. Well, now you know. And I'm glad I could be the one to give you that. And I hope you bring more of your friends up here to let them get schooled as well. I would like to inform them because this information needs to go out because once they know that they're an immigrant, they can start actually doing their genealogy and connecting back with their homeland. You see, y'all are confused right now and you really think you're from here. And that's the problem, And your ancestors, when you get up there, I tell people when you die and you wake up and all your ancestors are around looking like you, I don't know what you're going to say to them.
So this is just one. This is just one side of my family, and this isn't as far as back as I can go either. It goes back further than them, but the records are, yeah, they're just different.
Her color or race was Indian.
1875. Yeah, color or race.
Oh, I like this because why would they call that person an Indian, not in Indian territory after 1875 when the corruption is already going on where they're faking like y'all Indians anyway? Okay. Yeah. Do you have one before the 1875 year?
Yeah, hold on a second.
Before they started the corruption?
Thank you so much. I hope you feel this virtual hug I'm giving you.
I feel it. Appreciate it. I had to see what he got here.
Unfortunately, I've been poisoned for the last 3 generations. So, I come from, a very violent place. And I'm not violent, but I'm aggressive. And so, yeah.
No, I like your passion. I like hey, go off.
I mean, it's hard to sit here and listen to him giggle and stuff about what his folks did to my family, though. Like he don't understand it. I'm serious. I'm unalive serious. I just got through looking at a will with they stuff in it. They wrote themselves as guardianships over my people while we were still alive. The United States government allowed that. They sent them immigrants over here as settlers. They handpicked them and sent them to be settlers. They ain't handpicked these immigrants. They just opened the floodgates. So they don't know what they got up over here.
And they said, this person said their full name is August Pierre. What kind of surname is Pierre, y'all? We know where the surname Pierre comes from, right?
Yeah.
Where you go, Mr. Pierre? Wanagi, Mr. Pierre, where you at?
Yeah, they got Pierre from boarding schools, so they actually just gave us random ass names. His real name is Set Solemn.
They didn't give you random names. They gave you our people's names.
Well, I guess your name comes from Pierre. I don't know. His real name is Set Solemn. And August's real name is Swalampst.
Again, y'all received our names. That's the random
Well,
names.
what does Swalampst mean then? If it's your language, what does it mean?
To what I'm saying to you.
And what does Set Solemn mean? Because that's your language, right? Set Solemn. That's actually him right there in the picture.
No, I did not say that.
Is Set Solemn right there in my profile pic?
Again, you all received our names, and we know you did, and we got documents of that as well.
Well, he doesn't look like you guys either. Because that's him right there in my pic.
He's a corporate actor.
Well, and he's the one that went
His
to
name is
Carlisle.
no. His name is Set Solemn. He never went to boarding school anywhere ever. Our people here in Lummi, a lot of us, we never even left here. We were one of the last tribes to even be contacted by.
Yeah, that whole
Yeah.
story. Yeah.
It was like the late 1800s before they even made it to us.
Well, when the person say something, they always got to be the last of the Mohicans in the oh, we did this. Every last one of y'all say this.
Well, you can't find anything about my people, the Lummies. You can't find anything about us because our knowledge is
White
gatekeeped.
person. That's a white
That
person.
no, that's my 5th great grandfather. He's full blood.
You are
Full-blooded what, sir?
He's full
Full-blooded.
blood. Full blood. I have the picture for that. Here, I'll show
Oh
you.
my God, boy, these people be playing games. How come I'm not finding much about your Modoc Indians in the National Archives? I can't even find a census record for y'all. And I can find one for the Apache, the Cheyenne, and a lot of these others.
What does that tell you? I just told you these people wrote over our stuff. I'm not playing. I'm serious, very serious.
And this is Klamath. This might be the school. This is one of the schools he said they went to. Let me see what that naming structure was. Tribe, Klamath, name, surname given Robert Allen, Pierre, surname, name given.
Bro, hold on. I gotta say something real quick. This just goes to show how slow you are because you think this guy's Klamath or that he was somewhere down in Klamath, bro. He's Lummi. He's not Klamath at all. You're not gonna find him in a Klamath census roll.
Sir, I didn't say that dude was Klamath.
Pierre,
I didn't
bro,
say that
is a
dude was
Lummi.
Klamath. I
Pierre
never said
is a
that dude was
Lummi last
Klamath.
name.
I
Pierre
can
is
care
a Lummi
less.
last name.
I can care less
Lummi.
about your little
Lummi,
semantical
bro.
shit. I didn't say who was Klamath. I clicked on Klamath, nigga. I clicked on Klamath. You're just an idiot and you can't listen. But no, I clicked on Klamath. I didn't say that nigga was Klamath. Give a damn what he is. He white is what he is. He look like a white guy, an old white dude that's wrinkled in the face. That's really what it looked like. Really like an old white woman, to be honest with you. But and then y'all got the name Pierre. And then he said, well, they gave that to us. Yeah, because y'all be trying to hide your little other name. I wish I could find where sometimes it showed where y'all didn't put your they didn't change your real first and last name. I bet it's like Gonzalez or some shit. That's what I was really looking for. But I'm gonna have to do a little looking for you folks. Now that I know Klamath and I know Modoc. Oh, now Klamath, Modoc. Now that I know these things, I will be doing a little bit more research. You know what I'm saying? And next time you come up with Mr. Wanagi, you're going to get humbled some more. Because you should be humbled already. I mean, 1924, I don't give a damn. You already told me the people went to Carlisle Indian School, had to get their citizenship in 1924. That's enough to just already throw you in the immigrant bucket who basically committed treason against your company, came over here and pretended to be Indians. But regardless of that, you know what I'm saying? Some of the other things you said about your land, where you can buy land, well, y'all niggas basically just bought land and call it a tribal land. Y'all don't have land. And the little bit of land that y'all got assigned in Oklahoma, it looks like it's in the Cherokee territory, or it was in the Quapaw Seneca area territory, which is now look like Cherokee on top of y'all. And I'm gonna look a little bit more into that because I'm pretty sure you'll be following me, and at one point you're gonna try to come back up here. And I'm gonna have some stuff to embarrass you even further. As many times as you want to come up, I will just keep embarrassing you. So yeah, I'm gonna end up having to get off here pretty soon. Let me just
What you say your real name was?
Mine or his?
His. We're talking to Dumpy over here.
What's my real name? Like my legal government name?
What is the real name? You said it earlier. What's the real name again?
Of me? Who are you asking about? My real name?
The people that you claiming, dog. Your
Oh,
grandfather.
the dude in the picture.
Yeah, your grandfather. That look like your grandmother. Show his picture again. That's what you can do. Show that again. Was it him or her? I don't forget for real.
Yeah. What did you say your ancestor's name was again?
Here, I typed it in the comments and I'll show him again.
To say Salam
Just looked up that
Salam.
image, and it's saying that that person name is
That's Salam.
Ben
This is
Blackburn.
him. This is him when he's younger. That picture of him was him when he was like really old. But this is him when he's young.
You said his name is what? CR.
Set Solemn.
But CR said it said a different name.
Yo, when I looked that person up or that image, it says his real name is Ben Black Elk. So who is
No,
you
that's
trying to
not
give?
him.
What name is
That's
you
a
trying to give this
false.
person?
No, that's literally a false result.
Nah, ain't no false. It said his
No,
name
you
is
can
Ben
here. I'll
Black
show you the
Elk.
full fucking photo. Look up the full picture, man.
Nah, you got caught in your
Nah,
lie.
man. Look
That's
up
what
the full
that
picture,
is.
man.
Hold
Nah,
on, I'm gonna show you what I found.
nah, bud.
You over here pulling up Google images and faking like that's your family, Mr. Wanagi? That wouldn't be nice. That wouldn't be moral, would it? Pulling up random white folks
Bro, slow
wearing
down. I'm literally pulling up the
wearing
full photo. I cropped it
feathers.
to show just him. I'll show you the full picture.
I hope you didn't do that, man.
All right, there's the full photo. You can try to screenshot that and Google search that, I guess.
I don't know. What's his name?
It should come. It should come
Yeah, I
up.
saw you said it down there. To set something. Salam. It sounded like it was.
I'm not finding your ancestor when I type that name in. But that image that you just showed is that said is somebody named Ben Black Elk.
It's literally
Hold
the
on, let me
same.
go ahead and clip this one and run
Bro,
this one
fucking
too.
Google is
You ain't gonna be up
confused
here lying.
because natives all look the same. If I take a screenshot of you and I put it into Google Images, it's gonna say it's 2 Chainz.
Nah, we have a
Do
diverse
it and
look
see
of
what it
black
tell you.
people. Y'all look a lot alike. Like the Asians look like the Mexicans, look like the Spaniards, look like the Arabs, look like the Hindus, look like the Indonesians, look like the Thailand, look like the Chinese, look like I can keep going. Look like the motherfucking Vietnamese, look like the goddamn Hawaiians, looking like the Alaskans, looking like the goddamn you can put y'all all in the same bucket, sir. Yeah, when all these people, y'all always show these people when they old as hell and wrinkly, where you can't really tell what their phenotype really was. You know what I'm saying? That's one thing that they
That's
really
literally my
love to do.
grandfather. He's still alive. I
Say,
took that
Sam.
picture of him like 2 days ago.
They just
Say,
looks like
Sam, in that last photo that he just showed, it was saying that person name is Joseph Hillary, like
Yeah, the dude on the
Hillary,
dude on the far.
Hillary.
Listen, bro, the dude on the far left.
That's who it
Yeah,
was
that's
saying. That
Joseph
last
Hilaire
person
on
he
the
just
far
showed.
left. On the far left, yeah, the dude on the right is Jack Pierre,
But that
which
ain't
is
the
my
name you up here
grandfather.
telling us the name. That ain't even
Bro,
the
I
same
said my
person.
grandfather's name is Jack Pierre.
And that still ain't even the same name. So
Who's
what's
the
going on
rest
with
of the
your name?
people in
The
that
naming
picture,
of your
though?
people ain't even
Who's the
staying
rest of the
consistent.
people in that picture, bro? Who's the rest?
It was only one person
It
standing
says
there.
to the far left is Hilaire, in the middle is Pierre, and then to the far right is another dude.
I only saw one person in that picture. I just screenshot
Yeah,
and went and searched up.
it's because
So you gonna sit here and keep making
TikTok
up these
doesn't show the
lies?
whole fucking picture. I gotta crop it and move it so it.
Get the cropping, homie, because the person you showed ain't who you sitting there saying it is.
You said Photoshop too.
All
The
right, bro.
images you
I'll
showed
crop it
are the
real
people
quick.
you
I'll
saying
crop it
they
to
are.
show the whole picture, and I didn't say Photoshop. I said crop.
If you heard him say Photoshop and slip up, put the one in the chat.
It really don't matter what he say, sister. He lying.
All
And
right,
I
there you
bet the
go.
Modocs.
Look up that. Screenshot it, crop it. That's the whole picture. And tell me the names of everybody in that picture. Don't leave out one person. Should have 3 names.
Those are not historically what the Indians wore, but I got you.
Historically, you must not know my history, bro. You don't know the Lummi history. You know why? Because we hide it from you guys.
Well, lots of voyagers came to these shores, and I've read lots of books, and I
Well,
know
the
exactly what they
voyages didn't make
said.
it
So
to
I guess
us
they
until
didn't
like the
see
late
you.
1800s.
I know that's funny
So
that nobody saw y'all. That's what's so funny.
they
Nobody
didn't.
saw y'all.
You know why? Because we're damn near.
'Cause nobody
We're
saw
on the
y'all.
coast. We're on the other side of where they
Yo,
landed.
you up here lying
Sir, people were landing
your
all over
ass
that coast.
off,
You want me to
bro.
show you how many
So
people
who's in
landed
the
on that
picture?
coast?
So who's in the picture, bro?
Every picture you didn't show and
Who?
the
No,
names
who?
you trying to say these
No,
people
you went
are
and
ain't
Googled it and you
matching
got
up.
your results. What were your results, man? Who were the three men in that picture? Tell me.
Sir, I'm gonna tell you this. Hold up. This is in the Spain Museum, okay? The nautical whatever everybody was landing on that side. More people landed on that side, sir, than landed on the other side. This is Spain over here, right? They only have like 5 lines coming this way. Everybody came from the Philippines, sir, to this side. When we say y'all motherfuckers came from there, they came from there, okay? I don't know what you're talking about, okay?
Why did that man have on Cheyenne regalia and you said he was a Modoc?
Y'all wanna know what's even crazier about that
I've
picture?
never
It
I've
goes
never
right
showed
back
you
to
one
Pinterest.
I've never showed you one
That
single
image
picture of a
goes
Modoc.
directly back to Pinterest.
I've never
It
showed
don't
her.
even go to no official
Where did she get
websites,
Modoc
none of
from?
that
Because I
shit.
never showed her one picture of a Modoc. Never.
But tell me how all these people landed on this shores that they still didn't see. Even Lewis Corus didn't see y'all. When he saw the Miwok Indians, I'm trying to see how close the Modoc was to the Miwok. But
Bro,
when
he's Lummy, bro.
It's
Lummy,
still
look up where the
Cheyenne
Lummy live.
regalia. I don't give a damn what you said it was. It's still Cheyenne regalia, and that's not what you're saying to
It's
see.
not Cheyenne regalia. Those are
Yes,
paddles.
it
Those are
is.
cedar. They don't even have cedar
You
there.
are a liar.
They don't have cedar over in
You're
Cheyenne
lying to be
territory.
lying.
They
That
don't
ain't
have
even a
cedar over
real
there.
man. You gonna have to come better than that, man.
Lummi.
And wasn't you the one that was showing your ancestors that was supposed to be named Ghost? Was that you I seen the other day when I
That's my
was talking?
last name. My legal last name is Ghost. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is the person, Sam. This
yeah, I
homie right
remember him.
here. Out here lying to be lying.
Hmm.
I come from
But
multiple
lie
different
me.
native families.
You lying.
I'm
A
pulling up
lie
hella
man.
shit that you guys can't even pull up one of.
I'm about to ask you a question here in a second, though.
I'm literally showing you guys my whole family tree all the way down to the T.
Yeah, because
On
y'all
my
be changing
ghost
it up.
side,
You
my
act like we
dad's
don't
side,
know
my
that the
dad's mom's
Spaniards, the
side, my
Russians,
dad's
the
dad's side,
Filipinos,
my
and
mom's
everybody's
side,
been
my mom's
hitting that
side, my
coast
mom's
forever.
dad's side.
Now look, this was Lewis
Everybody
Corus's
go
book
get
in
it.
1822 when he wrote his book in 1822, and he drew the people on the West Coast that he saw, which was not too far from where y'all was at. And I'm gonna show you how far y'all was from where he saw these people. But that's why I said, how come people
I
don't see
mean,
y'all?
when you say y'all, my people were in the plains and
Now
my
this
people
is
were in
this is who we
Washington and
saw, right?
Oregon.
This is who we saw in California in
Right, they have paint
1822.
on. They're
Now
painted, right?
that's the Miwok Indians right there. That's the
Painted
Miwok
with straight
Indians
hair, right? Painted
landmass.
with straight hair.
Modoc is right here. How come they didn't see y'all Modocs? How come they didn't see the Modocs? They right
Because we're
here,
way the fuck up there. Why would we be down there?
right? How come they didn't? Nobody saw
That's
the
Mexican
Modocs.
territory.
But on
We're
top
not
of this, do you
Mexican.
know what the Miwoks look like today? Let me show you what the Miwoks look like today. They look like you, which is funny. Let me ask you, why is this? Why would that happen? Why would that happen? If in 1822 they look like what he just drew, and then all of a sudden Miwok, when you come here, you'll see people that look like you, right? Right? That's your folks, right? That's your folks, right? But how did they change in less than 100
Mhm.
years? I mean, a little over 100 years. How did they get? How did
They
they go
never
from?
did change. They
How
looked
did
like
they go
that
from
back
this?
then. They didn't
How,
They
change. They
didn't.
just looked like that.
how did they go from this to that, sir? How did that happen,
We got a real one in the
They're
comments
painted, bro.
right now.
Look, they're
She could come on
painted.
stage and debunk your whole
sir?
history, homie.
Half
They're
the
painted,
faces,
bro.
half the face is painted green. The other half is normal. Sir, do you
No, it's
not see that?
painted.
Yes,
Painted
the green
red.
side. The green
No,
side
it's
is
half
painted,
green and
sir.
half red.
Sir, the green side is painted.
Why would it be half green and just half normal? That don't
Let
make
me ask you
sense.
this. Let me ask you this
Look
then.
at the dude on the left. He's half black and half red.
No, sir, he's got his face
He's
painted
painted half
partially
black and he's
green,
painted
sir.
half red. Yeah, bro.
He's got his face painted half green. Let me go back.
And literally, look at you see the thing that's on my fucking grandfather's head?
Green, blue, His color of his skin. The thing that is contiguous is the color of the skin.
You see that thing that he had on his head? He has it on his head in this picture too. That's how you know it's the same dude. He's wearing the
But let me
same
show you
headband.
this. Let me show you this. Because all of a sudden they changed to this.
No, he's
But
wearing the same headband, bro. Look
why
at that.
why does the why do they demelanate it in the government archives? Why would they
Yeah,
use
go ahead and show
the
that again.
non-painted one?
CR?
Huh?
CR the what? What's your name? CR the
Why
what?
would they use this one, sir?
Go ahead and put my grandfather back up so I can show how he's wearing the same headband when he's younger.
Why would they use the whitewash version on the website? And why did the people of the Miwok Indians look like your folks today? Huh? Do you
They're
want us to
painted.
forget that let me pull this up real quick.
They don't even have curly hair like you.
Look, even in their museum, they put the whitewash photo in their museum, sir. Do you think they don't know the real one exists? Let me show you the real one.
The
Do you
pictures
think
that
they
you
don't know the
showed, they
real
have
one
straight hair.
exists?
They have
Yeah,
straight hair.
with
You don't have
melanated
straight hair.
skin. With
You don't have
melanated
straight
skin.
hair.
Sure, we know how to straighten our hair. That's not hard.
You don't have straight hair.
Sure, we know how to straighten our hair. That's not hard.
No, you
Okay?
don't.
That's thick straight hair. We don't know how to straighten our
You
hair.
don't know
That's
how to
pretty
straighten
funny.
your
Hey,
hair.
That's pretty
Atia,
funny.
come on the panel real quick, cause he over here trying to talk crazy
Why
about
would
your
they do
people while
this?
you still existing, trying to claim to be
Why would they
y'all.
do this? Why would they do this? And let me show you. You act like we don't know that people have been settling in that area for a while. Let me show you this.
Your people weren't. Their people was, but it wasn't your people.
It's real Californians in this live.
The
You
battles
can't
aren't even
lie.
from down
I'm
there.
just waiting on her to grab a mic so she could shut you down.
The
Oh, right
battles are
here.
Cherokees.
Right here. Now let's take a listen. Let's listen to this real quick. It says 3 great powers, Spain, England, Russia, sought dominion on the Pacific coast and regarded San Francisco as the key to success. Spain won, and to that fact, we owe the peculiar richness of our background reading the story of the founding of San Francisco, even though prior they were black, right? And they were, whatever. There is always a sense of pageantry hovering over the page. Those Spaniard soldiers or Franciscans, blah, blah, blah. So you have Spaniards, English, Russians coming here, but also don't forget the Spaniards brought with them Filipinos and Chinese folks. And you also have all these folks that's coming here.
Bro, I'm
And
not even listening.
Mr.
I'm gonna keep it real. I'm not even
Mr.
listening to this
Wanagi
nigga.
wants us to ignore that these people came to the Pacific coast long ago and have turned into him. And he wants you to believe that his non-melanation doesn't come from the fact that he's one of these people for real, but that he was just one of these people that, just so happened to get caught up in intermarriage too many times and have been whitewashed out. Or maybe he just really thinks that he was just
I'm
unmelanated and
not
always like
whitewashed.
that naturally.
I'm not whitewashed. That's for sure. I don't look like them people that you showed in that picture.
Sir, yes, you do. Sir,
No, bring them back up because I don't look like none of those white people you showed.
let me show you real quick. Let me show you.
I'm
Let's do a
smoking
little
too, so I'm about to
comparison.
get kicked off your live because I'm smoking and I'm not about to fucking hide my shit just because I'm
Yeah, it's telling me I gotta. It's just telling me, yeah, that's probably what you're trying to do.
I
I
was already
understand.
smoking to
You're
begin with,
desperate.
but
You're desperate. When people
desperate for
get
what?
desperate, they do desperate things. But that looks exactly like you, sir. Come on now. Let's put
No,
him
show
down
the
by
other
you.
guys. Yeah,
Let's put
he
him
looks
down by
like me.
you.
Yeah, he does. I agree. He does look like me. Well, now, what do the other dudes look like? They
That's
don't
the
look like
Miwok
me.
Indian today, sir. Eyes. That's your dad.
You don't look like
That's your
you.
pop.
You don't look like you.
That's your pop. I'm gonna let
He's not a book. You can't write that. You can't just paint him.
I'm gonna let y'all come up and say something. I got to get off here. I got a podcast. I got to shoot. I got to take off
The
too.
last thing that you showed, that was a book that somebody painted. They could have just wrote anything that they wanted in there. You can't just. You
I
can't
think
just
we made
make
our
things
case.
look
What's
like
up, y'all? Let y'all say. I think we made our case with you.
I look like the coastal California Indian, not you. You guys weren't there.
Who are you?
You guys weren't. We had the
I don't
Lumbee
even know.
in
We
the
don't even know who
state
you
before.
are.
Hold
We
on,
don't
I'm
even know who
talking.
you
Be
are.
quiet.
We had it don't matter. I'm her. We had the Lumbee in
You
the
are not him.
states a few months ago, and they talked about how they were not in California, how they were in the mountains hiding during the WARs. And as we
That's
were
a fact.
having Indian removal
What are you high
in
on?
California, they were marching you guys into California as false fixtures. You look like the Chino that the Spaniards had enslaved. The
Why? Because I have a
a
little
mixture
mustache.
of Southeast Asian and then their blood, the Spanish, made what looks like today the Indian and a
And you
lot of the
look African.
whitey looking Latino.
You look
Well,
African.
you look
So,
like a Chinaman
hey,
with that little ass mustache you
people, you
got.
You
can
look
say whatever you want
African.
to. I'm sure you've never
I can
been to
see you.
Africa
I
and you
seen your
probably
little
never met
dome
an
when you
African.
dipped off.
But
You
this
look
is
African.
what this is what
You're
the
translucent,
Aloni
bro, and I
this
can
is
still
what the
tell you're African.
Aloni Indian look like, me, and this is what the Miwok look like, me. These are all the
Alonis don't look
Indians that
like
were
you. I
in
grew up in
Cananea,
Oakland,
Pahoina,
California.
which is today
I grew up
called
in
San
Oakland,
Francisco. You guys
California.
were not on the coast.
I grew up
You
in
guys were in the
Oakland,
plains, and
California.
you actually said that earlier. And that picture that you
Alonis don't look
showed of
like
your
you.
grandpa, he was not, that's not no coastal land in California. That looked like the desert. That looked like the 4 points, and that looked like the plains. They were on
I
dry
have
land, no
grandfathers
mountains
from
in the
all
back,
4 of those.
no
Which one do you
beach
want to
in the
see?
back, no
I have
coastal, nothing,
grandfathers
no
from the
hills, no
plains. I have
nothing.
grandfathers
Flat,
from the coast. I
dry
have
land. They
grandfathers
were
from the
in the Dust
mountains.
Bowl.
What do
Say,
you
bro,
So
want to,
you
mute
don't
which
up.
have
one
to,
which
you
one do
don't
you want to
have to
see?
lie.
Which way do you want it?
You
I'm
don't have to
indigenous in
lie.
all
Your
fucking
people were
aspects.
not in the San Francisco Bay Area. Now that's a
I
LIE.
was born
And
in
they've
Oakland.
admitted
I'm
it
pretty sure
several
that's what my
times. They
birth
told us they
certificate
were in the
says, but
mountains
okay.
hiding.
All right. I'm pretty sure my dad was also born in Oakland. Okay.
You're
Well, you
talking
look
about the
like Sammo
20th
Hahn.
century.
How you gonna sit here and talk
We're
about you
talking about the
indigenous?
original people of the San Francisco Bay Area.
Right,
You're
the
talking
Ohlone.
about your father's
The Ohlone,
generation.
right. I know the
Stop
Ohlone.
moving
They
it
don't look like
everywhere.
you.
Yeah, I'm the Aloni.
You don't even know where the pyramid is.
What pyramid? We have many pyramids.
Exactly. You don't even know where the
We have
Ohlone
many
pyramid
pyramids.
is. You don't even know
We
where the
have many
Ohlone pyramid
pyramids,
is.
but the Aloni
You
built
don't even know where the Ohlone
shell
pyramid
mounds.
is, and you
Stop
claim to be
talking
Ohlone.
over
There
her,
is
fucking
no
weirdo.
Aloni built shell mounds, and our
You don't
shell
even
mound
know
is
where
in
the Ohlone
Emeryville.
pyramid is.
Our largest shell mound
Now
is
hold
in
it down for a
Emeryville,
second.
How
California,
goofy
in
can you
between
be? You
Berkeley,
claim to
San
be
Francisco,
Ohlone,
and
and you don't even
Oakland.
know where the
So
Ohlone
what are you
pyramid
talking
is.
about? Because we have the whole Bay
You got?
Area.
Did you know
We
that
have
you guys even
pyramids
built
and mounds, but
pyramids?
our largest mound is the Emeryville shell mound.
No, there's a
So
real
what are you
pyramid,
talking
an
about? Put a
actual
name
pyramid.
on it, because we
No, there's
put
an
a name
actual
on all
pyramid.
our pyramids
It's
and
in
all our
Oakland.
mounds. So what are you talking about? Name it.
Mm,
What's the name of it?
you should know that. It's your people built it.
No, 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 no. You're sitting up
Yes,
here
yes,
telling
yes,
me
yes,
what I
yes.
don't know. I'm telling you, put a name on it. Where's Pyramid Lake?
I'm talking about
Where's
the
Pyramid
Ohlone.
Lake, Mr. Know-it-all?
Pyramid Lake is nowhere near where the Ohlone inhabited.
No, you're asking me about pyramids.
Right,
And I
the
said put a
Ohlone built the
name on it.
pyramid
Because
right
we
there
have
in
many
Oakland.
pyramids
No,
and we have
there's a
many
pyramid
mounds.
in Oakland that
Put
the
a
Ohlone built.
name on all the pyramids
It's
have
in
names.
Oakland.
All of them.
It's still there.
What is the name of it?
Look, I'll show you.
No, don't show me. Put a name on it. Don't show me that small 5'9" pyramid in Oakland Hills. Don't show me that. Put a name on it. What is it called?
You talking about this one?
That's exactly the one he's talking about, and I want him to put a name on it. That sits up in the East Oakland Hills. And it's around under 6 feet tall. Are you Googling the name?
You know he is. He on tea time.
No, I was ordering DoorDash. My bad.
or like
What's going on
deliverance.
now? I kind of forgot what's happening. What's happening?
You ain't
Calling
forgot
Mulan is
nothing.
crazy.
You
My
ain't
bad.
forgot nothing.
You look like
I've been
Buddy.
smoking a lot
You
of
ain't
weed,
forgot
bro.
nothing.
I've been
That's what
smoking a
my
lot of weed. My
grandkids
bad.
say when they
What's
don't
going
have
on
an
now?
answer to their problem. Oh, I forgot the question. Can you ask me again? No, you brought it up. You ain't forgot nothing.
I'm high as shit. My bad.
Nah, don't blame it on the trees. You over here lying.
Oh, the pyramid, right? Oh, you wanted the name. It's the fucking
My bad,
yeah,
y'all.
here. Let me look the name up.
My bad, y'all. I'm gonna let y'all hold it down for another
Good
few
Sam. He's
minutes.
still getting walked down. He backpedaling right now. Still don't know what he talking about. You want to talk all that noise, cutting that sister
Yeah,
off, and you can't
that's
even back
the
up your information.
Joaquin Miller found it. He's the first one to discover it, so to say. And he named it. He gave it a name. It wasn't the original name.
What is the original name? Now you sound foolish. Now you sound like you look.
I'm not a lonie, so I wouldn't know that actually.
Joaquin Miller.
That's why I was asking you, because you
What
should
was the
know.
no? You said you brought it up.
No, Joaquin Miller found it. He didn't build it. He just
He
found it.
didn't find nothing. He didn't find anything.
No, he definitely just found it. It was just
He
there.
didn't find anything. He didn't find the park that's named after him. He didn't find the street that is named after him. He didn't find the ravine that's named after him. Joaquin Miller didn't do anything.
Well, that's why
But
that's
write
why I
his
was
name
asking
on the
you, because
tree.
you said you're a
What is
lonie.
the
I'm just
name of the
wondering.
Now we're gonna get even more specific. Name me the name of the pyramid.
No,
Tell
you
me who
you
built the
should know
pyramid,
that.
and tell me what the pyramid was used for.
No,
Because
you
that's a
should know that.
specific pyramid. Since you know
You
so
should know
much,
that, because you're a lonie.
since
No,
you
you're
know
a
so
lonie.
much,
I'm not a
no,
lonie.
I
I just grew
do
up there.
know.
I just grew
I
up
I
should
there.
know
have to
where
tell
it's
you.
located. That's how I gave CR exactly where it is in East Oakland, Georgia.
No, you had to ask me
You
like 100
name
times. What
what is the
pyramid?
name of the
What
pyramid
pyramid?
and what was
I had
that
to I
pyramid
had to
used
tell
for?
you about it, and you
Tell
probably
me
looked it
how
up on
tall.
your
How
tablet.
tall is? Have you ever been to that pyramid?
You probably looked it up. I don't know how
Have
tall
you
it
ever?
is.
I've not been on tea time the entire time. My face has been up here. There's a whole audience of
Yeah, that's why I
122
said
people.
your
I have
tablet. That's what I
never
said.
gone
You
on
went
tea
and
time.
used your little
I don't
tablet.
need to go on tea time. It's written in my DNA. I've
You
been
have a
taken there
separate
since I was
device
a
that you're
little
looking
girl.
shit up
I
on. I
was
ain't
taken
slow.
there by my great grandparents. I was taken there by my grandparents. I was taken there by my parents. I took my kids
What
there.
street is it
I've
on?
taken my grandkids there. How tall is that pyramid?
What street is it on?
How tall is you
Yeah, I
don't
shouldn't
know
even know what.
nothing. You don't know the name of it.
I'm
You
from
don't know how
Oakland,
tall
fool.
it is.
Already
You don't know what it's
said.
used
You the
Come
one
on,
for.
that don't pay
fool.
Don't ask me
attention.
what street it's on. What
Booly booly
how
African booty
tall is that
scratching. I'm
how
from
tall is that
Oakland.
pyramid? Have you ever been there and how tall is it?
It's taller than me, I'll tell you that much, and I'm 6'2".
It is not taller than you. It's not taller than you.
Bro, I'm
It's not even 6
6'2",
feet.
so
It's not even 6 feet
Oh,
tall.
you 5'2".
It's not even 6 feet. The pyramid is not even 6 feet
you've
tall.
never even been there. How would you know?
I just told
You
you
just
how many
sound dumb.
generations have taken me there, and that I've even taken my
You're
grandkids.
lying. You're just lying.
Okay.
That's lying.
Well,
Get
Mr.
your
All
ass
right.
Wanagi,
down
you
up
really
here.
haven't came
You've
with
been
any
in here
facts
lying the
today.
whole time. Hold on.
It's really not looking good for you this whole time. I'm gonna have to get up here shortly, but I'm gonna let them
Nah,
keep.
she just came up here and just lied. Your secret weapon, your mass
You've been lying
destruction,
the whole while you've been up here.
your fucking ace of spades just came up here and just did nothing.
No, she spoke facts. In the same location in my image, she just said her parents brought her there as she brings her grandchildren to this day. But you can't even
She's
tell the
lying.
height of the damn thing. You can't even tell what street it was on, even though she literally said it.
She
She
never
said it as
said
soon
what
as I
street
pulled the
it's on.
information, as soon as I pulled this picture up. She said exactly where it was at. You was on
No,
tea
I'm pretty
time, so I
sure the
know you
first time
wasn't
I
listening.
even mentioned it, she's like, "We don't build pyramids. We alone don't even build pyramids. What pyramid?"
She was telling you to put a name on it since you was the one bringing it up, like you knew about it, which evidently
That's
you
me
don't.
standing on our shell mound in Emeryville. That's me
That's who you're saying Columbus
standing on the
seen.
shell mound in Emeryville.
You're
Don't
telling
tell
me
me where
that's who
I've been and
Columbus
not
seen?
been. You just said the pyramid is taller
No,
than
no,
you,
that's
and
who
I
Columbus
already told
seen.
everybody the first that pyramid you showed in East Oakland is not even 5'11". And if you
That's who
6 feet
Columbus seen.
tall, that pyramid is not taller than you.
That's not even the same. That's not even the right location. Your parents
That
brought you
is
to the
the
wrong
Shell
told
place.
you
Mound
it's a
in
different location.
Emeryville
It's not in
that is
Emeryville.
the
What
last
the
of the
hell?
shell, that is the
That's
Shell
not
Mound in
even the
Emeryville,
one.
California.
That's not
That is
even
the
the
Shell
one.
You're
Mound.
not
That
listening.
is the Shell
You
Mound.
too much
You
trying to
don't
be a
even know what you're
jackass up
talking
here.
about.
The dude at the
That's because
top
your
doesn't even
people
have the
probably
right
got here in
one.
1875. That's the Shell Mound
The
in
dude at the
Confirm
top
that
Emeryville,
it's
doesn't
the
even
right
California.
have the
one,
right one.
dumbass.
And that was our largest Shell Mound.
No, neither one of you even have the one I'm talking about.
You showed us a pyramid in East Oakland. I'm showing you
I
the
didn't show you
largest shell
shit.
mound of the
I never
Ohlone
showed you
people in
anything.
Emeryville, California.
No,
You said
I
I've
never
never been
showed
to
you
this
anything.
locations. I'm showing you that I'm actually standing on top of the shell mound in
Right, and
Emeryville.
that's not the where I'm talking about. And the other picture that Mr. CR and his see-through forehead has up there, I'm not talking about that location either.
If anybody
You're
here,
gonna continue to lie.
So
You
how the
haven't.
hell do you
Number
guys not
one,
know
you're
about?
lying.
How do you
Number
get
two, you haven't. Like I said, there are many
born and
mounds and
raised in
many
Oakland? I'm gonna
pyramids,
know
and I
things
asked
about
you.
Oakland
You
that you
don't have
don't.
to overtalk me. You don't have to
You don't know
overtalk me.
shit.
You've been loud and wrong this entire life. As I said,
Crazy.
we built many mounds and many pyramids, and I told you to put a name on it, and you wouldn't put a name on it.
Right, I'm not gonna let you know
So
about
then
the
I
Ohlone
described one
mounds.
to CR,
I'm not
and
gonna. Why would I
CR
tell
looked it
you
up.
about an Ohlone mound so you can go fucking claim it's yours? Why would I do that?
It damn sure ain't yours.
No, it's not mine, but I know whose it is, and it's not yours. And I'm not gonna fucking tell you where it is so you can go put your grubby little hands on it.
You acting
You
like
got
people
here
can't find
yesterday.
shit. Like
You
your
got here
ancestors was finding
yesterday, and
shit
you're
You
talking.
can't
in
find
Asia.
You
it.
should
You can't
hate
find it.
Joaquin Miller. You should actually HATE Joaquin Miller. And
When
you're
did I
sitting
ever
up
say
here
he was my
giving him
bro?
props for founding things and naming things. If you are a real
No, I'm saying what
Indian,
I'm explaining what
and if
you
you're
guys
a
pulled
real
up. That's
California
what you guys
Indian,
pulled up.
you
I
would
didn't
have
pull up. I didn't
disdain
pull up
for
nothing by
Joaquin Miller,
Joaquin.
and you would never say that Joaquin Miller
I never pulled up
founded
anything
and
by
named
Joaquin.
anything. But the fact that you gave
You
credit,
said you
the
built
fact
that.
that you gave credit to him lets me know you're not no California Indian.
You said you built that. Joaquin discovered what you built, not what the Ohlone built.
Stop trying to act confused in this conversation
It's
like
not
a third
confusing
grader.
at
You know
all.
how to follow this
It's not
conversation,
confusing at
and
all.
you
I
understand what I just said to
never
you.
pulled up a picture of
I
any
just said
pyramid.
to
You
you
guys
that if
pulled it
you're a
up.
real indigenous person from California, you wouldn't even be saying Joaquin Miller's name as
Why wouldn't
founding and
I?
naming
What is so bad
anything.
about saying
But
his
it
name?
lets me know you don't have enough disdain in your heart for
What
Joaquin
weight
Miller.
does
Lets me know
Joaquin
you're
Miller
not
hold that's
indigenous
gonna
to
shake my
California at all.
core?
Those aren't your people. You weren't here.
No, what weight does
California was
Joaquin
all
Miller hold
black
that's gonna shake
from
anybody?
the San Diego Mexican border all the way up to the Oregon border. California was black indigenous people, and we didn't let you people come here. We gave y'all the plains.
Y'all, you don't
We
even know
told
your own
y'all to
language.
go
What
to
is
the
that accent
plains.
you have?
Don't worry about all the accents I have on
It's
my
like a
language.
Georgia,
Don't worry about the
Louisiana,
cadences.
Southeast
Don't
accent.
worry about the accents.
That's not even
Just know
a
that I can do
indigenous
the most
accent.
with this language on
You
the
don't even
planet, and
sound
y'all
like
ain't
you're
done
like
nothing
you
with this
originally
language.
spoke a
I do
different language
more with
before.
this language on the planet
You
than
just sound
any
like
other human
some
being, any
lost
other ethnic
black
group
girl
on the planet. Okay? And just know that you're not from California. You were not here. Because you
Oh
wouldn't be here.
man.
If any
Oh
of your people
man.
had marched their asses in California, you wouldn't be here. Because off with your head is what we did to all pale faces.
All
We
right,
got y'all up
y'all.
out the paint. Y'all had to pack up your teepees and go live in the Dust Bowl, in the plains, and in the 4 Points where no one wanted to live, where nothing grew, where no land was fertile. That same land that you had your grandfather standing on, that dusty, flat land with no hills in the background, no rivers, no lakes, no nothing, just standing in the middle of nowhere with feathers on their head.
Nah,
That's what y'all got.
he didn't
Just standing nowhere.
he didn't drop. I dropped him because I gotta take off. I got a podcast client coming here up. Somebody recorded a Zoom meeting at my podcast for New York Fashion Week for somebody in New York. Um, so I do got to take off, y'all, man. But I'm glad y'all got this ass. I dropped you, Mr. Woodnagi, just because I knew I was about to stop the conversation. You wasn't about to do nothing but keep trolling. But they fried your ass. They fried you pretty good. And you got cooked a lot. At this point, you just trolling and you just continuing, and it is what it is. I will continue and let everybody keep cooking your ass. Let Yaya and CR and everybody and sister cook you, but I literally got to go. So I appreciate y'all, man. I appreciate y'all holding it down and going in on him. Sister Feel Good, CR, Yaya, Lotus was up
You did
here.
a phenomenal job. Thank you for letting me, because I done got my wherewithal and I'm filling out more paperwork. So thank you.
Oh yeah, for sure. That was a way to start off the damn morning right there, for sure. Yeah, man. So yeah, I
Thank
appreciate.
you. Thank you for letting me up and have a good podcast. Congratulations.
Oh yeah,
Always.
for sure. Appreciate you always coming up, Yaya and CR and y'all, and I might come back later after I get, because I ain't like I said, I'm gonna be live a lot more because I don't be doing a lot in the wintertime, except for this podcast shit. So, but I'll holler back at y'all, man, a little bit later. Y'all enjoy your day.
All right, love your life.